Good morning, everybody. Welcome to ROV Sebastian Dive 445. We're going to do things a little bit differently today. We're going to show you the launch and the full descent, so you'll see all the wonderful creatures in the water column on the way down. Hope you enjoy it.
Good morning, everybody. This is Lisa Levin. I'm a scientist at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and we are starting our fourth dive day. Or is it our fifth dive day here? I've forgotten already. Fourth? Our fifth day of diving?
I believe it's our
Fifth dive day. We are descending in the Southern California Borderlands to a deep seamount called Little Joe Seamount. I've never been here before, and we believe the Sebastian has never been here before. We will be trying to explore and characterize the animals and microbes on the seafloor between depths of about 2760 meters and 2400 meters. This will be our deepest dive of the trip. We are looking for ferromanganese crusts. These are mineral-rich crusts that form on seamounts and banks and ridges, chemically precipitated, perhaps with some microbial assistance. These crusts are rich in a whole variety of metals, so they're of interest elsewhere in the world for seabed mining, but right now we're really just trying to understand what lives in Southern California hard grounds in deep water and why those organisms are there. It's going to take maybe close to 2 hours to get all the way down, maybe a little bit less. So we don't anticipate being on the bottom for a while, but we are streaming the descent, so enjoy the view. You can see there's a lot of particles in the water. That means this is a very productive region. It's an upwelling area, one of the eastern boundary upwelling currents. So there's a lot of nutrients upwelled that feed our phytoplankton, and they support a rich community of zooplankton and jellies. We passed through a big zone of pyrosomes. I think I saw them down to 200 meters this morning, which seems kind of deep. Makes me wonder whether they migrate down during the day and up during the night like other plankton. Anyway, we won't be on the bottom till, I don't know when, maybe almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
On the vehicle today, we have a series of bio boxes with isolated compartments. We have what we call coral quivers, cylindrical compartments for putting animals. And we have suction or slurp jars. So those are the kinds of samples we'll be taking, again, for mint rock characterization, megafaunal animal collections, and rock collections on which we can study the microbes and the macrofauna, animals retained on a 0.3 millimeter mesh. It'll be exciting to see how similar or different the animal life is to our previous few dives.
So how long was that roll that with the gray box? How long did it take?
2 pieces like that. It was a long, like more than maybe a meter and a half. Or beautiful coral.
Have you been on the Alvin?
Have I been on the Alvin? Is that a question from you or from you? Yes, I've made, I believe, 53 or 55 dives on Alvin over a very long time span. I do.
It's really different.
Diving in submersibles is just an amazing experience. You know, it's basically like going to space, like putting yourself in other worlds. Yeah. But I also like using the ROV. I like the ability to talk to more people and consult with people when you see something. I've heard that before. I like both. We have Alvin scheduled tentatively for next year. The new refurbished Alvin. You know, I prefer any. We are so lucky when we can get access to these vehicles. We're happy to take whatever is offered. Deep submergence science is really a special thing because it's very expensive. There are very few instruments capable of studying the deep sea. Only a handful of operations around the world really that involve ROVs or human-operated vehicles. And so when we can get access to these, as scientists, we consider ourselves extremely fortunate.
There's several projects now doing multi personnel inside the submersible. Seven teams, 6 people inside.
Inside a submersible, like what kind of a Navy submersible?
No, using it for science.
How does that work?
You can have
Oh, just in a control room like this?
no inside the sub, a human occupied.
Oh,
But
how many people are in there?
There's going to be about 6 or 7.
Which sub?
Rev Ocean's making one. That's 4 people. One bubble. It's being
4
built
people.
before them.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I mean, the most I've ever been with in a submersible is 2 other people besides me. And it's always been pretty crowded. Hard to imagine squeezing a 4th person in there.
It's quite big. It's a big sub.
I know Rev Oceans. We put a proposal into them. But they've had a lot of delays. So.
But I'm not here. I'm working for people building the show. It's being built before the
Wow.
But it's gonna be
So are you
fast.
designing? Are you advising on design? Yeah. That's cool. Put a bathroom in. If it's that big, you could afford a porta potty or something.
The sphere is like 11.5 inches thick. It's like big.
That's thick.
The Johnson ceiling's
11.5 inches.
Yeah. It's sphere. The Johnson ceiling says 5.5. The Aquila was 3 inches thick.
Where are the Johnson Sea Link submersibles now?
4.
Are they operational?
In a warehouse. Aquila is in the Atlanta Museum.
Look at that, our oxygen has come down. We have a really nice oxygen plot up here in the control van, and we've already hit our minimum, and it's just starting up again. We're at 820 meters, and it's going to be increasing now that we're getting into a better oxygenated water mass. We've just gone through the core of the oxygen minimum zone. But what I didn't get a good look at is how low it actually got.
Did you go on the Johnson ski? When did you go?
In the, I have to think about this, 80s, mainly in the 80s. Yeah.
Started at 9.
I was an assistant professor at NC State in Raleigh from 1983 to 1992. And during that period, we had projects using the Johnson ceiling.
You spent a lot of time during that early 90s.
I liked North Carolina. Great state. We worked off Cape Hatteras, where the weather could be dicey. There are an awful lot of cruises where we got to go back to shore. There's a hurricane coming.
I did quite a few dives on the Monitor.
Is that a,
Confederate ship? Yeah.
what ship is that?
Confederate.
It's a sunken ship?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't do much scuba diving in North Carolina. I was busy having children, and it was hard to combine those. I tried for a while and gave up. Babies and scuba diving don't work too well. But I had one child who dove in 2 submersibles before she was ever born. She was in Alvin and Sea Link.
Yeah. My son made his first dive 6, 7.
Really?
Yeah. Got inside the zone.
And went down?
Yeah.
How did you swing that? Kids weren't even allowed on ships.
No, it was just at the dock.
Oh.
Yeah.
This looks like a swarm of copepods. Sometimes around the edges of the oxygen minimum zone there's a abundance of life. Seems like there's often bands of high microbial production in animals. The plankton take advantage of it. This phenomenon's been studied by Karen Wishner and Marcia Gowing back in the 90s. And maybe Dave Carl as well. So the zone we've just been going through is called the bathypelagic, the mesopelagic, I'm sorry, between about 200 and 1,000 meters. And it's a really dynamic part of the ocean that is getting a lot of attention now. Some people call it the twilight zone, where life is, where light is disappearing. There's a whole ecosystem here of animals that migrate up and down every day from surface waters where they are at night down to deep waters during the day. Some only migrate to maybe 200 or 400 meters, probably because they're not tolerant of the low oxygen and high CO2 in the deeper waters. But other animals migrate all the way into the middle of the oxygen minimum zone at depths of 500, 600, or 700 meters. And then there are permanent residents in the mesopelagic that stay at depth for their whole life, planktonic residents. So this includes fish and crustaceans and jellies and some also squid, other kinds of larvae, of marine animals. There is interest in developing a fishery in the mesopelagic for the billions and billions of small fish that migrate up and down every day. These are cyclothony and myctophids. And especially in Norway, I think there are some exploratory fisheries. I think they would not be for human consumption, but largely for fish meal. But it's very debatable about, well, I should say it's controversial whether this is a good idea to develop these fisheries, because these fish are an important part of the carbon pump that helps remove excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. That pump involves photosynthesis by phytoplankton taking up carbon dioxide. It's then eaten by zooplankton, which is eaten by fish. And the fish migrate down and help move the carbon out of surface waters. So there's some concern that if there's a massive harvest of these billions of fish, that carbon cycle would be disrupted. So there's a question about changes in salinity when we change oxygen as we descend. And the answer is yes, salinity does change. The low oxygen water mass that we find, especially around 200, 300, 400 meters off Southern California, is got higher salinity. It's warmer and higher in salinity and lower in oxygen. But the salinity changes as we descend are relatively small. And I'm not that clear on how much they matter to the animals or not. We tend to focus on our oxygen and carbon dioxide a little bit more. Temperature, of course, also is changing, and it's getting colder as we go down. So now we're out of the mesopelagic and into below 1,000 meters, technically, in the bathypelagic.
Big time. It'll be tough, but I'll manage with that.
This is the very peaceful part of the dive.
Yes.
Fewer demands on you guys.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. Different demands, the anxiety is higher. Because this is when we're going to find out if we forgot to tighten something or if we left something.
no.
Stuff like that. I'll see how our little tweaks and our little additions work.
So there's a question about what kinds of funky fish we can look forward to. I don't know how many fish we're going to see on Little Joe, but deep sea fish are terrific. They're big, old, blind, but they have big eyes, so I think they can see bioluminescence. I'm not sure they're completely blind. In fact, I think they aren't. The ones that are blind have evolved away their eyes, and they don't have them anymore. But I'm guessing, well, on a typical seamount, we might see grenadier, also known as rat tails, sometimes tripod fish, although we haven't seen any of those on this trip. We might see thorny heads, but I think we might even be deeper than the thorny head typical depths on this dive. Thorny heads are Sebastolobus. They look a lot like rockfish. They're orange. There's two species of thorny heads that live off Southern California, the long spine and the short spine thorny head. But they're more at bathyal depths of 500, 1,000, 1,500 meters. I'm not really sure. I have rarely been diving this deep, maybe only a handful of dives.
We do see a few fish at this stuff, but nothing too substantial usually.
I mean, chimeras and orange roughy and Oreos, those are some of the commercially harvested fish off seamounts. I just don't know if any of them occur around here. And snailfish, of course, are common deep sea fish, so we might see some of them. I think we saw one yesterday. Did you just put up salinity?
Yeah.
What did you put up?
On the screen, you have a chat button. It's actually going up. You can go there.
Okay.
What I'm doing.
So are people seeing that
Yeah, on now, just now.
out there? So the salinity profile is really interesting. That very big dip around 50 meters is probably the subantarctic water, the California current water that's coming from the north towards towards California, and that's always a low salinity water mass. And then there is the equatorial Pacific water that's higher in salinity that comes in underneath at 100, 200 meters. And I'm not all that clear why the deeper water masses have increased salinity. But if you look at the numbers, you'll also see that, it's maybe only one salinity unit change throughout all of that. Those salinity units used to be parts per thousand, but they're unitless now.
Practical salinity units, isn't it?
Practical salinity units, which honestly I have no idea what that means. I do know that what's very interesting is that the Pacific has much lower salinity than the Atlantic. So when we're on shore looking at salinities off scripts, the numbers are 33 something.
Where Atlantic is typically 35, isn't it?
Yep. 34, 35, and if you go to the Mediterranean Sea, it can be higher even. Yep. So salinity does vary around the world. It involves input from precipitation and from ice, and so on.
I'm going to put the science cam back on there. Nick can get some breakfast.
I do lunch for you, but you call it what you want.
Was it, sorry?
With lunch for you, you call it what you want.
A meal. If you need me, 222 on there, we'll get them out.
Alright,
Oh, I should have had him change it back to oxygen.
no.
Oh well,
I would do it, but I
it's all right.
would probably
Nope,
turn everything off on accident.
it's fine. So we're headed to 2760 meters today. So we probably have another hour down. Is that right?
Yeah, hour. Yeah, about an hour. Mm, 1,500 meters to go.
Where's your next trip to?
Right now it is a bit up in the air. We are trying to go to Mexico in La Paz. It's one cruise in 3 parts, I believe. But with COVID and things like that, permits are still up in the air to be able to get everybody in the country. So if that works out, that would be the next planned or discussed cruise, and then after that to Spain to do the prospect to the new ship.
You want to talk about the new ship? Are you allowed to talk about the new ship?
I can talk about it. I don't really know a whole lot about it. It's gonna be bigger. This is an 83 meter long vessel, and the new one's 110. So it'd be significantly longer, but also wider. It'll be longer, wider, and we will be launching Sebastian from midship, so at least that's the plan right now. And those 3 in combination will allow us to be operational in a lot bigger weather. So we won't be as affected by winds, currents. Well, currents still a little bit, but sea state and things like that. I know that they're transforming a very, very large swath of the inside to laboratories, so
Yay.
you'll have a lot of
Scientists
space
will
to
be
play
happy.
with. Yeah.
Yep. And it's called the Sebastian.
It's called Falkor 2.
Oh, Falkor 2.
Yes,
Spelled
with the
T-O-O.
yes, the brackets. Yeah, excited about it. You know, it'd be nice not to, rock back and forth as much.
Will Sebastian be altered in any way, or is it going to be the same?
There's no plans in the immediate for changing in with Sebastian. Our goal is always to progress and be able to go deeper, to go longer, whatever. And that is in the plans, but the timeline on that is something I'm not aware of. I know that some of the conversations we've had, we'll be able to go and do longer cruises without having to come back. We'll have more capacity with fuel and provisions, and also, fingers crossed, into the Arctic and Antarctic Circle do some work.
Oh, that'll be exciting.
Yes, I bought a parka just in case.
Snow boots,
Yes.
snowshoes. Cool. Devin, why don't you introduce yourself since we're just chatting away? You want to come over to the microphone? Sure. Give him a chance to talk to the public.
Hello, public. Good morning. I'm Devin. I'm a master's student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I'm one of Lisa Levin's students. So I'm here looking at the megafauna that we're seeing, especially those that we're going to be finding along our 100-meter long video transects. So I'm going to be going back to Scripps, and I'm going to be reviewing those transects for the megafauna that's associated with the minerals there. I'm actually getting a lot of help from my 2 surf students, so shout out to Francis and Angelica. Thanks for helping while I'm out at sea.
So I saw pictures of the campus at Scripps. Do you find it difficult to focus on studies in that situation? Because it looks like a nice area.
It is pretty nice. I know, like a lot of people just have their surfboards right in their, offices, and
Yes.
then whenever you catch a little break, go
Class at the beach and
get some waves, and then come back. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
But Devin's first year was remote.
Unfortunately, yes.
He didn't
so
take classes in person, unfortunately.
Hopefully,
due to
my
the
second
pandemic.
year is not going to be the same.
hopefully.
But still got to enjoy campus. It's so nice there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Somebody 100 and some years ago, 107 years ago, had a great idea to put a marine lab on the seashore in La Jolla. At a time when there wasn't even a university there.
Forward thinking.
Yeah.
That was breakfast, man. Some nice mix of protein and fiber.
So it was Joanna gonna come review it?
She'll be here at 7:30.
7:30.
Yeah. That's already 7.
It's vegan oats.
Vegan oats.
Oats is all vegan.
Yeah, but if you mix
My
it with milk.
for some reason, my computer didn't charge last night. I feel like it got the charger got
Rice milk
unplugged or
or,
something.
Almond milk.
Oh, it's
1,000 meters to go.
1400.
1,400 meters. Are we going to 24?
Yeah,
going to
27.6.
26.
Oh, we're going to 26.
What was it? 27.6.
Oh, I was looking at
27.6.
depth end. Okay, yeah.
That's
Depth star. Wow.
deep. Be fun. Different creatures at great depths.
So, Lisa, as a scientist, have you guys been utilizing any of the Ocean Network, USA, the Neptune Ocean Network?
I had one project that involved them that I was doing with other people. That's a fixed, Ben's asking about a fixed observatory, right, in deep water called Ocean Network Canada, ONC.
Is it operational?
Yes, as far as I know. They have nodes in Barkley Canyon at a methane seeps and in the oxygen minimum zone.
John Delaney's still running that project?
No, John Delaney was running OOI, which is the U.S.
Yeah.
fixed observatory, but Ocean Networks Canada, I didn't know if he was involved.
Talking about, I guess I was talking about John
OOI.
Delaney's project. Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
OOI, Ocean, what is it? stand
Ocean
for?
Observatory.
Initiative or something, yeah. I haven't used that much, so I can't, I don't know.
That's
It is,
crazy.
it is operational, and they are generating data continuously.
I had to go recover an array for Ocean Networks Canada a few years ago that got hit by a trawl.
Mm.
Commercial fishing.
Yeah, things happen. I once had a series of experiments that got upended by a trawl off Northern California. It's frustrating because it's so hard to get access to a submersible to go set up experiments that when a fisherman
Yep. And a place you're not supposed to
messes
be,
them up,
and you're
it's not
supposed to-
fun.
Do you know John Haskell by any chance?
I know the name, but I don't know the person.
Just wondering if he retired.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything big spectacular jellies on the way down.
Jellies? No. Siphonophores, though.
Just now?
No,
Seen
no,
them
no. Oh,
this
not
morning.
today.
This
Yeah.
morning.
This morning I've
Haven't
seen a
too
couple of
much.
the dinner
Yeah.
plate jellies that we identified yesterday. I've seen a couple of those.
Saw
That's
those.
about it.
I mean, there's still an awful lot of particulates in the water, so that means there's food for somebody.
Well, we've still got 1,000 meters to go.
I mean, things will pick up right above the bottom.
Yeah.
There's usually a demersal layer or boundary layer right near the bottom where there's increased animal life and particulates in the water. And a lot of animals that bounce between the bottom and the water, like the swimming sea cucumbers. which I find fascinating.
Yeah, I love to watch them swim.
They're so graceful. And they're hard to pronounce, like a Nypniastes. Or
Yes, this is sea cucumber.
yeah. I don't know, when people name organisms, they should choose words that are pronounceable.
Solus.
Brian.
Not too hard to pronounce, but pretty hard to spell.
Look at-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't had any other. Tiny wood.
That's what. I got an email out to Green Season Bank and they're all about it. See if they can come up with any other,
Tell Shay he's gonna have to leave the office. What? Come on here.
just wanna see if they can come up with any other things that we can troubleshoot other than send the board then, because that's not an option.
Yeah, that'll put this dead in the water, yeah.
Hopefully they get back with us.
Oh, Kira said she'll be on
Huh?
The other.
the aft deck cutting rocks.
Oh,
If
she'll
you'll
be
be there Friday.
What about it?
Well, she has to
Oh,
come
they're also
relieve
not
me at
sure.
7:30 because
Wait till,
I have it
After
before
next
7:30. I have to be on the bridge.
Yeah, I think she
there
does.
might not be a next cruise if this
Okay.
happens.
It's basically paperweight. You know?
Shit, like, why do we say
Ouch, that hurts.
that? So, I told her, that's why I put the email on.
But I won't have time to run and find her, so I think she'll.
Yeah.
We told Paul and Greg they didn't need to come
It
in.
was different when we were operational.
So why is it that we're seeing different species at each, well, relatively like different species at each site? Is it like water currents? Is it
All thing I can do
the
is
amount of food there? Like we can go to one site and see like primarily panickia, and then just like yesterday we see that
Pink.
sea cucumber, and I didn't really see this many panickia.
Just on the verge.
And I mean these sites aren't that incredibly far away from each other.
No, I think it's a great question, and it's one of the things that I've noticed about our dive series last year and here is every single dive we have a different assemblage of organisms, and some overlap in species but different dominance. And I don't know exactly, but I think they're very finely, they have depth zonation. So if we dive a little bit deeper or a little bit shallower, we get different species. And I think some of that can be related to oxygen levels, which are different.
Yeah, I started
There's-
looking at like the environmental variables between both sides, and like I don't see
H4 is off.
that
Oh, that's the one that goes.
big of like differences between some of them.
Yeah.
From last year's
Yeah, from
dives.
last year's dives.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
haven't
I
run any,
mean,
like, stats
there,
on it, yeah.
there's the water masses have different properties, and probably carry larvae from different places. But honestly, it's probably some
Yep.
combination of slope and current regime and
Makes sense that it wouldn't be one simple
particulates
answer.
and environmental conditions and predators and other things. But it is true that and the substrate's a huge part of it. So if it's soft sediments, you'll get one group of animals, or mixed soft sediment and rock versus all rock versus steep rock. But what we're trying to learn out here is whether the ferromanganese crustal surfaces affect what's here. So yesterday's dive was really good in that regard because almost everything we saw was covered in ferromanganese crustal.
And we didn't see that much macrofauna on them.
That's correct.
So could that be indicative that they don't like to settle on it?
Maybe.
Stay tuned.
Been a little hurt. Need a comment on my little buff accessory this morning.
You want to introduce yourself, Ben?
Sure.
Take the microphone that way.
This one goes with
Oh, it
that.
doesn't go?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello there. My name's Ben Chong. I'm presently the co-pilot for Sebastian. I'm piloting for Chris Ingram.
Which Chris? Yeah.
It's too early in the morning for Chris Ingram, and it's approximately 7:15 right now, and I just had breakfast. So hopefully it'll be a good dive, and Lisa's dive for this one will be productive, and it's just making more of a success. I
How
guess.
did you get to be a ROV pilot? Like, it's a pretty niche field.
Yeah, I started back in 1980.
1980.
Yeah, I was.
Some of
us were alive in
1980.
I first started as a diver.
They were all wood back
Mixed
then.
gas diver, and I saw my first ROV here in San Diego, actually. Those were the RCB 1000s. They were only flying eyeballs. And at that time, all the divers were just making fun of the ROV. They'd say it would never work. But I knew then that that was the future.
Who's laughing now?
Yeah, it was laughing. Now, 10 years later, we basically put the divers out of work, and I was busier than ever. I started ROVing 1984. I went back, after I went back to school, technical school, and started working on ROVs. From ROVs, I jumped to manned submersible operations. I am a manned submersible pilot as well. I've made hundreds of dives. That's why I was talking to Lisa about if she's ever been on the Alvin. And from there on, I was running ROVs and manned submersibles and diving for another Oceanographic Institute. And
Which one?
Harbor Branch Oceanographic. Yeah. That's
Give a
why
shout
I
out
was
to
able to
Harbor
pull it
Branch.
out. Yeah. I had a great time over there. From there on, expanded to oil and gas, government, and everything else involving the ocean. Starting from between the ROV, submersible, AUV, USV, everything with a V on it. Yeah. So, and now presently, I'm mainly working for Schmidt Oceanographic. I'm at the tail end of my career, and I've been wanting to go back to science work for a long time, and thankfully people like Chris Ingram, J Rod, and everybody else took me in, and here I am, having a good time here on board Falkor, operating the Sebastian. That's my story.
We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
It's fun to watch the equipment change over the years, isn't
yeah.
it? And the capabilities. The technology's been amazing in our lifetimes.
It
It's
is.
a total transformation.
And it's
In your mind, do you have an idea of like what's the next
evolution.
evolution of ROVs or just
Yeah.
deep sea diving in general?
It'll just get deeper, heavier lift, and probably autonomous. But it's not in our time, not in my time. AUV technology is exploding. We are launching AUVs running 300 miles, and doing a lot more than we ever did 10 years ago. And ROVing is just from the flying eyeball now to 200, 300 horsepower systems. It's capable of lifting 2,000 pounds a ton underwater. And precision guiding. We can basically drop on top of Lisa's experiments, left from a year ago.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
It's a very
That
amazing.
was amazing piloting as a double.
It's amazing piloting by Chris Ingram too. And
Yes, I put it right on that marker that you guys had put down, and that's exactly where it was. So
the technology is definitely leaps and bounds. USV is quite it's exploding now. USV stands for unmanned surface vehicles, and we've been operating USVs now, and it'll be just like drones at the moment, you know, where I can operate a USV halfway around the world. I could be here in America and operating a USV in Europe, Africa, Middle East.
It's a little bit like that for doing science too. So there's been a transformation where more and more the scientists are on shore, identifying, watching, asking for samples, etc.
Yeah,
However,
last year with COVID
there
was a lot like that.
there is nothing like being on the ship and being able to handle your own samples and being able to look at the organisms that come up, you know, that you just saw on the bottom. I don't really want to see science become 100% remote, remotely operated. You know, I think there's a real advantage to being there. And
During the height of the
Yeah.
pandemic, basically we were doing a lot of quite a remote science. You know, people from most of the scientists were on shore, and we would fly and transmit to them, and they would tell us to back up. Hey, can you look at this one? They would back up, and it was really interesting how it worked out. But you know, they were really happy that just to explore their own waters, because this kind of technology is hard to come by in Australia. And,
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things they've never seen before. We're really happy with that one.
So what's the training look like to become an ROV pilot? Is it like VR? I guess maybe now it's VR, or how did they do that?
I don't think you could do you can do it to that level yet. A lot in the beginning. There's a lot of ROV schools because there was such a shortage in ROV pilots all over. And when we first started, there's only several. Maybe be lucky if we had several hundred, 300-400 people, and then the oil industry it just boomed, and now there's probably about, I would say, 4,000 maybe RV pilots supporting the whole world.
Still not
It's-
a lot.
Oh, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, but it's a lot more than it was 10 years ago. So they started to do ROV schools, but it unfortunately didn't work out very well because it has to be hands-on mostly. You learn more out here on the field. A lot of people have asked on board about how to become one, and my advice to them is to become is get more. Yeah.
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 Wake up one morning and go, how did I end up here?
Take technical courses, electronics, hydraulics, mechanical, things like that are good skills to learn out here. Basically, RV,
Renaissance man.
yeah, and covers the whole range from electrical to mechanical, pneumatics, hydraulics.
So you're also doing
Fiber
like
optic.
all the
Fiber
repairs
optic.
on Sebastian too, or
Absolutely,
oh, so you guys are doing it all?
doing it all. So
Yeah.
that's what my advice to would be. Pilots.
One day you're an electronic technician, the next one you're a hydraulic engineer, then you're a handyman just making weird things to fit and build and all that, and then
It covers. There's nothing specific here in this field. It's do it all.
sounds like my husband.
get him out here.
He does. He fixes everything. Because he hates to pay people to do it.
It's me.
See, I'm the opposite. I do it all out here. When I go home, I'm like, oh, can you redo that light? I'm like, okay.
give me the rest.
Back in the 80s, they were talking about mining manganese nodules. Actually,
70s.
70s, quite big, but it's still not feasible at the moment.
Well, some people would argue with you about that. There's a bunch of
it's
companies.
feasible, but there's still a lot of resources topside. That's why I don't think they've invested in, or at least that I know of, they've invested a lot more in mining.
Oh, there's
There is.
some companies all full steam ahead on this. It's very controversial.
Very controversial, but I'm reading for a
Look
few
at our
years
great
ago.
oxygen profile.
Climbing back up.
Definitely, it's really pretty high.
I have a question on that one, Lisa. Do you want people to mine, companies to mine the oceans now? Would you agree to? I
No,
for
we're
one
not
don't
go.
want
We're
to.
not going there on this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not for that for some reason.
Especially the way that they're doing it right now. It's extremely bad. So.
We can have an off the mic conversation about it, and I'll tell you what's happening in the world. It's something I know quite a lot about. So.
Lisa, do you want to explain again why we see that unique curve in the oxygen profile?
Sure. I don't think the oxygen profile is up for the public right now, but the oxygen minimum occurs between about 450 and 1,000 meters, and that's a low oxygen water mass that forms as a result of decay, microbial decay, consuming oxygen. At the surface, oxygen's mixed in from wind and waves from the air, and phytoplankton make oxygen during photosynthesis. But subsurface, the most isolated waters are sort of 500 to 1,000 meters, and oxygen gets used up and not replaced. And then in deeper water, there are oxygenated currents coming in Antarctic bottom water, and old, better oxygenated water shows up here. And so that's why oxygen's increasing now. It started increasing about 800 or 900 meters, and now it's up to maybe 70, 60 or 70 micromolar from a minimum that must have been just a few micromolar. It's pretty dramatic, and I think it accounts for some of the changes we see in animal communities at different depths. So,
This one is 87.
okay, I'm gonna give Paul a seat. You can introduce yourself to everybody, Paul, since you're on air. Oh, you can put the bridge together.
Thanks. Yeah.
Well, who needs to go to breakfast?
Oh, breakfast?
Okay. Go to the alarms page. Port. Yeah, that's what I want. You logged anything?
No,
We haven't really seen anything.
just chatting away.
Okay. I don't think it's commonality because they were vastly different depths.
Catching up on work this morning?
And 3 as of right now. Just to answer some of the questions I've seen come up on the chat there, the hands-on learning that we get, it's a combination. We'll do courses, whether it's courses in fiber optics or specific hydraulic functions for ROV work, but a lot of what we learn out here, especially on system-specific things, is hands-on. You know, we'll, for example, we'll have a new guy out for this pace right now, and although he has a lot of experience, he doesn't have experience on this vehicle, so we have to go through exactly how certain things are put together, how they work together, and things like that. So it's a lot of hands-on coupled with actual coursework that we're able to do from time to time. Also, we do have engineers on board. We have engineers to operate the ship itself, whether it's from the engine room to our communication systems, our sonar systems, things like that. We have chief engineer, first, second, third engineers, and then our fitters, and they pretty much run everything on the Falkor as far as, you know, from making the engines work to keeping the temperature good to keeping our coffee machine working. That's probably what they do the most of. And then also we have our network engineers who maintain our internet systems, our broadcasting systems, sonars, and things like that.
And then the subcrew has to work with scientists who, of course, can be a fickle bunch. And you know, a new group will come out on the ship all eager and excited to collect samples, and different personalities and different objectives and goals and ways of handling samples and doing things, and so the subcrew has to be responsive and very patient in many cases, and dealing with us and our idiosyncrasies and getting excited or anxious about getting or not getting a sample. And so it can be challenging for the ship's crew, not just the sub pilots, but you know, you can imagine. I know the ships at my institution at Scripps Oceanography, they'll often go to sea for years, and you know, not return to port for multiple years as they travel around the world, and ensure the crew gets a break, and they fly in and fly out, but they're on the ship for long periods of time, and you constantly are having changes in the science crew. And so that creates a huge amount of stress and workload for the ship's crew, dealing with a new group of scientists who have their 2 or maybe 3 weeks of ship time, and they're hoping to collect enough data that may last many, many years. You know, their grant proposals are based on collecting samples and getting data on these cruises, and which have been planned years in advance. And so the scientists tend to have a lot of energy when they get on the ship and are very anxious to get everything going, and frustrated if there are delays or things aren't working well, and the ship's crew are, oh no, here's another group, okay. All right, let's see how this goes. So anyway, lots of challenges for the people who work on these ships to deal with lots of personalities, and pretty amazing how friendly and cooperative everyone is.
But that's one of the things that we understand when we come out here, is that we do this every day, but this is a result of years of planning, years of paperwork and getting permits and setting up experiments and getting everything in place. And you only have this amount of time to actually get in the field, to get the data, to get the experiments, to put all that to use. And we understand how important that is for you guys. So it's important to us to help. So.
Yeah. So yeah, it makes it fun. Makes it a lot of fun when it all works and everyone's happy. Although when you're at sea, you never know, and things break and things go wrong, and you have to just be patient and
Ben runs out of cookies.
hope they can, you can deal with the situation. And then there's the weather, of course, which is always unpredictable. And I don't know what wind speeds for this ROV. You usually call it quits.
The wind would. It's more if the ship can stay on station safely. With this vessel in particular, it's quite a bit of a dance. I'm not sure exact numbers, but whether it's wind speeds or currents, or even just the sea state, which on the new ship won't be as much of a problem.
Yeah.
We're basically always pushing, our limits, because we want to support you guys, knowing very well that it takes you years to make this cruise. Planning for a year or two just to make this cruise. So we will try to make the dive if possible for you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, when we were using the Nautilus last year, they had, once it got above 25 knot winds, they started getting a little uncomfortable. And I don't know, they have a different system, right? Because the ROV's not tethered directly to the ship. It has a second ROV. So I don't know if that reduces the conditions they can work in, or makes it they can work in more.
Usually the TMS system, you can go and have your seas and bigger currents. The trade-off is that it's a touch less maneuverable, perhaps.
That's their system, or
yeah,
yours?
but no, with the TMS system, in certain situations, it can be a bit less maneuverable.
What's TMS?
Tether management system.
Okay.
So basically, you'll have the umbilical that goes from the ship to the secondary, the ROV. With the tether management system, it'll go to there, and then within that, you usually have a drum and the tether, and that's the excursion tether that the ROV is able to go from wherever the TMS
Right. Okay.
is.
So I don't know if people are getting that conversation. So the way the ROV works on the Falkor is it's tethered directly to the ship, and so
For the free flyer.
it's called a free flyer.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it's very critical that the ship stays right on position over the ROV. Otherwise, it would start yanking the vehicle and or dragging it into the bottom, or doing all kinds of bad things. And so positioning is really essential. There's another ship you may be familiar with, that's the Nautilus, and they have an ROV called the Hercules that they operate, and that's a different system where there are actually basically two ROVs. There's one that's tethered directly to the ship, and then the real ROV that does the sampling is then tethered to that ROV. And so that means if the ship pulls the first ROV up and down, it doesn't have such a big effect, because there's a very loose tether that the main ROV Hercules is flying around attached to. So it's different system. It's the ship positioning's not quite as critical in that sense, as I understand it. But I know it took longer to launch and recover because you have two vehicles as opposed to one to deal with. So interesting, different technologies to approach this. And then there are untethered vehicles. I don't know if there are untethered ROVs, remotely operated vehicles. The untethered are usually manned submersibles, and people are familiar with the Alvin.
Untethered ROVs, but they don't have the baud rate yet there's always delays.
Yeah, so real-time control and real-time camera, real-time visuals.
Because got it. Okay, that makes sense. So when there's no tether, then there's a pilot controlling it, so you don't have to worry about delay. Interesting. So if there's, not only is the tether holding the ROV, but all the communication, of course, is going through the tether, and that's fast. And so if there's no tether, then the communication has to go through the seawater, and that's a delay, and so that's a problem with that technology. Whereas you can have a manned, untethered submersible like the Alvin, and you don't have to worry about delay because the pilot's doing all the control. You just have to worry about running out of battery and other things.
Yeah. Or horrible crack in town.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Leaks. Running out of battery. Vessel collapse.
All right, so we're at 2,310 meters, and I think the bottom is 27. So
2761 is what our
got a little bit to go, but haven't really seen anything too spectacular on the way down. But hopefully that'll change when we get to the bottom. We'll be curious to see what's down here. We've got at least 4 different groups of scientists with different interests on this cruise, and one group of animals we're interested in, or a couple of groups of animals are sponges and soft corals, and we're interested in them because they tend to be a rich source of these things we call natural products, and we're interested in the possibility that these animals may produce different types of molecules that haven't been seen before. And so we're also interested in different types of mineral substrates, and we tend to see better examples of those on deeper dives. And so if you tuned in yesterday, you saw some amazing ferromanganese crusts covering the bottom, and at least the dives I've been on, we haven't seen crusts quite to that extent before, such that it was very difficult to even pick up a rock because everything was basically cemented to the bottom with these crusts. And when you
all crust.
yeah, it's incredible. And you try to pick them up, and they're relatively fragile and often would break. And so that created some challenges yesterday for collecting. We're trying to get intact rocks so we can study the biology associated with them. And so not exactly sure what we're going to see today on this dive. We haven't made a dive on this location before, and so this is called Little Joe Seamount, and it's going to be our deepest dive of the cruise. So excited to see what we're going to find. And there's a lot of styrofoam cups attached to the ROV because we were up last night painting them and doing other things. It's always kind of a tradition on these submersible dives to attach styrofoam cups, which come up about, depending on how deep you go, they can shrink considerably. And so,
Mannequin head.
yeah, someone had a mannequin head. That was yesterday, or Greg. Yeah, that looked really great. Yeah, so some of the fun things we get to do out here, create some souvenirs. I made. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say it. They're listening, but I made one for everyone in my lab when we get back for a souvenir. So we'll see how they come out.
Did that rock make it up? Big rock?
Yeah, Borch
How was
rock
it?
was great. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we chiseled off a lot of the crust. So we have some bulk sample to work on. Yeah.
Are you hoping to see a lot of those rocks down here?
Yeah.
Steep?
Yeah, I'm expecting that. But yeah, you don't know. Been really surprised how varied the bottom contour is. I know I know last year there was one area that looked like there had just been an earthquake, and all the rocks were very clean and looked like they had just been broken. Didn't have any crusts on them at all, because I guess there are a lot of fault lines out here. So if you actually dive around those, you know, there's a lot of movement in the rocks, and I mean it was really dramatic. You felt like you were visiting the scene of a natural disaster. It looked like all the rocks had just crumbled. It was pretty amazing.
Question: max depth on Sebastian is 4,500 meters.
4,500 meter max depth. And you've taken it that deep too, as I understand it.
Exactly
Yeah.
4,500.
Exactly 4,500, not a meter deeper. Of course not. And what limits it? Is the length of the tether, or is there something on the ROV
There are some
that's
components that 4,500 is probably the max that we feel comfortable putting it down.
Mm.
We do have more than 4,500 meters on the spool, because from time to time we have to cut it back and re-terminate, so we need extra so that we don't lose our full capabilities. But yeah, it's various different components on the ROV can go to different depths, and our lowest common, or lowest level one is 4,500 meters, so that's as far as we go.
And are there any methods to recover? Say the tether broke. Is there a way to release the ROV from the tether and drop some weights and come up? Or
If
Yeah.
if we do lose complete control, we are positively buoyant.
okay.
So in theory, we would float. And if assuming that we were still connected, well, I don't even like talking about this. What we would do is we would push the vessel forward slowly, and we would haul in on our winch and try to, hopefully the ROV would maintain its heading, but and it would slowly pull it up until we were to get it to surface, and then we would slowly bring it in and then just pull it into the dock.
So that's
again.
if you lost control.
Yeah, if we lost connection, if we severed the umbilical for any reason, then
Yeah.
again it would float up, and we have.
It could
beacons.
pull the cable up though. It depends how much cable was attached, right? Or
Yeah, it would depend on where it broke. If it broke,
is there a way to detach right from where it connects remotely?
no.
No. Okay.
In the original vehicles back in the 80s, there was a small explosive.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. But yeah.
Remotely.
Didn't a Japanese research group lose a deep diving ROV?
The Kinko.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. And they were diving at 37,000 feet.
Yeah, it was like a deep. It was the
Yeah.
first dive.
That was-
too.
First dive.
First dive. Yeah.
First dive, and that was
And
tethered,
last.
and the tether just broke.
Yep, they were about to touch down.
Wow.
Counting down, 30 meters. 20
No,
meters.
it just broke. Wow. Never to be seen again. Yeah.
You put something on 300, it's gonna come back. I don't care what it is.
whenever
No, no. Thanks, guys. That was fun. Learned
yeah.
a lot.
Did you have a nice meeting?
Yeah. Very short and sweet.
Same.
I had a meeting and breakfast all in 15 minutes.
Now go back to that? No, go back. HD3. It's just like this.
So the life is sparse.
HD3. Yeah, I don't care what you put on there. Just leave it. Put the winch on there.
picture.
Second. Yeah. Do we see the flat lunge on there?
No, it's not on there.
Curious. Curious.
This is what Eric sent me originally. And then he sent me some more specific coordinates, but they're in the vicinity. I guess what you could do is, look, we have it's just under like a 3.8 kilometer radius. So it's probably, that's the scale. So all the way out to here is probably,
Yeah, but
Hey Jason, to answer your question about the price of Sebastian, with research, development, build, and everything, I don't know the exact number, but somewhere between 6 to 10 million, I think, would be pretty accurate. But that's just a guess on my part, to be totally honest with you.
Now that we're getting close to the bottom, we can see the concentration of suspended particulates in the water is really picked up. This is kind of a bottom boundary layer that's always rich in food, and usually the marine life within 30 to 50 meters of the sea floor can be more abundant than through the much of the rest of the water column. And we're right on time. We thought we'd get to the bottom around 8 o'clock. Local. We're all excited because this is our deepest site. We don't know what we're going to find here.
All the best things.
What?
All the best things.
All the best things. Hopefully we're going to find some ferromanganese crusts on top of rocks.
There's lots of cool biology associated.
And lots of cool biology.
Sun returns and it's starting to make us gray.
Looking hard ground out there.
Looks
Yeah.
pretty flat, actually, at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty flat. See that in a second. Good day for fish course. want to do any kind of listing before a touchdown, or now we got a touchdown, but what we doing?
Joanna, any interest in Niskin here?
Yeah, let's do one.
Okay.
What would be the spot?
Sure, we'll do one.
It's a minute or two.
What's the sample number, guys? What are we on?
132.
This will be 132.
Yes.
We understand you have stuff to do
Okay.
now that you're here. I mean, to get ready, so.
We are actually in a good spot to do the distance right now. But
Okay.
Right now we're about 5 meters off the seabed. We'll stay up just to make sure we don't disrupt anything for the water collection.
So where you have the bottom in view, it looks pretty sandy
Yeah,
or
sandy.
sedimented and relatively flat. Can't do any coring because we didn't bring any push cores along.
How many do you want?
Just one. What, right, Joanna? You only
Yeah,
want
one is fine.
There you go.
2784. So we're actually a lot deeper than we thought we would be at our
Trees.
Yeah, it looks like it. We just verified turn the light off real fast. Let's see. Yep. All right. That's first board done.
That was this good one?
Yes.
sir.
Thank you.
All right. Let's find some real white balance on it real quick down here.
So we just did a white balance for the video.
Hopefully
That
that's
helps
nice.
adjust our color.
And we're here.
And here is is that a squid or an octopus? Oh no, it looks like an octopus, huh?
Spanish dancer is what we nicknamed it, but I don't know if that's the
Are you, should I operate the camera here?
No, I'm just gonna fly it.
Oh, that's cool.
Beautiful.
Actually caught one of these in a bio box.
Greg says this is a Nypniastes, so that's a sea cucumber, one of the sea cucumbers that moves between the seafloor and the water. It swims, but you often can find it settling down, maybe to eat something off the bottom. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Probably having its breakfast disturbed a bit by
A little
us.
bit, yeah. I like to think that I'm disrupting the water enough to give them more food.
Well, there's a positive outlook.
Yes. Silver lining. Alright, I think we got some good video. You happy with it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Are we at our original target site?
Yeah.
So we'd probably like to just make some tracks
Okay.
towards the waypoint.
So
Alright, we're on ROV start.
How far do you want to go? Please, 100 meter.
We want to find hard ground, so we
seriously?
just
Alright.
did our waypoints.
am I crazy? I just put in the launch coordinates and we're like completely off of Little Joe.
Is that true?
I don't know. We're at whatever.
We're
at
def
ROV
we're
start.
we're definitely deeper.
Can we zoom out of the map? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah, ROV start is right there.
Yeah, we want to just
All right. Let's see what we can find.
trek.
Move towards waypoint 1.
Roger that. All right. Let me get the ship going.
I mean, we may have a long sediment traverse. We'll
Rich,
see.
you have a new question?
Almost looks like there's pieces of kelp on the seafloor. Pieces of something, not too many rocks. There's some sea urchins. And the sea urchins are sitting on kelp, isn't that what you're seeing?
Yeah.
It's just gonna be harder. Substrate. Really good trim.
I'm not 100% sure this is kelp. But there's another Nypniastes, maybe. Some polychaetes swimming over the bottom. Okay, rocks.
There they are.
Here they are.
Looking very angular. Very different from yesterday.
So angular tends to mean basalt, correct?
Yeah. Fresher basalt.
So I'm wondering, Devin, you think this is rocky enough to do a transect?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
We've got a slope in front of us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You wanna measure
We-
out 100 meters for me then?
What would you guess this type of substrate is good?
Volcanic rock. It's got some crust on it. Thank you.
So tell us when we start,
Yep.
please.
You got 100 meters? All right.
So about a meter off the bottom, fixed angle, lasers on.
Make sure that.
What?
There you go. Okay,
Can you
so-
see him? Yeah, I see him.
All right. Lisa.
It's a different sea cucumber. Looks-
All right, and we will start. Ready?
Okay,
All right, ready to start?
start transect.
Start transect 1. Are the scale worms floating?
Yeah, there's a lot of worms in the water. I don't know if they're scale worms. They might be some nereids or something. Greg will want them probably, but we're on a transit. I mean, I don't think they're the sea mouse that we collected yesterday, though they could be.
Yeah, how do those
There's a sea mouse on the bottom left.
Oh, yeah,
just
there
come
it
up
is.
well? The sea mouse?
What?
Did it come up all right?
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it last night, but it did come up well.
Did what do you call those samples? Sand structures. Lisa, did they make it?
What?
Those
The
sand-
xenophyophores
yeah.
that you collected? Yeah, they came up great. They did. And they're pretty fragile.
You guys got an acorn worm as well yesterday, right?
Yeah. I think they might have got a couple acorn worms, I forget. That, I don't know what that long white tube against the rock is. It's interesting. Sea
That same
cucumber.
sea cucumber
From yesterday, maybe? It's interesting, the brown debris, I think it's decaying kelp, but maybe it's something else like decaying pyrosomes or some other. Although, no, it is kelp, you're right. There's fronds. Kelp is an important additional food source for deep sea animals. A lot of kelp washes into offshore and into deep water, and it's usually consumed pretty quickly, but there's a lot of interest in this part of the carbon cycle of kelp being farmed in shallow water and then being deposited into the deep sea to get it out of circulation and as a way to capture CO2 out of the atmosphere. So This is the natural analog, kelp falling into the deep. What would you say the slope is here? Can you tell?
15 degrees.
It's getting bigger.
About 15?
Yeah,
It's getting steeper.
it's getting steeper.
Unfortunately, my favorite HG2 camera did not like this depth, so I can't give you a more down for perspective.
The rocks look quite different from yesterday. They're not as dark and they're more angular. So, see. So Greg, the polychaetes that we're seeing floating, swimma worms, Greg says.
Women?
Yeah. SWIMA. Type that in. They're a common, I don't know if they're the same ones that release fluorescent green bombs. I know some do.
Is that an ARF? Is that a...
Swimma is a polychaete.
No, is that...
Oh, right in front of us. That's a hermit crab, it looks like. Yeah.
Yep.
Anomura is the group. At least it used to be.
What is that the top line? Just out of
This is the most kelp pieces. They're everywhere.
Yeah,
The
it's
most
really
we've
interesting.
seen.
We're pretty far offshore. We're still.
I mean, there must be a shallow enough area here that there's some nearby kelp production. But it wouldn't be at the top of Little Joe because as far as we know, the top is about 2,000 meters, which is far too deep for kelp to grow. It needs light.
Why do you think there aren't more like sea urchins or anything on the kelp wall?
I do not know. I think we're deeper than the depth of Strongylus and Trotus fragilis, the pink urchin, which loves to eat fallen kelp in deep water. I don't think they go this deep. I'm impressed with the number of swimma worms, though. Hopefully there'll be a few at the end of the transect. We can collect them if Greg wishes.
On the water.
Yeah,
Greg would want-
bomber.
So if you did a bunch of them in,
Yeah, Greg wants those guys.
he's just gonna have to suffer through
He
it.
has to wait till we're done with the
Yeah, we're
transect.
transecting.
We
Yeah.
are. But we can come back, get them if we need to. What does this look like?
That's weird.
This is like a debris field, like something died, Kira? No. Just passed it.
Sorry.
What?
No,
We're on
don't
a
be
transect.
sorry, we're on a transect.
More crinoids?
What's that? Is that a little urchin?
Sea urchin, yep.
If you see something, we could put a marker on it and come back to it.
Thank you. I bet we'll keep seeing it. It should be pretty consistent for a while. So to give a little update on the geologic context as we're flying over today, yesterday we were a little bit further in the borderland, and we were actually on an old piece of continental crust at the Patton Escarpment, and today we've come back a little bit further west and south, and we're on Little Joe Seamount, which is a volcanic seamount on the Pacific Plate. So we're actually on a totally different tectonic plate today, even though we're not far away. That's what makes this region so exciting, is the intersection of multiple plates causing this really rugged topography. So today, instead of, we pulled up yesterday. Yeah, you can see that amazingly straight rock. That could be a slab of igneous rocks, or igneous is another term for volcanic. So we're basically looking at an old underwater volcano. And they have done some work here before in terms of the geology, and this seamount should be between 11 and 15 million years old. There's still some work to be done to determine its exact age, and it's unclear also how long volcanism has been continuing throughout geologic history here, so maybe we can help answer some of those questions with the ferromanganese-coated basalts that we collect here today. So the good news to the ROV pilots is these rocks will not be as crumbly as yesterday, so if we see ones we like, they should be much easier and quicker to grab.
I want that slab.
Yeah. I hope for the slab as well.
That was way too straight.
Yeah, it looked like a table someone just dropped down.
Yeah. You needed a table for your rock saw, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
good.
So pick up that slab.
Carnoids. To see. I'm just hoping we still get some. I mean, we're still seeing swim-us, which is good.
What's that? Oh, Jason from Michigan asked how much Sebastian cost, and we told him that R&D, build out, and everything, $6 and $10 million.
How much?
$6 and $10 million.
Oh my gosh.
They let us do it, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, it's getting stupid.
So all the kelp debris is really interesting, especially the fact that it's not been consumed already.
Yeah, there must be maybe a current system that's bringing kelp out to this and supplying Little Joe quite often.
Next mom is on. She said nice line.
What's that?
Next mom is on. She said nice line.
Oh, Gar, thank you.
So next mom likes your skills. Your mom likes my skills.
Yeah, but I bet Nick's mom likes him, so there's that.
Your mother loves you.
I said that didn't say she loved me.
I think it's so cool that your moms want to watch.
My mom doesn't want to, but I quiz her to make sure she does.
And that she can watch. How many moms get to watch their children at work?
Especially half there.
And our children get to watch the same one.
That's true too. My son was on yesterday on the YouTube chat.
That's awesome. You ready to go?
He's the one who said we need geology puns.
The oxygen came up all today.
Yeah.
How much longer on
Alright,
the transfer?
$25.
Chico's gonna try to shock me.
You gonna try what?
He wants to shock me.
Easy to do, look around here.
We're not seeing so many swimmers. I wonder if Greg will want to go back and get them.
Another hermit crab.
And just to clarify for some of the YouTubers putting in great comments, yeah, so they asked if this would be considered an extinct volcano. And there has been no evidence of really recent, within the past, hundreds of years, any volcanism on Little Joe. So yes, you could think of it as an extinct volcano. Or an inactive volcano is another word that we use for seamounts and volcanic features in the ocean. And yeah, as we go over these rocks, you'll also see these kind of radial wagon wheel looking features, and those are big exposed pockets of lava that sort of, when they cool in seawater, you can get these big radial looking stack, kind of, if you can imagine sort of like a bubble opening, and that's why we get on these volcanic seamounts.
So Greg is interested in us finding a sea pig, Scotoplanes, so be on the lookout for those. Sea pig. I'm intrigued by these big white tubes that are often at the bases of the rock. They look like they're as thick as a finger. I'd like to check out what they are. See, there's one.
Yeah, I've been seeing them. They're really huge.
They're huge. There's another one. Probably a polychaete, but when we stop, we can zoom in on. Take a look. So what's the likelihood that these rocks would have a very thin ferromanganese patina?
They've been sitting here long enough. They should have. I mean, we can see some botryoidal textures, not as lobey and kind of rounded as on this pattern yesterday. But these have been here for millions of years and should have some accumulation of ferromanganese on them. So when we look for rocks, we zoom in and look for those textures. But I think we're definitely bound to get some ferromanganese crusts today.
Greg, do you know what those thick white tubes near the bases of the rocks are? We pass them every so often. They tend to grow horizontally, parallel to the seafloor, attached to the rock. Now he's curious as well, so we'll try to find some of those.
Oh, there's a big.
Sea cucumber. Yep.
That's a long one.
Yeah. 20, maybe 25 centimeters long. Still see kelp draped around. I mean, I think what we'd like to do once we're done with the transit, we can zoom in on the kelp and see if there's any dorvaleid worms or other kinds of polychaetes hovering around the kelp, or even the swimmas. Some crinoid.
That's not Panicia, is it? It doesn't really look like it.
Greg, do we know if that's a Panicia holothurian or something else? The pink one? What we're not seeing is, well, there are brittle stars here, but we are not seeing the numbers we saw yesterday.
Yeah. Seems like maybe they like it a little shallower.
And maybe too much sediment.
And we are just coming up on our
And that's end of transit?
Is it now or?
yeah.
Alright, end of
Can I
transit.
take one?
Alright, well, this kelp right here. On the left.
Sure.
Did my pen get stolen yesterday?
27
You
meters. I think we're,
Trying to remember rock.
no, I think we're in interested in checking out the kelp and the white tube, the thick white tubes that are on the rocks. So we'll have to. If we can just take a look at this. You'll tell me when I can zoom. I don't think I have control. Or is this not it?
Hold on, see if either one of us do. Try it again.
No.
I wonder if.
This is the
Yeah, that's the correct
console.
one. Yeah. Let me see if it got unplugged because they were having issues with that controller yesterday. So see if they mess with it. Then make sure we don't fly away.
Yep.
But we'll find out.
It was unplugged.
It is. I think it might be.
You want a light?
No. There's a plug dangling here, so let it trace this one back.
See the
Okay.
big white tube.
I have this.
Want me to hold it?
Well, no, gotta figure out where it goes.
Where it goes? We're just trying to,
Ben, why don't you just focus in on that kelp real quick so they can look at it long ago?
trying to fix the zoom controls for the 4K camera. There we go.
Is that a little shrimp right here? Alright, I think it might be it. Let's start with this.
I'm gonna try, Chris. Nope.
Oh, the light came on.
Try it now. Try yours.
There you go, Chris.
Yeah,
He has
we are
it.
trying. Yeah,
He's
it's
got
work-
it.
Alright.
There's a couple little words. Oh, is that a little polycule?
It's a crustacean, maybe an amphipod,
Oh, an amphipod.
or an isopod. Might be an
It's
isopod.
unplugged.
Yeah. My guess is that they were trying to see if they had any kind of better control with that upload.
So what we're looking at now is decayed kelp sitting on the seafloor. It's potentially an important food source for animals down here. And in the past, we've seen swarms of dorvalated polychaetes or swarms of amphipods over kelp. Right now, I think we might be looking at an isopod crawling. But I'm not seeing too many polychaetes. There's some big worm tube there. All right, I'm hearing Synallactes. Sea cucumber is Synallactes, the pink one that you asked about, Devin, whether it was Pannychia. Okay, next question, Greg. Are you interested in a slurp here, or should we move forward? Take a look at the white tubes, the big white tubes against the rock. There's one right
Yep.
up there. No thanks on the slurp, so let's see if can I.
You can zoom in if you can close enough. If not, I can move up for you.
We'll take a look at this white tube and see if we can see what it might be. Whoop, the other way. Oh. Fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen this be quite the same before. Zoom. Now I'm all the way zoomed in.
Let me get you a little closer.
What?
Get you a little closer.
Sure, although I don't know that we'll see the animal that made him.
Okay.
I think we're probably as close as we need to be to see what's here. If there was somebody sticking out one end, that would be helpful. But we can try looking at another. Greg said the vertical tube to the right has an infrared.
Right there at the very edge. On the side of that rock. Yep, right there in the middle.
Yeah. This one? I'm not sure if this is the tube he's looking at. There's a whole set of tubes at the base of this rock. Does anybody see a worm sticking out?
Greg is saying
Not that rock. All right. Okay.
Some nice buttress on some nice grass.
Not sure which rock. See any vertical tubes with a worm sticking out? Zoom out and go right. All right. Zoom out. Zoom all the way out. There we go. Probably the one with the lasers on it right now.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
This is a potentially an infrared tube. Are we on autofocus?
We are, yes. There you go.
It's manual now?
It is.
Okay. We'll just see.
I'll let you control the iris. Nice.
I think I'm as zoomed in as I can be. So infrared polychaetes are very common in the deep sea all around the world. We find them in super high densities in some environments, like methane seeps and whale falls. Usually they have a couple of big tentacles and then the branchiae sticking out from the head. Those are the little smaller tentacles that you can see are actually branchiae for breathing. Okay, we will. Did you want to collect this, Greg? Or can we keep moving? He says. Okay. Let's keep heading to our next waypoint, please. I'll soon move. Bye-bye.
Facebook's been asking to get nice to have a split screen with a
What's that?
Someone's asking
They don't need to see
That's
us.
how we lose viewers.
Our YouTubers are giving us a weather report. Wormy with a chance of kelp.
Great, do you have any position?
I would say it's rocky with a chance of worms.
Yeah, true. Oh, that's what I was trying to look at.
So would you call this a talus slope?
Yeah, it definitely looks like a lot of detached volcanic rock that's seamounts undergo a process called mass wasting, which is basically when debris flows down slope due to tectonic activity or just general effects of gravity. You can have things just like when you're going hiking on a mountain and you come across places with lots of intact rock, and then you come across scree fields and rock falls, and that same process can happen in the deep ocean. So whenever we're going up slopes, it's always exciting to find out whether or not we're in a debris field of downslope material or whether we'll be in attached rock. But as we saw yesterday, a lot of times what meets the eye is not exactly the case. A lot of these rocks could also be just jagged outcrops of a continuous feature below. Of course, these are pretty big. Starting to see some new biology here, large urchin.
Maybe a dead sponge stalk with some animals. Asteroids. Crinoids. Couple of sea stars, yeah. Not only are there kelp fronds decaying down here, but I see pieces of seagrass. So there must be some circulation pathway bringing all of this here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what it would be. A gyre, something like that. We're quite a ways offshore, so I'm guessing the origin of kelp is not the mainland, but some other shallower source. Another pink cucumber of the sort we saw yesterday. Maybe that was the Anipniastes. Can't tell when it's on the bottom.
Yeah.
Crinoids, stalkless crinoids are here. Where's the fish? You have to wonder if it's the sea cucumbers keeping the rock so clean. They're always sitting on the rock and they're like vacuum cleaners. They'll suck up all the sediments. Looks like a large, no? Crinoid. If you see any of those thick white tubes, let us know. We're still trying to find out who's inside there. Oh, here's a couple.
Yeah, here's some.
Could we take a look at these? Could we take a look at these two white tubes? Oh. Tell me when I can zoom. Okay. Let's see. That's just lengthwise. It looks like they're maybe 20 centimeters long, something like that. Put it up. I wonder if do we want a rock?
We can, yeah.
Do you have an interest in these rocks? Oh, Greg suggested slurping. Greg, what do you think about trying to break open the tube and see if there's somebody in there before we slurp? We just lost Chris. What? That you're the. Could we try to nudge that tube and see if
It's fragile.
Well, what we want to do is see who's inside. We'll see if anybody comes out, maybe. Does look a little bit broken already. Shall I back out a bit?
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm just gonna nudge the edge, right?
Sure. We'll just see if it might break off, but that would be okay if it. Just curious about who it is.
Look at that gentle ROV work. Nice job.
It's quite a tube, really thick, with a small burrow hole in the middle.
Yeah, the central cavity is not that big. But we can collect the rock. It does look.
Yeah, does this rock look like it's... I'm not seeing the lasers. Let me back out in a second just to see how big it is. Looks... It's fine. Can we collect
That
this
one or
rock?
the one above it is fine.
This one?
Whichever one you like, man.
The one under your manip?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. If that one's loose. I was thinking the one above it might be easier to grab, but
The one right.
Oh, it's a small one. This small one.
no, the
Oh,
one
wait,
with the
the,
tubes
the
on
one
it.
with the tube on it.
Yeah. I'll take the smaller ones.
It's solid,
Solid as a rock.
not going anywhere. Okay. Then let's take a slurp. Greg would like a slurp from here.
Oh, the rocks are stuck.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, we thought these were gonna be just a talus pile, but we're actually seeing.
They're encrusted
Yeah.
together.
Or, I mean, it's just these volcanic flows are bumpy.
So we're being asked, if that worm is making its tube out of wastes like the xenophyophore. Probably not, but whatever that worm is, it's collected a specific particle type, maybe a specific particle density, to make these white tubes. Wouldn't be surprised if they're made out of forams.
What
the sediments, and you could see if you could get that tube
A
up.
little bit? Okay.
Greg said the tube goes down into the sediment, and that's likely where the worm is, but I don't see where it goes in the sediment.
Yeah.
We'll take the surfaces of the rocks to, not just that tube, but anything all around, and in the surfaces of the sand. This is sample SCB-133. Is that correct?
This one, this
Yeah, just anywhere around here. We're just gonna take a look at what the
one's surface, right?
yeah.
Is this going to jar 1?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
You can tell a lot about the region by the sediments. This is clearly a very productive, which means there's a lot of biological activity in the surface waters. So we're seeing, we called it sand, but it's not really sand like on a beach. It's not a lot of silica minerals. It's more a lot of carbonate, which is usually the shells or tests
Can I
of
move it?
different plankton that have bloomed at the surface and then died and sank here, and that's what we're collecting. So sediments can hold lots of animals.
You can go over the tops of the rocks too.
As
Some
well
of them,
as,
since we're not going to collect these
lots
rocks.
of information about the biological history here, and we see lots of little fluffy bits. That's organic matter. That's the remnants of dead animals and their poop that falls down to the seafloor and feeds everybody down here. So we're getting lots of clues about the setting of this seamount. Even though it's offshore, there's plenty of biological activity at the surface that's fallen here, and we're collecting it with our slurp now.
Yeah, there's a lot of sediment cover on top of these rocks, and this makes for a mixed substrate. Means lots of different kinds of animals can inhabit this. The ones that like sand and the ones that like rock.
Yeah.
Actually, if we can get a piece of kelp too, that would be helpful. I would like to have that.
This one.
Sure, any of them. If it's not clear that that's loose. That's part of the rock, actually.
Yeah.
Never mind, that's not
Yeah,
kelp.
it's scraped off of.
So the animal tube to the left, see if you can get that, the littler tube. Just, yeah, right there. I'd have to scrape it off the rock.
And Greg's saying more left.
More left. All right. Let's see what is.
That one?
Yes, I think he's looking at that. Oh, before you go there, somebody's sticking out of it. Let me just zoom in and so we can take a look. Okay. All right. So now we see tentacles. There aren't a very large number of them. Greg, do you think it's an amphoretid? What do you think it is? Okay, let's just film this for 10 seconds so we can get it.
So he thinks it's a terabellid?
No. Terabellids have really large numbers of tentacles, but this looks sort of like an amphoretid, but it could be, I don't know, an onuphid or some other thing. It's probably a polychaete. Oh, left it is a terabellid. Okay, Greg does think it's a terabellid. I feel like the tentacles are short. And there's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 or 8. Could be an amphoretid. That's my vote. You want to try to get it, Ben? Do you think you can?
It's possible.
Same jar?
What I would do is I would scrape it off with,
First.
First, and then I'll suction it.
Okay.
So, because if I suction it now, it's just gonna
Yep.
pick up a lot of debris. So we might, I don't know if you want to put that in a different jar.
Nah, I think it's okay to put it in the same jar.
Suction's off. Never mind.
So you're definitely among the bigger of the worms that we see down here.
No, suction's off.
This would be a polychaete worm. They're in the phylum Annelida.
I can't see what.
Josephine Stiller is thinking maybe it's a trichobranchid, which is another group of polychaete worms related to terabellids. Oh, in it goes. Oop, okay, it just went back. We saw it retract into that left side of the tube.
To suction it.
Well, it's in the left side now. You know, the part way under the rock. We can. I think you can try to suction it. I think if the tube falls to the seafloor, then maybe the worm will go scurrying away. I really don't know, but we can try. I think we'd. I think we'll not want to spend too long on this worm.
But
Yeah,
Greg was
this,
excited to see some cool stuff at this depth. So.
yeah, but this is, we have to keep in mind, this is a short dive, so we have to leave the bottom in 6 hours, so
Yeah.
we'll have to be efficient if we want rocks and animals.
We can try to grab a rock while we're here. Something here must be like that one with all the worm tubes maybe is below the slurp now. One of those might be loose.
Yep.
Suction off.
And Greg's seeing that little scale worm on the rock to the left.
I don't know if you can get him. He's
Yeah, that's okay.
retracted so far.
It's okay.
Is it possible you think they get that scale worm just to the left?
The little white guy?
Yeah.
Me, what's that?
The little white round.
Yeah.
Stand by, babe.
Let's try to grab a rock while we're here. What do you think?
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, get you a little closer.
I'm gonna need to not operate
Go
the
in the same
camera
jar?
while they, yes, yeah. Everything here can be. Doesn't really want to go anywhere.
Okay, I think try to portion a little bit more so you get touch closer. If not, I can do it as well. That's all I got, so.
I want to make sure we get a rock that didn't get disturbed, though.
Well, you're pretty stretched on your thing, so I don't know
just take a good photo.
Yeah, it's scraping them up. It's too small.
Alright.
Okay, I'm just gonna zoom in on the worm. That's what we were. The other focus.
Didn't seem too disturbed by the slurping activity.
I don't know. I
just
think
about.
we made it lose a few scales. It's hard to tell.
I don't know.
So this is a scale worm. We're looking at potentially a polynoid polychaete, although there are other groups of scale worms called scale worms because of these amazing plate-like scales on their back. This is a white one. Usually they're a little pinkish. Okay. I would say, I think we're good with the slurp, and we'd like to nudge a few rocks here and see if any of them are loose enough to pick up. Joanna, I assume you're not seeing anything you can use here yet. Sorry?
It's okay. We'll look at somewhere else then.
We'll have to, trek.
Any of the ones below?
Oh, is that a swimmer? Now that we've put the slurp away? Oh, well.
Alright. Yeah,
So any of the rocks that we haven't slurped on top of are disturbed, that are small enough? Do they all look pretty solid?
Any of the smaller ones
Down.
closer to us?
Any of these? I think they look like they could all be attached.
Yeah. I was hoping that one sticking up.
This one, right here? No. Ooh, they're friable.
There's crust on there.
That means there's crust. But it also means that they're not loose.
Okay. We'll be
Nope.
back to
All right,
the
we'll move
advanced
on.
one.
Yeah, I think they're pretty solid in there.
All right, good to know. We'll really need to look for something that looks broken.
Or break them ourselves.
It's hard to break with basalt.
Like that one frame would make off right there. You wanna try to break that?
What?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Under the lasers?
To the right of the laser.
This ledge.
Above it.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Right here?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Can give it a try. That is a funny ledge. Don't want to get in their way here.
The one that's dangling there. Perched up. Asking me, it's just like you're breaking it too, kind of about it.
Look at that swimming kelp.
Yeah, try to get some, or off the seat of the back. It's a lot of look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this still basalt?
Yes.
Ooh, something happened. Big.
Oh, maybe it's huge.
The one.
Above it is free.
How big is this one?
That's collectible.
It's a great size
That
rock.
that's a good
And
rock,
You kept it right up.
and it's perfectly upright.
Alright.
Should we zoom in and take a picture of it?
So yours.
All right, let's put you a little over to the center, a little down, zoom in, zoom. Ooh, that's too much. No, I'll do the focus, it's alright, I'm just trying to get it to the right, see which way to go. Maybe I do want autofocus, this is not doing too much here.
It's just slow. There you go.
Okay, what can we say about this rock, Kira?
Oh, it definitely looks like a ferromanganese crust on like leaf basalt, but I can't see the substrate, so looks great. Hopefully some little critters on there for y'all to count.
So we gotta open a bio box. So any of the back ones? D or C? We're hearing that Kira's mic is not very audible. I think that's because there's only one mic. Should we sit it in the middle? That will help. It's like I want to just push it over for you. So now they're illustrating the advantage of having two manipulators on the ROV, one to open the bio box and another to hold and place the rocks.
Yeah, it's impressive. Multi-operation.
You're headed for green 3. SCB 134. Does that sound right? Wondering whether we should get a second one while we're here with a open box.
We can.
So that was SCB 134.
Efficiency wise, it might, well, let's see, you have to close the lid to be able to reach out and get another rock.
Well, also makes it, we got pretty good stick camera. If you want another one from there, give it a try.
I'm thinking time wise and efficiency would be good to get a second one here. If we can reach something, can I zoom in
Yeah,
and
you
look ahead?
Should I go poking around real quick?
They're not loose.
Give us the
Worries.
loose ones. They told us whatever we said, we might find data.
That's not one we knocked over, right? Oh, well, there's a bunch of loose ones, but.
Those are all those snaps. Any preference, just grab one and then have a look at it?
Well,
Or
I can't see what you're gonna, I'm not seeing what you're gonna grab.
it's
Oh my gosh.
Definitely loose now.
That's huge.
As far as size, on top of that.
Big.
Oh my.
Is that gonna fit?
Probably not.
Each one of them.
I think so.
I can't imagine that's gonna fit inside our.
If it does, it'll be close, but it might actually, that just might fit, if that's something.
Is there a way to put the lasers on it and tell, or not really?
Yeah.
What do you think? Maybe sideways.
Maybe at an angle, I might be able to get in.
Lasers are on it now.
I think it'll fit.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
about-
It'll
Well, can we get a close up before we put it in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's about 18.
Let me get out of my desk, I'll bring it on close to you.
Alright.
Just have a look down the side.
So what's on the inside of this rock, Kira, that's light tan? Carbonates or?
Shouldn't be carbonates.
mud,
It's probably some
sedimentary?
sediment that has gotten stuck in between all the different lobes. This is likely a lot of ferromanganese crust, probably some basalt breccia on the inside.
Okay.
Not at all.
Looks cool.
Trying to make it fit.
Yep. I think it will.
Yeah.
It looks like it's only maybe
Are you happy
15
with the
centimeters across.
photos that we have?
Yes.
It does look broken off, doesn't it?
Oh, that he just broke it. Yeah.
So we're going in for red. Ooh, I hope it's not too tall.
Material lowers, I'll see if they're able to sit. Out.
Or too wide. We'll see. Yay! Fit! Amazing. Thank you.
So it's SCD-135 Rock 2. Red 4, yes.
Nice collection. We've created quite the sediment storm here.
It's okay. I got something.
Two good rocks.
And I think for us, we'll probably, like, we can wait on our Niskin. We've kicked up a lot of sediment and we can use it from anywhere on the dive, probably.
Yeah.
Can we look around if there was a sponge, that white thing on the right of the rock?
Okay. We want to look for a sponge. I
Yeah, there
think she's
was-
looking
I
at
think
this.
I saw something. If we could
Right
just,
here?
Like, yes, right here. Just next to that rock.
A second.
But can we have a look first? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna open this up and have it ready to go.
Okay.
Well, even if we don't sample here, it'll be ready for the blood.
Perfect. It was like half a meter to the right of where you took the rock.
Can I?
Kind of white. Probably that right up to that.
Is this it or not?
Is it that? Yeah, okay, then
This
that's
thing?
the wrong one. Sorry about that.
That's not what you wanted?
That's what I thought it is, but it's not. it's not a sponge, so I'm okay. I just wanted to check.
So we move. Yeah?
We can move, thank you.
You alright?
Yes.
Are we packed up enough?
I'm gonna ask if you want to put the on now. You want to put one in that box or pull it out?
Let's go with that. That one's folded down. It's the starboard one that's really trouble.
Is that where we broke the rock, Kira? Where
I think so.
The rock was, there was a lot of really good now.
Oh, there's a swimming. Is that a cute
Oh,
one?
oh, there's an Nympniastes and a swimmer worm, maybe also. Shall we zoom? Shall I zoom in and watch it swim for a second? Not very well focused. It's okay. It's okay. We can go. I think we're going to see a lot of them.
The second till we lose it in dust anyway.
Yeah, this is. It's been a while since we've created dust storms. We haven't been in fine sediments
Yeah.
too much this cruise.
Yeah, it's interesting. It
So-
looks like a mix of fine and coarse carbonates. It's very white.
The white comes from the tests of pelagic foraminifera, right?
Mm-hmm.
That fall down and
Yeah,
form the sediment
that's-
here.
I was doing that transect. I was pining away for PhD or something.
Do you call it tests?
When I was doing that transect.
Yeah, tests.
Pining away for
That's what you call the
Their
shell
house,
that
the
like
shell.
coccolithophores make.
So, have we come to our first waypoint and passed it already? Or is this our first waypoint?
First waypoint.
We have not made it to waypoint one yet.
Right there. We have a ways to go.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering about whether to do a transect or save them for different terrain.
Yeah, we definitely can cruise a bit. See if we see anything.
Not too much out here.
Well, yeah, we're at the bottom of.
Megafauna-wise.
Yeah.
We need to make tracks and get up onto the steeper. I'm not sure it'll change,
Good.
but
I mean, yeah, for the larger fauna, they need a stable place to live, and so if there's some debris flows here, it could be preventing things from settling.
I think both the sediments and the stability are an issue.
This is the mankiest one I can find. It's looking pretty immaculate. Okay.
I'm going to tell the people that the ROV is controlled by fibers. We have 5 fibers.
Can you tell him? You're the expert.
Yeah, you have the microphone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Well. Can yell.
We use 5 fibers to control the ROV. One for telemetry, one for the 4K camera and the SIT, and then another one for all of our HD cameras. And this, we have 2 spares for science.
Can we scroll back?
Yeah.
We can try that now. There's a mouse.
You want to scroll back to the chat? Is what it said?
It's okay. I just wanted to see what my son had to say. Here he is. The puns on this chat feed have really hit on the bottom.
Didn't
I did like 4 times during the month.
you love our other pilot, Adam? Adam's the king of the bad puns. He lives by those.
I don't know. I think this guy rocks.
Definitely.
As they all do. All the dives rock.
No, I'm not.
Try
back, we launched, and then I think we maybe have 15, 20 meters on it, then we lost it for about.
I was noticing yesterday when I was doing the call, these were going out, like couples coming through.
But it happened like before the shallow portion of the
Rocks and
so it's been
Would these rocks?
Well, they've been telling us about their life at
Morning,
the base
Cody.
of a small volcano.
Just tracking
What
it.
it's been like to come from magma deep below the seafloor and cool and fall on the flank of this seamount. If you're just joining us today, we're at Little Joe Seamount, which is on the Pacific Plate just outside of the borderland. It's one of our southernmost sites that we're visiting.
No.
It's about 11 to 15 million years old. There's been some dating of the basalt rocks here to try to figure out how old it is, and there's some conflicting data and still some more data needed. It can be difficult to date volcanic rocks depending on their composition and how fresh of a sample you can get. After basalts have been sitting on the seafloor for many millions of years, they can start to alter their composition, especially if they have a lot of vesicles and seawater is able to penetrate. And so we might be sharing some of the rocks that we get here once we look at the crust and the associated animals. We'd be happy to have any folks interested in the volcanic rocks who want to study them and learn more about the origins of the seamounts that we visit and the volcanic features inside the borderland. It's one of the great things about these deep sea adventures. We try to utilize all the samples we get for as many applications as possible. We have all the scientists on board the ship, and I think lots of the animals that we get will go into a benthic library collection, and the photographs will be and the data will be available to scientists all over the world for reference. And at the USGS, we try to make our rocks and all of the rock associated data available to the public.
The puns are still coming. Darren's talking about sedimental memories, and others are talking about taking the rocks on land for granted.
It's a real shame.
So, Devin, I'm wondering, I'm reluctant to do a transect because if we do that, it can't stop for things. But we should do a transect here, or just keep going.
I don't keep going. We can pick up the pace a little bit. So
Pick up the pace.
Okay.
The nice large star. So when you hear us online talking about waypoints, one of the things that Lisa does as chief scientist and us other co-leads try to help her make the decisions about where to dive, we use the bathymetric maps that some are from public data, and then last night we actually did some mapping with the Falkor to get some new bathymetric data to really be able to see these seafloor features, how deep they are, where we can find ridges, and we tend to shoot for features on these dives for steep slopes and ridges where there will be less sediments and where filter feeders like corals and sponges will be more likely to be found. And so we landed the ROV just a little bit beyond our waypoint today to be able to safely get the ROV down. And so we're moving towards our first waypoint, which is what we call the first point of interest along our dive track that the science team chose with our technicians here on board that do the mapping and help us communicate with the captain and the ROV pilots where we'd like to go and explore. It's one of the really fun and challenging parts of deep sea research is choosing our dive sites to make sure everybody on board gets their scientific objectives met and we keep the ship in a safe location based on the conditions.
We're in a bit of a crinoid field here. I've seen quite a few of them on the rocks. Now I don't see them, but while you were talking, we must have passed 10 or so crinoids.
There's still quite a bit of kelp
Stockless.
too.
Yeah, the kelp's still here. I think oh, look, there's one of those big tubes that looks like it's fallen into the sand. I'm surprised the kelp doesn't get eaten, but it does tell us that there really aren't a lot of sea urchins or herbivores out
Yeah.
here at this step. And perhaps the sea cucumbers don't make a beeline for the kelp. It might not be their preferred food. There's a bat star. Some more stalkless crinoids.
Is that
Oh, they're to the left. We have like a black coral, maybe small. Joanna, if you see anything you want, yell. We're not on transect. I'm just trying to make our way up relatively quickly today, since we have a deep dive at the bottom times a bit less than normal for us. And what we've discovered is oftentimes the most dense and lush megafauna are near the ridges, which we usually get to at the end of the dive.
acorn worm?
Where?
Bottom left?
Oh yeah, that was one of the.
Oh, what's that thing?
Maybe another tunicate right there?
Here's a stalk sponge, lollipop sponge. Let me.
That's fun.
Oh, they're flying.
Can I? We're still flying. So.
There's something. What's that? Crawling.
Hermit crab.
Stop.
Yes,
It's small, but
Is it of interest, Joanna? Or too small?
it's very small, right?
it's very small. It's probably you can look at. It's 10 centimeters long, maybe.
I see the lasers right
The crab is
The
very.
lasers are to the bottom of the screen. See?
now. No, let's leave this one, it's okay.
All right, we can keep going. But that was a good
Good.
catch. The acorn worm that we collected yesterday is here. That was
Mhm.
good to know. Let me zoom back out. So Michelle's saying she can't hear us, but the mic is right between Kira and I, so I'm not sure what else to do.
Can't hear you two or can't hear us two?
I think that was a while ago. I think we fixed it. Hopefully.
I'm also surprised there's no xenophyophores here
I
because
saw some earlier in the dive.
you did.
Yes, I noted it.
Okay, Michelle says she can hear us now.
However you want to.
Normally answers towards us.
We have scientists sitting in the library and on other parts of the ship trying to listen to the commentary while they watch the screens, the video imaging. The nice thing about this ship is you can be in your cabin, you can be in the galley eating, you can be in the library working and still see what everybody else is seeing.
Because in the mess, they cheer for the animals.
They do.
And so I figured they would cheer for the pilots. They don't for that.
Acorn worm.
Is this another one?
Mm-hmm.
Another acorn worm. I'm used to seeing them just poking out of a sedimented burrow, so it's really unusual to see them draped over the rocks like this. There's some shrimp.
What do you think those white stalks are on the right side of the screen?
I am not sure. Probably polychaete.
Oh,
too.
There's a sponge.
Oh, there's a sponge.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like this one? Okay.
Yes, I like this
This one
one.
down there.
Yeah, that one.
Set up.
Try to get a better,
Yes.
better angle here.
Shrimp just escaped.
Greg says the hemichordate we're seeing here is a different species than the one yesterday. It looked very similar, but you could zoom in. Think about where you'd like this sponge to go, Joanna.
Can we put it in a quiver?
Yep, I already got one open for you.
Perfect.
Should we zoom in and get a picture of it? Okay, let me just center it a little bit.
Oops, sorry.
What's that sticking out of the top?
With a little strip, maybe.
Maybe. Looks like it could be something else, but it's hard to tell.
Still lots of worms.
You guys got a picture?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in at the top and just take a look.
Joanna, do you want to come explain?
I think it's a
what you're gonna
ctenophore
do?
because you can see it's an upside down ctenophore. The tentacles normally hang down and they're hanging up. I don't know. Looks like a pelagic ctenophore that got stuck in the sponge, but I really don't know what it's doing there.
Spicules right there.
Greg says a benthic ctenophore.
It is a benthic. Okay. We'll come back, benthic ctenophore.
What's that?
We hope the ctenophore stays with it.
I will do my best.
Okay.
As if you can, you don't think you can control that.
So I would like to have again more or less the upper 3/4 if possible.
The upper three
So
quarters.
right when it turns, or the angle there.
Okay. Sorry. Is this
It
yours?
should be back. It is. But
You want to heat it?
just leave it there. I'll take it when I go down to lunch.
There's a worm down below it.
Yeah, is that a worm or a shrimp?
Inside there.
Alright, I'll go right here.
That's a worm.
Yeah.
Brown shrimp.
Somebody else pink in there.
Okay.
Beautiful.
I gotta scrape this one, so it's not even attached. Like that.
Oh, one little strip got out.
I just want to get it at the very
You say anything about the shrimp, you said team four.
No, you're doing great. I always assume the shrimp will fly out. Ace collection?
It's not in the, yeah. Thank you for your confidence.
So we gotta
Bunch of stuff up in there.
zoom in here.
Yep, let me get you that angle again.
Right.
You go and zoom in first. What kind of secrets are we holding?
Do I need to do the focus?
I got it.
Who's inside? Did we get a focus view in there?
He's
or-
working on it.
Oh. whole set of creatures, huh? Look at that.
And Greg would
And
love
a whole
close-up
little
on the-
ecosystem. And we're zoomed all the way in, I take it. Yeah?
Wow, super cool.
Greg would also love a focus on the ctenophora.
Are these
before we go.
ostracods? What are they? Almost looks like ostracods associated with the sponge. But maybe those are just ctenophores. Do we know what those are?
Which ones are you looking at?
Greg says
All of them.
amphipods.
They're all amphipods.
And then, oh, there it goes.
He's like, I'm out.
And then you want to look at the ctenophore, right?
Yes, please. Greg would like an in-place focus.
You're doing
Cool. Got a few grabs of that.
Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Put it in.
Are those all amphipods? They look strange, but maybe it's the angle. This looks like one of the species we collected previously, doesn't it?
Yes.
This is Quiver 16.
Quiver 16. Correct.
Is it 136?
136, yes.
16.
Kyla Pearson's on the chat, who is a grad student of Greg's, who joined us last year on this cruise and helped us do a lot of work last year. Good to see you, Kyla.
Hi, Kyla.
Those are excellent sponge collections. So we'll be using that to look at the associates, but also getting the microbiology and the microbes associated with the sponge. See if we can find any new chemical compounds.
Just getting ready.
Just getting ready for the
Next
next
one.
one.
So Greg is interested in having the acorn worm if we find it, since it's a different species than we collected yesterday. So if anybody sees one lying on top of the rocks, let us know.
What is the second one for?
The next thing we collect,
Oh,
whatever that may be. Otherwise, we can just continue. I'm surprised at how few fish there are here, but it must be because they don't have much to eat.
yeah. We're quite deep. For anybody just joining us, it's about
Is that a sea cucumber originally? It's not a.
It is a sea cucumber.
But out of depth, she works out of depth and
Let's
station.
see what's on the rock there. I don't know what that is.
I tried, yes. it does.
crab.
Maybe, oh yeah, hermit crab.
But when the conflict does come back,
Yeah.
the trade seals out, so it makes it seem as though the others are working with the time.
She said she still wants to hang log pile up, and then log pile up yesterday.
I feel like there's a lot of floating kelp blobs, semi-decayed, that maybe we're just
Yeah, it's interesting. Seems to be a lot of food flying around in the. And then when you see these large sort of radial structures in the rock, those are basalt pillows that have collapsed. So you can imagine the lava flowing. It creates these large bumps that geologists have lovingly named pillows. And when the pillows collapse, you'll be able to see that radial flow on the inside. So as we go over this volcanic surface of Little Joe Seamount.
Sponge.
Some stalked sponges, a few sea stars. This looks like a sediment flow from a slope collapse. Lots of material falling down slope. Looks like a large thing. Something there.
Oh. Possibly a sea cucumber, well camouflaged down there. Oh, here's a nice overhang.
Yeah, lots of botryoidal crust on this overhang.
Meaning that it's encrusted.
It's a botryoidal crust.
What do you mean? Haven't I been saying that word like 100 times? Oh.
Oh, a stalk. This is our first stalk crinoid of the morning.
I haven't been saying it. I've made it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow.
Can you scoot over just a little bit, please? Slide up in here.
It shouldn't drive.
Nice guy. So, sea cucumber?
I saw lots of photos in the Vancouver library of crinoids.
Wait, is that the?
Today's 31st?
No, it's
Oh no, today's the 30th.
I don't know. Is that the acorn worm in the center of that little sediment thing?
Right there?
Possibly. Could we
Yep.
take a look at
Yeah,
that?
coming down.
We may want to slurp this, I think. Yeah. Greg said the ears are longer, but maybe that's an Enypniastes. Sea pig. We want that one
You want the sea
then. That's
pig?
on our to catch
Sea pig is on
list.
the
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
So we can section that one. That'd be great.
Yeah, and for those in the chat asking about the black floating, that was a jelly that we passed a little while ago, small jellyfish.
Can I? You tell me when I
Yeah,
can
you
have the
find-
camera, and we'll.
Camera?
No, the other up. I'll never learn.
Up is down, down is
What?
up. Up is down, down is up.
I know. So this is called a sea pig. It's a sea cucumber in the genus Scotoplanes, I believe, and they're really cool. They're transparent. So what we're looking at is the gut, sediment-filled gut inside of the animal. They're almost neutrally buoyant, so whenever a ROV or some other current comes along, they get oh, Greg says it's Eulimidae.
Well,
Does
there's
that-
I think is the
or-
parasite. He's saying there's a parasitic
Parasite?
snail. Which is the
Okay.
ID for which?
Eulimidae is the parasite? Yep.
Okay.
Not seeing all the messages.
Okay, what jar are we going into? Two?
You get the sample?
Yep.
There's also a swimming crane one. You want one of those?
If you can get it, but the sea pig would be the priority.
Well, this one's swimming, so you want this crane one. Come on, so.
Yes or no, Lisa?
Yes, sure.
Don't know what
But-
jar I'm in.
There was also a swimmer that just went through.
Okay,
Just in a little
let's
zoo
get
here.
the sea pig before it decides to disappear. If the crinoid's not too
You don't
handy.
want it?
I don't want to chase it. No, we want the sea pig. Sorry. Maybe it'll come back down near us.
I don't know what jar it is.
Go ahead and index
That's two.
Two?
R2?
Is it two?
I see a 2.
I see three over there.
And two right there.
Yeah, go ahead and indicate right now. Come back.
Four.
Four.
Okay.
So go four, do it again.
Yeah.
Now you're on three and then two. And one more gets you to two.
Yeah.
We used jar 1.
Now we're on jar two.
Okay.
Section real low. Three.
Oh man,
Three lights.
I missed I forgot to log the sediment section.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Here, you can get my information. It's SCB 133 at 1551
Four lights.
at 2,700 meters.
At 15 what?
You're still
51
half away from it.
was the time.
Reaching half away from it.
And how many meters?
2,700. Oh, got it.
Stack four.
Where did this go to?
Jar 2.
Okay. You got
I'll have to index
And was
this
the
up better,
consensus
but
that was Scotoplanes?
the other direction? Super.
I think so. Yeah. CPIG is Scotoplanes.
anything else while we're right here?
Well, Greg would like a swimmer, which are those swimming worms, but does anybody see one?
I don't see one right now.
Let's just let me back out and see if there's anybody swimming around.
Yeah, sitting there happy. Well, not happy, but
Well, intact.
yeah.
That's the
There's a plan of it again.
the swimming one.
Section on.
Greg, how do you feel about the crinoid? Do we want it? The swimming crinoid?
I saw the swimmer worm. We gotta get one of those swimmer worms.
We only want the crinoid if it's easy and it doesn't take us out of the way, but we probably would have to chase it at this
Yeah.
point, right?
Yeah.
So let's just continue on our track.
You want to get in? Yeah. You want to I thought
That was.
Cody was relieved and then I just realized he's not here.
Alright,
What is this coming our way?
right.
I thought it's just like
Kelp,
Yeah,
kelp
just
debris.
debris.
This is
Yeah,
the
it's just-
first place I've seen kelp be part of the pelagic marine snow.
Yeah, it's just huge pieces.
Well, it's pretty degraded and it's pretty neutrally buoyant. It's unusual. Good morning. Welcome to the rock party. So the other thing is we have a request for the stalked crinoid, the yellow one attached to rocks. Yeah, and that we could collect the rock too if it appears. Seems like the sediment cover is getting thicker, doesn't it? On the rocks.
Not really, but it could be. I mean, there's more slides of sediment, so we're getting some cooling. There's a funny holy rock.
Is there, oh yeah.
Might be zoomed in.
I'm zoomed out,
Just look at the camera.
unless it's frozen.
That's far over there. Just don't use it. You can see the little guys.
So we're looking for a swimmer worm and the swimming polychaetes if anybody sees one, and a stalk crinoid, and always looking for sponges and corals. But
So acorn worm, swimming worm, stalked crinoid, and sponges. Is our current list of terms?
You got it.
And coral.
and yeah, the acorn worm.
Right here. But no, I don't see it. It's a little tiny guy right there. Is he swimming? Yeah, he is swimming. I guess. You ready to come on a section sample? Stand by.
Oh, that's a little one.
Is that a little simmer right there?
He's going after.
That's not an acorn worm, is it?
No, it's right down there by the rock.
That's the swimmer.
Ooh!
Well, get some sediment with it.
I don't know where he went.
Oh,
Oh, there he is. Right under.
oh my goodness. This is so exciting.
And hard to see.
On the right side. There's one right here.
Yeah, there's some random.
This is like a
carbon
video game,
rocks.
isn't it?
Yeah,
You know?
we saw it yesterday. I don't know why.
Step down right there. A little bit back on. And back up.
Did you catch it?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Do I have forward trims on this?
What's that?
I have forward trims.
You have a current pushing it.
Just feels like I'm
Constantly going.
constantly going forward.
Yeah, your tether's pulling you forward and towards the current. Like you don't see it.
You want me to move over so you can sit further?
I'm good. I lean in when people want to hear my
What is
blabbing
this?
about rocks.
Kind of rock that.
I know, it's like that
it's
carbonate we got
It's
yesterday.
yesterday's. It was a
This got
mud.
us yesterday.
Wasn't it a mudstone or something?
Yeah, the light colored sediment we saw was mud. It's probably, it could be kelp rafted debris. Sometimes on seamounts we have rocks delivered from other areas. In other regions of the global oceans it can be ice rafted debris, but I don't think that's a huge contributed, more likely to be kelp rafted debris here.
Could write a story about the lonely rock.
That's true.
Like the rainbow fish.
Some people actually love studying drop stones and random rocks from different locations to figure out where they might have come from.
Oh, there's another. You see it? I guess he's going after that one. Yeah, got it. I think. See if he shows up. Is this the same?
He just went in.
What
No,
jar
that-
number?
That was a different jar. I'll let you know what it is in just a second. Gonna have to-
Wait, did we count the other sample as a sample?
We did.
No, the other one wasn't a sample.
We have like a station.
Greg says thank you, J-Rod.
That was jar 3.
Okay.
But okay,
What's your question, Kurt?
you didn't. Did you just flush the sediment that you picked up when you
Yeah, we
tried
just
to
kept
grab
it-
it?
we just
okay.
kept it running, yeah.
Thank you. So that was the swimmer worm.
SCD-13H should be the
Uh,
one we got in jar 3.
Why
Yeah.
138? What was 137?
I'm not taking a look.
Let's go to Planes, right?
Yep, the sea pig.
Oh, I missed that one. Okay.
So 138 was a swimmer.
So the worm went in jar 4?
No, the worm went in jar 3.
With the sea pig?
No, the sea pig was jar 2.
Correct.
Then I really missed something. 2
Michelle?
was 136.
I got sediment in
2
one.
was 137.
Coral Quiver 16 was sample 136.
Got it.
Look at those botryoids on these big fat lava blobs.
Meaning crusts. Paramanganese crusts.
There's another swimmer.
I think.
Does he just need the one
I think another one would be good.
in the same jar?
Yeah. If it doesn't risk losing the first one.
Just landed right there in that patch of sand. Are the lasers on? Yep. It's in. So you see that brown piece of debris?
Yeah, that's
Look
floating up there.
northeast from that, so there's the rock to the northeast, relative there. And then that sand patch is in the lower left-hand corner of that sand patch, there just looks like a little pebble.
Right over here.
So it is kind of a different.
Yep, up forward a bit.
We went up like 4 meters.
To your left.
So it's a different depth.
I
Yeah.
see a guy sitting
I
there.
think we can write.
Way over there?
Right there,
I
straight
think we
down.
should save some
Oh,
slurp containers. So
Okay.
if it's the same worm and 4 meters difference in
Forward.
depth, it doesn't matter too much. What are you looking at?
There's one to the left. Zoom out.
We're still getting swimmers, right?
Yeah.
To my right.
Left. Left. Go left. Back left. And then there's one sitting right there. I don't know if that's swimming.
I'm telling you.
There you go. There's one on the rock, that great one.
It's right here.
I see that. Yeah. I don't know if that was a swimmer.
I'm telling you, that speck right there, I'm telling you, I watched him land. I never took my eye off him. And that thing right there is definitely was
There's a
definitely
snail. All right, but we should get the one on the rock that was to the left.
that. I'm telling you, it was swimming. It wasn't there. I
Well,
watched
but the thing is that the kelp swims too. There was a lot of debris in the water. Was it squiggling like that? Okay.
Just don't. We won't turn it on. The suction's on. Then we turn it off and you just poke it. Okay.
After you get that guy, can we suck the one up on the rock to the left?
Yeah, roger that. Let's go get this other one.
Just on this rock, right there. Don't know if it's the same worm. Can I zoom in and take a picture of it?
No, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
gonna land here real quick.
Okay. Look at this hanging stuff.
Yeah. Now we're in some more intact flows covered in crust.
Look at the botroids on that one.
Yeah.
Impressive. stay put. Or even
So
where
this
it
is going
is.
in that same jar?
Yeah. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Ooh, Botroid City.
Anything can sit on this edge to your face. Don't have such.
Can we zoom in on the worm or not?
If you can hold still, yeah. But what's more importantly, sampling it? or
All right,
video?
we'll sample it if we can't get an image of it. There it goes. Thank you.
Good.
Sorry, I think I was just in a weird position.
Well, the pillows are getting bigger and more botroidal. Even the botroids are getting bigger.
Yeah, that happens.
Does that mean something?
It means it's been sitting here for a long time.
There's a hermit crab with an anemone on the back. Some of the more mobile around here. There is a lot of sediment on here. That just means it's old. Huh?
Yeah, it's been accumulating slowly.
There's another swimming worm, if you wanna give it another try.
Oh, thank you. That stayed in jar 3.
Yep, so
All
that
of those
one-
were the same.
The two worms are in jar 3.
Yeah.
You want a third worm, let us know.
Okay, I think we should make some tracks, try to get to waypoint 1.
Roger
Should we transect over there?
All right, sure. We'll do it as a transect if you can measure out 100 meters. Please. This will be transect 2.
Transect 2, yeah.
Alright, ready for our transect.
Tell us when to start. We got our lasers on, yeah. Got our camera
Right.
fixed.
Cameras fixed. Good. Start transect.
Alright, starting transect 2. Something pink on the bottom right, Rock. I don't know if that's a sponge or like a sea pen.
Where?
We just passed it at the bottom of the screen now.
Well, Murphy's Law is we'll cover, once we start a transect, we'll find all sorts of
Yeah.
things.
Just like as soon as you leave the dinner table, your meal will come.
Like this stock thing in the center of the screen right here.
Well, it could be an Abestipluma. Could be, it looks like a, could be a sabellid. I saw some tentacles at the end. No, I don't think it's a sabellid.
I'm gonna get a quick
Look at these pillow lavas.
coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to refill mine?
Yeah, sure. What do you want me to
You'll
put?
have to dump out the
What do you want me to put in there?
lime block.
Okay. You guys good?
Not carrying it for a while.
These are big rocks.
They're big rocks. Don't pick one up.
I don't think take one of these home. Bunches. It'd be nice. Would you like one in your living room? Just like a conversation piece? Oh yeah, that looks like the carnivorous one, maybe. We have some stalkless crinoids. But boy, our I'm trying to remember the Hawaiian names, like Hohohihoi and stuff like that. For these, it's like you squeeze the salt out of a tube of toothpaste, right? And it comes in these forms.
Is it a sea urchin?
Yeah, looks like an urchin sitting
It's
on
the first one we've seen.
I thought we saw some at the base.
Oh, did we?
I recognize this urchin, but I don't know the name. I've seen it before.
Is it a kind of
It's-
thuridae?
What?
A kind of thuridae?
Is that urchin? It's the upright one that's almost triangular.
Yeah.
Well, this is an environment we probably could have cored actually in between. See some pretty mounds, meaning there might be some subsurface thalassinid shrimp or some large bivalves underneath. See the sediment mounds that we just passed? Oop, who's swimming by? Anemone. Oh, there's a potential. Oh, that was another Scotoplanes, actually, I think. Doesn't that look like somebody just squeezed that tube out of a tube of toothpaste? With the striations, there's some technical names for that, but our geologist has gone for coffee, so we don't have Sandy.
No, your mom was on. Yeah. Mom was on. While we were-
But the white mounds that we're seeing tells us there's some subsurface animals under there. They could be acorn worms actually, or echurans can do this also.
Giant boulders.
More tunicates.
Another swimmer. They're all over this seamount. There's a sea cucumber. Here you go. Thank you so much.
I'm still on transit.
Yep. I feel like we probably still have a ways to go. So there is a stock crinoid there, but we're on transect, so we're not going to stop and pull it. I would say there's 2 swimmer worms, 3, maybe 3. They have this place covered because we've had them since the very beginning of the dive. Several hours ago. I don't think I've ever seen so many in one place. I've seen them just randomly. Greg, what do swimmer eat?
I think I just saw Greg step out of the library.
Oh, well, he's not listening then. I'm gonna guess that they're carnivorous, that they chase down little
This actually looks like-
planktonic prey like copepods that live near the bottom or something, because otherwise why would they swim so fast?
Yeah, that's a good point. That actually looked like a giant collapsed basalt pillow. We just went over all of those.
What's the technical name for the pillow basalts that look like they've been squeezed out of a tube of toothpaste and have striations? Is that
Ooh.
pahoehoe, or is that something else?
Yeah, that could be the toothpaste pillows.
I mean, in general, the amount of small life forms on these rocks seems limited. You know, I'm not seeing little serpulid puffballs of sponges or serpulid polychaetes, or there's another Scotoplanes or stalkless crinoids. Crinoids are an ancient group. I think we're told 500 million years old. So they've been around a long time. You can find their bases in the fossil record quite frequently, embedded in rocks, old rocks.
Oh, cool.
So Greg, are you saying swimmer can settle on the seafloor and deposit feed?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
He says they have.
Look at all the crinoids. Must be a good spot.
Yeah.
Crinoids are very mobile, as everybody's seen, so they can swim around and find where they want to settle, and if something changes, they can swim to another place.
Hmm.
The stalkless ones. The stalked ones,
It's a big sea mouse in the left
oh, yep, an
Sorry.
aphroditid polychaete.
for the data loggers.
Did you catch that, sea mouse? We just passed one. Yeah, but the ones with stalks are have to really find a good spot
Yeah.
because
they're
they
stuck
stay there. They're stuck there.
And I thought California real estate was difficult.
Singing and comedy.
What is that? Chitin, almost, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Looks like a chitin on the rock. Oh, we saw one yesterday. Or Greg did. Somebody did.
Yeah. I'm doing multi-class.
So these rocks look like they are all jumbled up and loose, but what we found is that, in fact, most of them have become cemented to one another by ferromanganese crust, right? Is that what's holding them, or
I
do
actually
they?
don't think that the crust is cementing them down. I think that they are actually just blobby outcrops of the original igneous rock here. So it's just when this seamount formed, it didn't form in a smooth pavement of flow. It's knobby, blobby, to be very technical, volcanic morphology that we're seeing here.
So the absence of big corals and sponges here, for example, it wouldn't be oxygen. We're in a pretty highly oxygenated area with more than 100 micromoles. It's not super high, but it's probably okay. This looks like an Abestipluma sponge that we're coming up over, a carnivorous sponge. But it might be a coral, actually. Can you tell, Joanna? I take it back. I think it's a coral. One of the first corals. Do you know what it is? It's not a swiftia, is it?
No, that's not Swift. What is a fish? Grenadier?
Oh, a grenadier, one of our first fish. I haven't seen too many.
And Greg is suggesting to do a marker for that.
Pin
Can
it
we
and go back. Can we put a
mark that
marker?
coral location.
There's one
Hopefully
here
we'll
too.
see more.
There's one here.
How much longer do we have on the transect?
Not that long, like 5 meters.
Okay.
Double check for it. Yeah, 5 meters.
Thank you.
I'm thinking as we get shallower, we'll start to see more. But Joanna, do you want us, after we finish the transect, do you want to go back and
It's okay. We
get
can
that coral?
continue. There will be another one. I hope.
Did Greg want it?
Or maybe Greg wants it.
Well, let's find out.
But it's transect complete.
Alright, thank you.
Just get this down.
Oh man.
And 17, 18, 25, 59 meters.
Can I copy this?
Yeah. See crinoids, not corals. Paul says keep going. So we keep going. Octopus?
Updated with one bridge. Yeah, resident.
Oh, it looks like Heteropolypus, our first
Of the day.
of the day. These are the ones that look like little mushrooms when they close up. Pretty. These all look like they're attached to each other, all these rocks, don't they?
Yeah.
So we're getting close to waypoint 1. And I think things might get steeper at waypoint
Yeah,
1.
we're supposed to go up a hill pretty quickly.
So I'm seeing a sea urchin, and I don't know what the, no, maybe an anemone.
Did you see it? Can we look at urchin that's just below you guys?
It's right there.
The urchin guy is here.
Okay, just below us?
Yeah,
So
right
we
to the
want to back
anemone.
up?
Look at that, the salt pillow too. And the
Okay,
food
but-
here.
What
Yeah.
would you like to see?
The sea urchin that was right behind there.
Okay, yeah.
This one?
Yep, that one.
Can I zoom in?
Yep, go for it. I'll use the other camera.
And an anemone hanging out with it.
Can we sample it?
Yes, we
Is
can.
it a little scale one?
You want to place it in a quiver?
Wherever it fits, yeah. Quiver is fine.
We're trying to get to waypoint one.
It's hard when there's so many fun things to see.
So, it's a priority.
To me, it is.
Okay.
Always with.
We can pop it in a quiver quickly. And by we, I mean
It won't be quick, but we can get it.
We've already got it open.
Oh, yeah. J-Rod opened one.
Yep, one is open. Will fit in the quiver?
Remember which quiver is open?
It's the one next, I think it's 13 maybe? Or 14? I think it's 13. Based on that.
Done 16. I just like to mark them off. So
We could try to, maybe that rock in the foreground is loose if you want to grab a rock. Just to do both, or we can just pick it
well,
up.
it
and-
really slows us down to open the bio box.
It's true. Okay, just
Although it's not bungeed right now, so I
just
don't know.
thinking about multiple.
Time, because this is will feel like a relatively short dive, and we still have. I think the more interesting things will be up ahead, at least
Yeah,
for
so
some.
it would be nice
So,
to see. Ooh, loose. Got an urchin on the run. Wow. So a student of Greg Rouse's is here on board with us, Nico, and he's working on filling out the phylogenetic tree for deep sea urchins. So anytime we've had the opportunity to see some new ones here, we've been sampling them for that collection.
Upside down, mahogany.
So there's a question in the chat, Lisa, about whether or not too much detritus can be a bad thing for filter feeders. Can they get clogged up and overwhelmed?
yeah, I mean, certainly if there were massive amounts of kelp, it could smother the sea floor and smother the animals, and that would be a bad thing. Also, it can, if it fell onto sediments, it could make the sediments go anoxic and release hydrogen sulfide. But we're a long ways from having too much kelp here. Oh, nice, good. Photograph. Got it?
Yep, got it.
Thank you. Yeah,
So 13?
yeah.
139, is that right?
Yeah. La, 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 la. Great collection. Thank you, pilots.
Thank you.
CQ13. That is. This is urgent.
Which one's free? 14?
All of them, the only full ones are 16 and 13 right now.
Okay.
So all the rest are free. If you wanna pick one. You're just getting ready, right? Whatever we do next. Okay, we'd like to continue to waypoint 1. I think we'll just keep looping and do rocks later.
Sounds good.
So Jason, in Michigan, there are definitely sea urchins that eat kelp. It's their dominant food in shallow waters.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the deep sea urchins will eat the kelp directly, along with whatever's growing on it. We were also asked for a kelp slurp, but
When we see a
I
good
didn't
one.
know that, or we got it before.
Updated Waypoint Bridge.
Like the slope. Another urchin. Sea squash. So actually, Paul wants the kelp slurp. If we find any really big patches of kelp, any slurpable big chunks of decaying kelp, we'd like a slurp. See a xenopiophora. Do you have a xeno button on your?
Yep, I loaded.
What? Do you have a xenopiophore button?
Yeah.
You do.
No. Like so.
Is it a sponge or a large?
It's a sea cucumber.
It looked like it was vertical for a second there.
I'm facing that way, but I'm lateral.
Oh, you're lateral. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Just to keep
We
my eyes
landed
off it.
far away from our first waypoint today.
I know. How did that
Sure.
happen?
Start from
But-
there. I just was hitting the ground a lot. and
That we're only going to get to one waypoint on this first half of the dive.
So I got back down.
Well, if we look at the slope map, there is a place we go back down a little bit. Is this the right map? I think it is. They aren't labeled. 08 June 2021. That can't be right. There's no depths on here.
That doesn't look like Little Joe. I don't think. That's from yesterday. Yeah, these are older.
I don't think so. Wait, is there a map over there? Pretty sure I just put these on here today. But I am confused by the dates.
No, this is 444 patent.
This is 443.
Updated Waypoint Bridge.
Should just get rid of them. Maybe this is it. Is that it? What does it say? 445. I don't know why
the
I
date
did.
is wrong, but
Okay, look at the slope. There is only that's the dip.
we're not even close to that.
No. So what's your interpretation of the bottled appearance of the sediments here?
Yeah, so when you see all these little brighter white spots, especially the smaller ones, that's usually evidence of some of the infauna here bioturbating, which means basically mixing up the sediments as they search for food. The little animals disturb the sediments and bring the carbonate back to the surface. So the interesting thing about sediments is even though it can look a little bit uniform and lifeless from the surface where we're watching it with the ROV, there's lots of small creatures living in the sediments here, feeding on the organic matter that's fallen. And so as they mix things around and eat things, we get these little piles and little bright spots. There's another xenopiophore. And we do get little particles of manganese oxides. That's the black that you're seeing scattered around on the surface.
So could we slurp this piece of kelp right here? Or are we going too fast? We had a request for kelp slurp,
Let's go.
but they did not. Yeah, that is.
There's kind of 3 little spots too.
There's some here. There's a little bit right there.
If we
there
need to,
might be some there.
we could move
but-
forward if we needed to get out of the cloud.
But the big piece is right here, floating away.
Yeah, they were moving kind of fast. There's a few more up ahead too.
Sorry, I can slow down where we do see something. I was just trying to get out of that end of nothing.
Okay, well, the reason I think this is probably a spot is because we're at the base of another slope, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it tends to accumulate down, not on the steeper parts of the slope.
Mhm.
So we can look around right here and see if we see any other. Before we start climbing again.
Right.
So any of the greenish gloppy stuff is kelp down there.
Say it again.
Anything greenish and gloppy looking is the degraded kelp down there.
I think
I'm gonna turn around a lot of this.
there's probably more coming up too. There's a lot of little sediment patches.
So that was Paul's request for the kelp. I think he wants to look at what bacteria or fungi are degrading the kelp.
That's a good idea.
Anybody see kelp? Might be a pinch there.
Pieces right there.
Yeah, it's pretty tiny. Yeah, there's a few pieces here. We could try. Right? Those
Yeah,
look
that looks like kelp
kelps.
to me. Absolutely.
If we can get down there without sediments. You need this?
I like the pen that got over there.
Oh, did I take yours? I don't know what happened.
Such a month.
Do you think any of the rocks are worth sampling here? It seems pretty sedimented.
I mean, I think they're all similar morphology. If you want to grab one while we're stopped, but
Not that interesting.
That's index at 5.
So they're not hearing us very well. But we're not saying much, so. We've got three bits of that degraded kelp into jar 4. We'll head towards the waypoint. 1.
hoping to reach it by
Being clear.
lunch.
Got it.
Is that an acorn worm in the front?
Oh, now that he's picked up, I wish we'd seen that. I can't tell what that is.
That what?
Can I zoom in on this organism or no?
The
We're
white
just
thing on the
passing
bottom?
over it. I think we've gone.
There's another purple fish.
Is it a fish?
Sea
We will go
cucumber.
Check out that fish when we.
What is that thing?
Well, it almost looks like something eating a starfish. Can I just take a look here? What is that?
Starfish.
Starfish eat.
Starfish eating a sponge? let's just get a picture of it. I don't think we need to sample it. Okay, that would be spongivory. If that is a sponge that it's eating. Two of them.
Third one joining the party. See him down there in the bottom corner?
Oh, you know what? I bet that's a pyrosome.
Oh,
You know all those things with the water? What do you think?
Down there.
Except that it's vertical.
Do you need a sample?
It looks like a pyrosome. No, I just want to zoom in and take a picture of it. Oh. Don't you guys think that's a pyrosome being consumed?
Looks like it could be. It's almost completely vertical like that.
The vertical
Are there
part's
sessile
odd.
pyrosomes?
What?
Are there sessile pyrosomes?
No, but they fall from the surface and come down, and then
Doesn't-
things eat them.
Doesn't look like a coral.
No, it looks like a colonial tunicate, which is what pyrosomes are. I don't know. Maybe I can
like
focus.
That ID.
Pyrosomivorous?
Yeah, pyrosomivorous.
Do you have?
All right, we have a
button
new
for that?
word. We have a new word. Okay, that's cool because there are 3 asteroids gathered around. It's an interesting observation.
They were just making the joke in the chat about how it's like the 2 dogs in the movie where they slurp the spaghetti and they end up coming together. Those 2 starfish are gonna meet in the middle.
Science can help you get
Baby starfish. That is an interesting construct.
There's a little. Is that a fish in the
Yeah,
back?
yeah, there is a fish back there, but
It's
I
either like
can't-
the backbend eel cod or maybe grenadier.
hard to tell from the
Hard to
tail.
tell from the tail.
Doesn't want to come out.
It's okay. Let's make tracks up our
It's true.
on our drive track.
acorn worm. The big acorn worm.
Where?
The purple one.
That's a sea cucumber, isn't it?
It looks
Or is
more
there
like
an acorn?
worm.
Oh.
That's an acorn worm.
All right. Well, maybe we have to take a look at it. We're not getting very far.
There's some more kelp up there too.
Do you want this, Greg? Acorn worm. Keep going, he says. Okay. We're on the keep going mode. we have this problem, you see, is this place is full of fascinating things that we all are interested in, and yet we still need to move.
It's not just y'all. Every science group that comes on here.
Really?
Same thing. We gotta make our tracks. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, what's that? Let's zoom in on this.
It's like going in a candy store and you
Exactly.
go to buy one thing and then
And you
how
eat
do
all
you
of it.
get out of there?
Yep. No, that's right.
Sea cucumber. All right, let's just pretend we're on a hunt for sponges.
Thank you, guys.
And coral. And coral.
And coral. And coral. And then when we get some of those, we can pick up some rocks, right?
Sure.
Somebody's scrolling here.
Guys, is it possible to get more of a zoom out overview?
Yeah, I can just come up. I'm pretty well near the bottom here.
That was cool though, the starfish eating the pyrosomes.
Yeah.
I've been wondering why we haven't seen pyrosomes on the bottom, but they
that
must get
better?
eaten quickly.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, our goal is to get to waypoint 1 by 11 o'clock this morning.
By 11?
We're almost there now.
We're almost there, 10 minutes.
We like to set achievable
That means
goals.
you can't let us stop.
So in the next 5 minutes,
I'm
it
gonna-
might work.
67 meters away.
We're gonna put horse blinds on y'all.
You want to get exactly.
It's not the
at it.
geologist notice.
I go exactly to it.
That's probably like the top or
I'd probably do like
top of a ridge there.
So what do we do if we find a sponge? We stop.
get it.
You gotta have code words for if it's something you really want. Leave a code word.
Narwhal.
Narwhal. That's Lisa's code word. Narwhal.
That's you really want it no matter what you're saying. No matter what your other words are saying, you definitely really want it.
Narwhal.
Well,
Jimbo
I
was
got that
Jimbo.
from somebody this morning. It was
Jimbo?
probably Jimbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some narwhal feet.
See, I'd be just as happy with a xenophile for. There's another swimmer.
Quite a bit, xenophile forage.
There's some, but they get super abundant. I actually think they're sort of not very common here compared to what they could be. Especially, like, there's some that live on rocks, and I'm not seeing very many rock type xenos. No more swimmers. I would say those swimmers are about 4 centimeters long, something like that.
Mhm.
That's kind of big for a deep sea worm. I've never seen so many anywhere.
What is
Are those flatfish? No. Sea cucumbers? Rocks. They're rocks disguised as flatfish over there.
Those pesky rocks.
I was looking at those two over there. This is not a fishy place.
It's very deep.
Yeah. But there's some deep places with lots of fish, so.
Which reminds me, if you're just joining us when we're talking about depth, we're about 2,564 meters below the sea surface today, which is around 1.5 miles down. So we're on our deepest dive of this cruise on Little Joe Seamount, which is a volcanic seamount on the Pacific Ocean plate just west of the Southern California borderland. It's one of our only seamount dives of this cruise. We were also on San Juan, just a bit north of here 2 days ago. So we're getting to see what this kind of geology and this a little bit more offshore setting has to show us about the geology and the associated fauna here. We're particularly looking to find ferromanganese crusts, which are a mineral type that coat most of the volcanic rocks out here.
Thank you.
And so that's this rocky landscape that we're traversing over today. This is the outcropping rocks of the old volcanic material that built this underwater mountain. And oddly, we've tried poking a lot of the rocks and they've actually been in place. And so some are loose and they can be counted as talus, which is a word for rocks that have fallen from upslope and tumbled down. But some of them are in place, so you can imagine just knobby volcanic flows while this seamount was forming and cooling.
These we haven't tried. They look like some might be loose, but they're not quite as interesting. And we're almost at waypoint 1 now, aren't we? All right.
We got 5 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
4:11.
But we're on it?
We're almost there.
Yeah.
20 meters.
Okay. What do you think we'll find there?
Well, we're
More
hoping-
rocks.
Yeah, hopefully. Our waypoint 1 is at the base of a slope, and something that we target on these dives is to get outcrops of rock that will have crusts, but also steep slopes can have nice macrofauna in terms of sponges and corals that are filter feeding on the big rock outcrops. So lots of deep sea explorers try to target steep slopes.
Well, I'm seeing several swimmers and swimming crinoids.
Going in for a landing.
Hoping
We-
you keep swimming, but of
We
course
don't,
not
we
that
don't, it's going in for a landing. I thought you said we were.
Oh, no, he was going for a landing.
Well, the big anemone, that's different.
It's very cool, isn't it?
So if we are at waypoint 1, we can turn towards waypoint 2. I'm guessing the slope will pick up, maybe. Although if we look at this, it's a pretty steady,
Is that a little cup coral?
possibly.
Waypoint 1 there. 411. They like that.
Before 11.
411.
Good work.
Woohoo!
Good work.
People can do
We
hard
have
things.
to set realistic targets, and then we make them.
We didn't even sample anything.
Pat on the back, guys. Pat on the back. That looked great.
See if it's possible.
Made it to waypoint 1.
All right, so let's see. Are we picking up anything new here? That anemone was different that we just passed over a little bit ago. Definitely a lot of sediment here.
Yeah, and it seems like because of the slope, it's definitely been cascading down slope and collecting on the
Still
tops
getting
of these
swimmers.
crests.
Yes. We have a question about sediment-covered sea cucumbers. Well, sedimentation rates, while they're high, might be high in this region. They're not very high, so it would be the slumps of slumping sediments that have covered the sea cucumbers, and most maybe don't mind it, as long as their mouth is free.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you were following along on any of the previous Okeanos dives, they were out in the open ocean Pacific near the Phoenix Islands.
No.
And on the Falkor, sorry, the previous Falkor mission was out in the open Pacific, and you would have
Ooh, that's
noticed
a
that the
black
rocks
sea,
there
no?
are way more clean.
Handshake.
In areas of the open Pacific Ocean, their sedimentation rates are very low, and so you can get lots of thick, fresh crusts growing. But here we're right near this really productive margin where a lot of upwelling of deep water spurs biological productivity at the surface, and then all of that plankton sinks and dies and falls to the seafloor. So the seamounts here on the margin of the California coast look a little bit different than some of the seamounts you might have seen on other Falkor dives further out offshore. So that affects the fauna that we see, and also the ferromanganese crust precipitation is a little bit slowed by the covering of sediment, but we can still see the botryoidal textures for these ferromanganese crusts that are growing about 1 millimeter per million years on these outcrops of igneous volcanic rocks.
And is that a decorator crab with a huge
A huge anemone,
anemone on him?
maybe bigger than the crab for sure. It's not. I don't think it's a decorator. There's specific types of hermit crabs that always have anemones associated with them. There's a nice xenopiophore. Look at that. It's such a tiny crab and such a big anemone. And they live together a long time, I think. The anemones must settle on there. I don't know if the crab puts them there. We see them all over the world. I'm still amazed at how many swimmer worms there are. We must not have any predators here.
Yeah.
Chasing to save my eggs. It's just, you don't see it on the fly, you wouldn't see it. You better look quick, take a snap.
So this vertical, pretty steep slopes, I would expect to find some sponges kind of hanging out on the ledges if there were enough food for them here.
Yeah, it seems like there's enough food, so hopefully if we reach some really massive outcrops. I mean, where sponges and corals settle has a lot to do with how their larvae can be moved and transported through the water column. So it's when we don't see them, it can be that no larvae can fall in this field, or the conditions aren't just right for their formation. Because like Lisa said, the oxygen concentrations
Pretty high
are
here.
plenty high here.
Yep, there's some horizontal white worm tube again. Would you consider this botryoidal, or are those lumps too big?
It seems like this is one of those signature places where you're getting a contribution to the texture from both the volcanic morphology below and then the botryoids on top. So igneous flows can be really bumpy on the larger scale, and then you have those grape-like botryoidal textures forming on top of them. So we can just get bumps on bumps on bumps, which is really fun to look at when you're just looking at a giant pile of rocks.
What do you think? Do we want to do another transect? How many meters is it to waypoint 2?
It is a total of, where we're at now, waypoint 2, 192 meters.
What do you think, Devin?
Yeah, we can do another transect.
Could we start a transect?
Absolutely. Transect is a surefire way to make sure we see stuff that we want to touch.
That's right. Murphy's Law will kick in immediately. We'll find something. We can always abort a transect if we need to.
Yep,
There's no law that says we can't.
that's true. We're just following our own rules.
We've got our lasers on. Our camera fixed.
Good with all the lighting and where you're at.
Tell us when.
I'm ready. All right, begin transect.
Now.
Starting transect.
18.3,
So I don't think
25, 35 meters.
Do you want to explain what the transects are?
So our transects are 100 meters long with the lasers on so that we can measure sizes of things and figure out the area covered in our imagery. And we do biodiversity transects so that we can go back and characterize the types and numbers of each of those types of species that are here to characterize what we call the megafauna, animals that you can see in the video. And we'll be comparing the patterns, the types and numbers and diversity of animals in the different sites that we visit as a function of depth, as a function of the substrate type, when we're on ferromanganese crust versus phosphorites, whether we're inshore versus offshore, whether we're below the oxygen minimum zone or in the oxygen minimum zone. So we can ask a lot of interesting questions about what factors might determine the distribution of these animals and their density.
Yeah.
We've had the stalkless crinoids as pretty much our constant companions this whole dive from the very beginning, as well as kelp snot, decaying kelp on the seafloor. At least we think it's kelp. It's an anemone. Pieces of seagrass, I've seen that along the way. So there is some source, or for some reason this seamount collects dead plant material and algae.
It looked like it was the same thing that
Xenophytophores. These stalks are interesting. I can't tell for sure what they are, but I feel like there's tentacles at the end, so they might actually be sabellid polychaetes. Whoop, yeah, one just retracted, so they are probably polychaetes.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what
Unless they're giant hydroids or something like that, which they could be.
Hey, who's the contact you told me to get in touch with the team for the our resident? Is that Crystal? What's her last name now?
There's a little bitty sponge.
I couldn't remember if O'Neill was her maiden name or whether.
Yeah, on the rock on the right.
Why you want to get in?
Why you?
Because I like to fly the RV.
Another crab with an anemone?
See a chitin, sea cucumber,
I can do that.
horizontal worm, crinoid.
It's a good time to take it because we're not really.
I think the animal life is picking up just ever so slightly. Anemones, urchin, asteroids. Seems like we're getting a little more as we get shallower.
That's what you were going to say.
No. Yours is funnier than mine. I was just gonna say, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. I don't listen to what's out there. I just let him talk and I smile and try to interject as few words as I can to make it look like I'm paying attention. But yours was way more comical than mine.
Look at those anemones. Pretty interesting. That's a bit of a different one
Yeah.
than what we've seen. Do you know those anemones? Okay, I think this is a black. There are black fan-shaped xenophytophores, but that's a floaty thing. So I don't know what,
What
that
is
was.
it?
I don't know what it
Like
was.
a little jelly. We've seen several.
Maybe it was a jelly. There's a stalk crinoid. Haven't seen too many of that.
There's
We're only
another
about
anemone.
halfway through the transect.
Okay. Urchin.
They're urchin.
So we have all different kind of groups all together right here. We have crinoids, sea cucumbers,
They do
sea
seem to be
urchins,
collected right along that ridge.
and there's quite a lot of animals here. No sponges yet. I'll be right back.
Oops, I'm sorry.
No, he hasn't mentioned it at all, so.
As we've been moving upslope on this transect, really starting to see some incredible large lava flows completely coated in ferromanganese crusts. And ooh, a beautiful octopus. We'll get to catch it all the way through our transect. Just totally hiding on that little lower surface of the outcrop there. Gorgeous.
37 meters left in the transept.
Thank you, pilot. Some anemones in the little sheltered overhangs. Definitely a lot of sedimentation here. We can see some places where it's flown down over these outcrops and you start to get abrasion of the ferromanganese crust. It's really friable, which means breakable. And sometimes little flows of sediment-rich water will flow over the tops and start to abrade away the surface. And sediment falls, although they're kind of, you could think of them kind of like waterfalls, and though they look a little bit less exciting from the top view, sediment flows are really important on seamounts, and for several reasons. They bring material from shallower depths down to the deep, so they can deliver food from shallower down to organisms living further downslope. And we can learn a lot about the history of the seamount from the sediments. Something interesting on, what is that, Lisa?
Big tunicate.
A big
So I
tunicate.
think maybe that's the carnivorous one. There's another one.
Yeah.
There. That's interesting.
You're already thinking like one.
Yeah, I've turned into a sponge. I'm choosing my home wisely. Wow. Some ferromanganese crusts as thick as 40 millimeters or 4 centimeters have been collected previously from Little Joe, and I bet from some big outcrops like this. What's that red thing on the side?
I could not tell.
Hard to tell.
I feel like we're rock climbing.
Yeah. Basically are. Does this ROV not have a secondary vehicle?
No.
No.
Oh, interesting.
Where you can see the vehicle itself from the outside.
A lot of other ROV systems have a secondary vehicle that's sort of a go between the ship and the ROV itself, but the Falkor Sebastian is a bit different. It does it down there all on its own.
And there's another one of them. Acorn worms. Should we tag it?
Another
In case we need to come back? Are we near the end of our?
Yeah. 10 meters.
It's a large sea star.
We just drop a tag here. Yes. Don't think we'll come back, but hopefully we'll see.
Another acorn worm on the left.
Yep, they're really long here.
And there's a lot of them.
There's a little, is that a little cup coral? Or a little anemone maybe?
It's a cup coral. Actually, what's so interesting about some of these is it's this desmophyllum is the name given when they're solitary, but Lophilia is the name given when they're colonial, and they're the same thing.
That's a big
Sea
sea cucumber. A couple different colors here. One clear long one and one dark
Pink.
purple.
There's
Or pink, sorry. Clear is not really a good description.
That's the end of transect there.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, pilots.
Greg, do you want us to go back down and try to get one of those acorn worms? Answer, if you're there.
We haven't gotten a rock in a while if we do stop to get a acorn worm. Whoop. Some fun little...
Sponge. With a stocked sponge.
very small,
It's a little lollipop.
just a few centimeters. Should we zoom out?
There's
Look
some
for the
scale
acorn worm?
worms.
No, we passed
Ooh.
one, not on the way, just before we got here, right?
It's that purple thing up there.
I can't tell if they keep going. That's a known one. That's from a long.
spot where
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, it is. It's from-
I don't know. We saw a couple of them right before.
It's behind us, 15 meters behind us.
15 meters. Not far. Oh, that first spot. But we passed two more acorn worms on the way over. So I'm just thinking we should be able to just see one here.
10 meters now behind us.
See any?
Kind of hard to see them this far out.
It's hard for him to drive backwards very close to the bottom. So.
I bet we'll see another one.
What's this coming up?
Oh,
Oh, okay. I think they may want this.
Oh, yes, I want this.
Can we stop?
abort
Stop
acorn
going
worm.
backwards, abort the acorn worm.
How far are we off bottom? How long is that stalk? That's what I was thinking. I thought, wow, we're pretty far away.
Pretty long, like 2 meters? A meter? All right, we told you there's a big sponge somewhere here, right?
Yes.
I promised you, and I deliver on my promises.
You deliver wishes. I'll make some. Okay, we want to get a good picture.
So we're really excited to see sponges
do a
on
white
this
balance?
dive because we have microbiologists on board that are.
Looks like a heterocony calyx, but on a stalk, which I'm not used to seeing them on a stalk. It's beautiful. Can I touch the? Can I do the zoom? Now look how clean it is. Does anybody see an associated creature at all?
Not yet, but very inside.
Lots of chambers. Lots of dwelling places for other animals. There's something down there, maybe a dark shrimp. Not much. Not like the other one we just sent. Beautiful. No, nobody home.
That's also super symmetrical inside.
Yep.
Like usual.
Probably old. You got good pictures, Devin?
Get it?
Oh, I wasn't taking photos with all that clicking.
I was just messing with you. We had someone on here that wanted screenshots and they would go.
Screenshots
like they're
like,
playing Counter-Strike.
like what's a screenshot? That's what I don't even understand.
You want to take a photo of it with your phone?
No.
We can get you a good photo, Lisa.
Alright, ready? This has to be a bio box. Shot.
You okay, BioBox G?
Yeah. It's. How big is it?
Win. Francis Wynn in the chat saying that it looks like a Saccocalyx. Is that what you said?
Heterocony calyx. Hi, Francis. But he's right. I've only seen them growing from their base, so maybe this is something else.
Interesting.
So do we want to leave some of the stock?
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to. Definitely gonna have to.
We're gonna
How
spend
tall
2
did
hours
we say
coiling
this
it.
was? We should get a height estimate at least.
Bigger than
2 meters?
I'd say it goes up to the headache rack on the ROV. I mean
That's a couple meters, isn't it? Because we need a ladder to get up there to the
that's
Niskin.
at least 2 meters.
Do you want a Niskin sample, by the way?
Yes, that would be good. Thanks for picking me up.
Before we
Yes,
sample?
please.
Let's take every ounce of the Michigan first.
Yes, please.
I love to see you get excited about it. Don't forget getting number 2. That is my favorite part of working out with this. Is watching you guys get excited about this stuff.
Is the sample 141, Devin?
Yes.
Do we just need one?
Yes, for them, right?
Unless you want to try to get a rock here too. But we can look first. Cute. Niskin. That was the first Niskin, right?
That was the second Niskin.
It is?
Yep. We did one at 15:01, 3 hours ago.
So was that sample 133?
132.
What was 133?
The first suction.
How did I miss it? What did we suction?
Sediment. And we were trying to get the big white worm tube, but we didn't.
Okay. I missed a lot this morning.
Look at that stalk. That is some stalk. Like. So, Joanna,
Yes.
do you mainly want the top?
Yes.
So can we cut it off close to the top?
Yes.
And
Like
we're
quite
less
close.
struggling
Like
to.
if I get 10 centimeters of the stalk, I'm happy.
What?
If I get only a tiny bit of the stalk, it's also okay because the top is still really large, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like here is good, or even higher up. Well, depends how it fits in the box, but here is okay.
But you don't want just like a piece of the sponge. You need the whole thing, right?
Well,
Better if we get the whole thing.
yeah, easier also.
Is that good?
Yes, perfect. Nice one. Like a flower.
Sebastian's got a balloon.
Oh, yeah, it does look like it does. I didn't see the opening right there.
That stuff is pretty.
I guess yeah, it is. Secret Galaxy has that stock. Sacocalix pedunculata.
Sacocalix?
Sacocalix, yeah.
Not heterocony-calix.
No.
Sacocalix.
Sacocalix, yeah. Pedunculata.
Pedunculata, so it has a stalk.
It does, yeah.
So we're putting this in BioBox sheet in the little insert or just in the box?
We're gonna try to go next to it, so it's an open cavity, it's just a slide in, so that
So Sacocalix? Is that what you said?
Yes.
With two C's?
Two C's. Saccocalyx. Then pedunculata.
Okay, so it's SCB, but
142?
83 meters.
That's beautiful.
26C. Sponge. Ooh, really good. Amazing.
1828.
Very nice. Okay. So why don't we, before we go anywhere, let's just see if there's an acorn.
There's gonna be one right behind us.
I know, but there were several after that one. I just wanna peer around.
We could also collect a rock.
We could collect a rock if there was a loose rock.
Right here.
That one sticking out.
Yeah.
You're talking about acorn worms or rocks?
Rock.
I bet it's stuck. You mean right
Just
next to
take a
the
look
claw?
at what you're looking
Yeah.
at.
This one right here.
I like that one. I bet it's stuck.
Not much life.
You want to break basalt? We can try.
I don't think that'll move, do you? Does
I
that look
don't.
like
That's
it's
what I'm
attached to
saying.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody see an acorn?
That was a
Can I
ledge.
zoom out? Is that a problem?
What's that?
Can I zoom out, Cody? Maybe I'm out. All the way out. Hey,
We have a search around for
We
an
don't- we
acorn,
don't
or
see
do you
an
wanna
acorn
try to
here.
break the rock? What do we do?
no,
We can look for the worm if it's really close. We can. There's rocks everywhere.
we
Okay,
don't
you
want,
want
we
to-
don't want to break this rock.
We do not wanna break this one. For a second.
We don't.
So we're moving on.
Well, we'll just pan around. The acorn, we know there's an acorn worm behind us.
Right.
Yeah, like
Okay.
2 meters behind us.
There's gonna be more.
But it must not have been right here. We never saw that sponge when we came.
Yeah,
I think we were just a little
like
away from it.
Just to the starboard of the line that, that goes on, so let's just go back a little bit.
The sediment bomb.
That one right there?
You see one?
Looks like it's-
They're pinkish, reddish.
It looks like kelp. The acorn worms have been like kind of purpley pink.
And draped over the top of the rock, really, rather than on the sediment. must have been over here somewhere. 'Cause
There's that sea star. There it is. Yep.
where is it?
Right here.
Ah, there. Yeah. Didn't go far. It was still there.
How is that angle like that, Tony? Or a little bit more? That work?
Okay, Greg, just confirming that you want this acorn worm, correct?
He might be in the mess, and they don't have audio there.
All right, we'll take it.
I can message.
So we're going into chart 5, right?
Correct.
We already indexed, I think.
Can we bring that ram in for you there?
Yeah, we'd like to get a photograph of it
Of
before it
course.
gets disturbed. Oh, look, it's got eggs. Maybe. Is that eggs or sediment? Could be sediment, but I think it's eggs. But he said yes?
He said yes, please. With eggs, he says.
You started the head last time?
With eggs.
Oh,
Wow.
if we left,
Beautiful
is it
shot.
inside of it?
I think so.
Set?
Well, we're just wondering if the eggs are in
getting
the
the egg
in the
one.
animal.
We need to release
I guess
the
we're all the
eggs.
way zoomed in. Those are, he called those ears. Colin will be thrilled. Grilled or thrilled?
Grilled and thrilled. Well, call me grilled if this ain't a barbecue.
I don't think this acorn worm will be thrilled
I don't think
about
so
its
either.
next
All right.
home,
We'll get 'em.
but it is beautiful and big, and they're always out. They're not burrowing, which is so odd. It's like Sacco calyx pedunculata. Your mark. Get set.
I don't want to see it. So
Oh, you can see it coming. Maybe it doesn't want to go.
We're just trying to go really slowly.
One arm up, one ear. Bye. Nice. See if he ends up in the jar. It's the adult of yesterday's.
There's a
So he
little
says
worm
it
right
is
next
the
to it.
same
Did you see
one.
that? Right behind this section too.
No. Something we want to get?
There's just a little worm that was, or a
It's
little.
okay. Oh, there's a swimmer.
amphipod.
You can take
Yeah,
it.
that's the one.
I think that was a swimmer.
That one came to pieces.
Aw. Poor thing.
Pieces, yeah.
Well, I got him. Okay, 5. I need to. Is that one?
143. And what jar did that go to?
5.
5. Thank you.
2486 and 2486. So we might want to get a rock from around here if there's something that can be lifted. Not a lot of loose ones. What do you think
There's
about
that one?
those? Somewhere in here, maybe?
That middle one looks like
This one?
it's-
That one, fantastic job.
You want that one?
Sure, yes, please.
Sure.
Zoom in on it, take some pictures.
Yep.
Yes, please. It looks
definitely-
like a rock.
Yeah, that's a rock.
Break it down, Kira. Break it down.
Does it look botroidal?
Yeah, it has some botroids on it.
There's an isopod on it.
This
Maybe
place
an
is really
amphipod or
sedimented, so it's
isopod.
probably not a ton of. I mean, you can see some of the holes in the sides. It's indicating that this is a really vesicular basalt. Vesicles are the little holes that form when the magma's cooling and gas escapes. So when we cut it open, it'll probably have a crust on it and a nice vesicular basalt on the inside. I think it's worth a collection. It's got a couple things attached to it. Let's go for it. Thank you.
So we still have a couple of spaces in the left pile box.
Alright. Hold you out there. Hold you out.
Watch, it's like completely cemented down. It looks grounded though, which means it's been transported a little bit.
Going to Fort Box, right?
Yeah. I'm sure you don't want to hook
It's not bungeed, it's just.
with the porch out, you're not going to be able to see all that. Last time you porched out all the way up. I got a lot more.
Okay, I'll go grab it.
Another swimming plan going?
It must just sense the water moving. Say, I'm out here.
Saw that?
Yeah. When you're
What?
being attacked by something, there's an octopus above us.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing
Aw.
about the intermediate vehicles is you can get the view above the ROV. So how come you guys don't need one? Do you?
We're a free flyer.
Because we're free. Not restricted.
But not to compare. I mean, every system's different. They all have their advantages. Just curious.
I don't know why we didn't do it, but that's really.
Limitations on the day frame.
Oh yeah, that's right. All right, you want another photo of this?
Yeah, we'll do
before-
a quick zoom. Make sure it looks like it has a crest. It's kind of hard to tell. Ooh, that just looks like a straight up basalt. I take it back.
You don't want it?
I don't think you're gonna get much crust on that. It's likely why it's so rounded. It could be a drop stone from somewhere else.
Okay.
It's been transported.
The bombs away.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got a lot of basalt. We really want to get the crusts.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Got a good spot.
See
That's-
anything else? Yes. You s-
Well, everything, a lot of the stuff here looks attached and large. Maybe that little one that you just pointed to.
Okay.
it's pretty small. I think it's too small, don't you? It's like about 4 centimeters across.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
It's not going to be good for biology.
We can not get it then.
Yeah, it's small.
Too small.
Okay, we'll move on.
I can still grab it.
I think we will move on.
Move on.
Thank you for that helpful
we can look for something else right around here.
Just anywhere around here?
Is the bio box still closed? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we can. Maybe we should go back up to where we left off. We kind of came back down after our transect. We can keep going.
On my way.
Some
It's
little
our stock. Is that the one we?
Yeah, that's what we said.
good joke in the chat. Somebody said that rock was basalt.
Bison.
Heyo.
The cheese was unworthy. What does that
They
mean?
thought it looked like petrified cheese with all the holes in there. Some funny textured rock with the open
Yeah, this one.
holes.
Looks
Just-
like somebody been using it as a mortar.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ancients.
Let us know when we've made it back to where we were, please.
You can see we're close because we didn't come back down that far.
That's where we
Question is,
were.
can we make it to waypoint 2 before we leave for lunch?
Probably not.
There's another acorn.
Yep, I think we passed that one
It's a
on the
huge
way
one.
last time. I told you there were like 2 or 3 of them on the way up.
Are
So
we continuing on?
we don't need any more acorn worms. We're good.
Okay, so we have to make a challenge 86 meters to waypoint 2.
86
86.
Never gonna make it.
in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Put your horse blinders on.
Only if we close our eyes.
Close
It's
your
the
eyes.
only way we're gonna make it.
Gotta say your code word.
As soon as we open our eyes, we're gonna find something we want. I feel like there's probably a lot of loose rocks right there, but they're not that interesting.
Yeah. It's one of those clear tunicates.
Did you wanna look at it?
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're just like commenting on the scenery.
What's our, what do we want now? We got the swimming worms.
We
got
want a
the
rock.
Acorn worms, we got sponges.
We
We
wanna,
want
we have
More
6 more
sponges.
rocks to collect, but we're being picky,
Mm-hmm.
as you could see.
More sponges. That's what we're hoping for along our dive track.
Are we still looking for a stock crinoid on a rack? Or
Yeah,
has that been-
yeah, a stock crinoid on a rock would be great, but it's not a prerequisite for taking the rock.
Yeah, so someone in the chat noticing that the big rocks here look different from the smaller ones on the left. And yeah, that's a good indication of the debris flows. So the bigger rocks that are more rounded and have those big botroids of ferromanganese crust, they've been sitting here longer. There's a nice anemone on that rock.
Beautiful.
And the smaller rocks, they're likely to have been broken and transported down slope, and so they haven't been sitting here accumulating crust for quite as long.
Do you know that anemone, Devin?
What's that called?
No, I think that's when I took a photo of yesterday. I don't know which one it is though.
Gallidated
It's one of
crab.
those big
There
tunicates.
is photo. There is a pork, pineapple, something. Roasted potatoes.
Capon?
No capros.
There's a couple more right there.
Yeah, little cup corals. We've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, that one I can't tell if it's alive or not. Cucumbers.
I didn't want to really be the one of those anyway. I was just going to lake. I'll stay here all day for all I can. Hope your legs go down. What's that?
There's another tunicate right there.
Mm-hmm. We've flown past a couple of those now.
Quick zoom in.
Your own C-square.
Looks like it's smiling.
Feed me, Seymour.
Exactly.
I'll be ready.
Maybe. Feel lucky.
That's an interesting rock right there. Very bubbly.
Lots of botroids on
That
that one.
one.
Very bubbly.
You think it's loose?
I think
Looks
it's
like a
loose.
brain.
I think it's loose.
You do?
We can try to grab it.
We can
Is
try
it the
it.
right size? What is the lasers?
Nudge it. Although we're supposed to be heading to waypoint 2.
That's bubbly rock.
It's pretty big. It
It
might not
is-
fit,
Where is the other laser? I can
but
only
we
see.
could break it. The other laser is there. You can see the rock
Oh,
is
okay.
like, at the other dimension is 20 centimeters at least. Could be a challenge.
Do you want to touch it or move on?
Yeah, you can see if it's loose. I bet
Touch it.
there's a crack running down the middle. I bet it'll break right across there.
I'm on port side.
It could.
It is more decorative rock. Just there's not too much living on it that we can see.
Nope. Oh. Well, bye, rock.
That was a big shove.
Took a lot of force.
Actually, it looks like some sediment inside.
I know, but it's not good for retaining animals. You want- It was cemented by crust. You could see.
That was very interesting.
Took a lot of force to knock it off.
With a broken hat.
Break in half. So you can see what's inside.
I'll try to cross the line. Probably the. This suck us out.
So it had a different morphology because it was covering, looks like some blob of sediment.
Carbonate?
Yeah. I mean, you can't break basalt that easily. Usually. Unless it's thin.
Okay, might make it more
Do you want this?
No.
Separate.
Okay. Then we should keep moving.
You don't like this one?
No. We need our rocks intact. Basically, like the animals so the animals aren't fresh off.
Roger that. Moving on.
It is interesting rock. Just the way it was cemented around the edges.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I guess that's why it had that really different texture.
Voila. What's that?
You're probably too late.
Are we allowed to go on Zoom on here?
I think if
Do we
you
have to
talk
get
to
them?
Tudor and get that, he'll make sure you get enough bandwidth for it. But yes, we used Zoom for the thing yesterday. the ship to shore.
Updated Waypoint Bridge.
I think Greg gave up. That is that what is that? Says I don't know that that's a stock crinoid. Maybe one that regrew. It's got some amphipods on it.
Is it a stock crinoid?
Maybe it might looks almost like a hydroid or some other thing, like a cnidarian.
No.
Kelp
Oh,
crud.
we keep flying around.
Keep going.
Yep.
Oh, there's one of those worms that looks a tear back and forth. Look what I can do. Look what I can do.
A little worm.
Look what I can do.
Look at the worm
Hand back and forth. Look my hand back and forth.
dancing and a cup coral in the background.
The worms do that.
Is it
Here's a
actually
cup
trying to
coral.
move, or has it just been?
That's how they get away when there's danger. You know. He's trying to freak out his predator.
Or there's some good music down there.
The boogie worm. There's a lot of species of worms that move like that when they get disturbed, so I don't know which one it is. Several cucumbers. I think echinoderms rule down here. There's more kinds of echinoderms than any other phylum.
Is that Gorgia?
You see a coral?
I think so.
I hear the word
Maybe
Gorgia.
Chrysogorgia? Right there.
Oh. Paul and Joanna, do you want to
Chrysogorgia.
stop and take this? Do you want to look at it? It's a Gorgia something. Chrysogorgia?
Chrysogorgia?
Is it too small?
It's a decent size.
It's a coral. What do you think?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's about
We have
10 centimeters wide, maybe 20, 30 centimeters tall.
Yeah.
Let's get a close up.
What is it called again?
Chrysogorgia.
Chryso.
Chryso.
Is it an octocoral or a regular coral?
Looks like it
Octo.
I think I see 8 tentacles, 8 arms, tentacles, whatever.
Sample worthy?
Yes, please. You want it in a quiver?
Yes, please.
Holding.
Wow.
Or just take a little snippet.
Whole thing.
Whole thing.
Well, maybe we can leave a little piece at the bottom so it
See
can
the
has
rocks?
a chance.
What'd you say?
Could see any rocks in the background.
We could sample here. I'm sure that something's loose enough.
That should hopefully. This is, similar to yesterday, just different kind of rock material stuck on there.
Want to be further away?
Which quiver did you open last time?
I opened up number 14.
Okay. So it's going to be 144. Is it 144 the next number?
Yes.
So we could.
this Tanya's painting?
I think that's one of them.
I haven't seen it. It's amazing.
Did you see the one that I posted in the participant folder? There's a Tanya Young Art folder in participants. Oh, bye. Sorry.
All right. Where are we putting this?
I wrote it down. I hope that's not jinxing it.
Where'd you put it?
14. Coral Quiver 14. Chrysogorgia. It's time for Greg to come.
Yep, that was a little squat lobster that escaped.
Yep. It's big but flexible. Oh, the other squat lobster just made us escape.
There he goes.
To take this. And my notebook.
Just papers here. This is all my stuff.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have a notebook here somewhere. We'll take my cup.
This is mine. Yours is there.
What'd I do with it? So I already wrote this sample down.
You want to sit there?
Jinx anything. Number 14.
Tuna skins.
Yeah, they're both yours. So we still need a few rocks. Leo,
See that? Only got two.
you got more this morning. Just several sponges and a coral.
Two sponges in the corner.
And there's some slurps.
So, 5 are used. Okay.
Yeah. So these are all empty. That's empty. And a lot of the quivers are still empty. But this, I didn't X out 14. That's what they're doing right now.
Got it. Thank you.
But Greg, here. All from your way. I messed up a lot today, so hopefully you don't mess up. Thank you.
You did?
That's some good stuff, but we did get many rocks.
There's stuff again.
Thanks.
We didn't try that many rocks.
Yeah. But you can choose, they're all pretty uniform, so you can pretty much choose whatever one you can find.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We didn't try for very many rocks this morning either, so I think my goal was to get further up this.
They dropped us really far away on our first week. I don't know why.
Anyway, we're just waypoint 2.
All right.
Thank you guys, thank you. Cody, J-Rob.
Nice looking this morning. So this is SC-144. Thanks for the swimmers. It's cool.
There was more.
Yeah. It's 2 different times at least.
Yeah.
I can argue that. And the acorn worm, I'm waiting on a name from the guy. See if
That
it's
one
new.
broke up.
It's breaking. This should be SC-144.
It's not gonna work.
that's too difficult, we can put it in box G.
I think Cody has a good plan, so I think we'll be able to get more. I'm gonna grab that. All right, I'm gonna just lay it over.
Okay,
Do
that's-
a photo. Follow the camera.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. California time. We've just had a science watch change, thanks to Lisa and Kira and Devin and Johanna. They've gone off to lunch and then they'll be watching along. And now we've got myself, Greg Rouse from Scripps, with Paul Jensen. We're both professors in marine biology there, and we're joined, helping us with the logging, by Nicholas Monchianato Koch, who's in my lab, and Michelle Jure, who's in Lisa's lab, and they'll be logging along in the background. What you see is we're just finishing sampling of a golden coral for Paul's team to do an assessment of biopharmaceutical compounds, and he'll talk to you more about that in a minute. They need large samples for the chemistry, so that's why we took the whole colony. And that's the first real coral we've seen today. They did get a very nice sponge earlier on, but we'll be looking for more corals and sponges as we continue our ascent. Today we're at our second waypoint, and we'd like to get up another few hundred meters along this path, and hopefully we'll see some different kinds of animals as we go along, but it's been quite interesting and diverse so far. We're also trying to sample rocks, and if you've been watching, the rocks look pretty cemented together, and we need to collect another 6 on this transect, so we'll be poking around at quite a few rocks in the coming few hours. So Cody's done a great job getting that golden coral stowed away. Okay. We're just having a shift change for the pilots as well. They've got to get off to lunch. It's a bit noisy in here. Hi, Chris. So we've now got Chris and Ben joining us for part of this watch.
What are the plans?
Let's continue towards waypoint 3. I think we've just hit waypoint 2.
Sharp left turn.
Yes, please. I don't think there's any rocks we can pick up here, so we'll have a look around. No, we'll hold on for a minute. Just
I'm not sure how much they tried and failed here with rocks.
they all look pretty cemented.
Alright, so we're gonna be going down slope here. So this one, I'm gonna crab it up. That's alright.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to keep the elevation, we'd like to keep going up.
You wanna keep going up?
Well, are we along a ridge? Is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah, then stay
Okay.
up.
Alright. What's this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Big rock.
Looks very square. We're on the Little Joe Seamount. We're at 2,430 meters, coming up from 2,800 meters earlier today. This is a volcano, extinct volcano, and we are looking for rocks we can sample. And we're very particular about the size. We have certain size boxes these rocks need to go in, so we're looking for rocks that have associated animals, and we want to try and carefully pick those up and put them each in their individual chambers.
These right here might be movable and might fit.
Yeah, let's we can have a try.
Let's try that.
Can I have a look with the science cam? You want me to go over?
No, wait.
Oh, okay, thanks. It's a scale worm there on the left, a little brittle star. The small brain-like thing is a protist, single-celled organism, but quite large, called the xenophyre, one of Lisa Levin, our chief scientist's favorite organisms. And we're going to see if some of these rocks can be picked up. Okay, Ben, let's see if they might move. This one might be free.
This one?
Well, I think
There's that one right there.
go, yeah, try what you like.
That dark one?
Yeah.
No.
No.
The one next to
I
it.
think this one, though.
Alright.
So or that one, yeah.
Go to the right there that is kind of leaning there.
No.
Rocks till we get shallower.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a transect. Get another 100 meters along.
Yep. So Kira just let us know that this seamount is 11 to 14 million years old. And that's why we see these really thick crusts here. There's been a lot of time for these minerals to precipitate. Although the rates are slow, we're told 1 millimeter per million years. But interestingly, the crusts are thicker than that. Some of these crusts are centimeters thick. So maybe the precipitation rates are greater here because the conditions are right. But you can see the problem is that these rocks are basically all cemented to the bottom. And so to do the kind of work that we're interested in doing, you need an intact rock so we can assess the animals associated with the rock. And so breaking one off is not ideal. So we're suspecting that we're going to be better off, hopefully, when we get a little shallower, where we may be able to. The rocks are not so cemented to the bottom as they are here.
Okay, so we've pretty much hit.
Kind of come up to, or you're almost over to the top. You have a little bit ways to go. We don't have much to go this way. Still in
So there's some discussion now about the transect we're going to continue to follow.
So we'll just follow this ridge line.
Yeah.
But we don't have a lot of elevation to play with.
No. Fortunately.
So they actually made pretty good.
Yeah, they made pretty good time.
Okay.
We're just sort of inside the 2 nautical miles now.
But if we head,
Yeah, we have some reach to kind of go along this edge.
and if we want to get more across the flat area, when do we hit the 2
miles? Go on top
miles?
a little bit, just don't want to go too far.
Okay.
Can't make it all the way to this like next ledge.
Okay. All right. Well, let's follow along, and then at some point maybe we'll
Hop over
go
the
and
top.
try and explore that flatter area.
So for some of you who haven't tuned into earlier cruises, one of this trip is funded. Well, the Schmidt Ocean Institute provides the ship time to us at no cost, which is fantastic. Ships like this generally charge $50,000 to $60,000 a day if you had to pay the cost of coming out here. So we're very fortunate that the Schmidt Ocean Institute allows scientists to apply for ship time, and we were awarded this time. But it doesn't provide money to do the research and the science that we need to do once we collect these samples. And so the NOAA Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, has funded us through their ocean exploration program to come out and explore these deep sea habitats to better understand the types of organisms that live here, both the invertebrates, which what we're really focusing in on, obviously because we can see them, and also the microbes, which we're sampling for, but we won't know very much about until we get back to the lab. And so the reason we're interested in these collecting rocks is because they're coated in these minerals, and we think that may affect the animals and the microbes that live on them. So we have a geologist on board who will analyze the surfaces of these rocks and tell us their mineral composition, and then the deep sea benthic ecologist will look at the animals and characterize them, and so we'll understand which animals are there, and then we'll look at the microbes and see which microbes are there, and then we'll try to start drawing correlations between what the substrates consist of and who's colonizing them. And so we need lots of replicates, so we're trying to collect 8 rocks at every dive. And we also are trying to collect as many different invertebrates as we can, with a focus on sponges and soft corals, because they're of particular interest to us, because they're known to often have unusual microbes associated with them, and they're also a source of things that we call natural products, which we have interest in studying in my lab, and is also something NOAA asked us, or put in their request for proposals when they were asking people to study deep sea habitats. We're not only asking for people to assess the biodiversity, they were also asking them to assess the biopharmaceutical potential. In other words, could we get a better understanding of what the microbes and the animals down here might be producing in terms of these things we call natural products, and that has intrinsic value to it, and it's got potential societal value, and it also creates an argument for why the biodiversity associated with these habitats needs to be preserved and maintained and protected. And so what we're doing could be considered acquiring baseline data on these habitats, just to get a sense of what's here and what kinds of things could come from the microbes and the animals that are here in terms of biopharmaceuticals.
So we're going to do a 100-meter transect now to quantify the megafauna, the large organisms we can see, and that'll be part of Devin's project. He's one of our scientists on board. He's a graduate student in Lisa Levin's lab, so he'll be analysing all of this video, at least 5 transects from each dive, plus ones we've done in a previous cruise, so he's been very busy. See what happens over this transect. I'd like to, but we've got that boundary that we're worried about. What's the boundary? The Navy permit. Creature you just saw under the on the camera was a acorn worm, a hemichordate, and we're interested in getting another one of those if we can. and plus potentially some other megafaunal animals along the way. We've got a few more spaces left for those as well. And all with the goal of establishing a basic understanding of what's living on these hard grounds in this region of the Southern California Borderlands. Yeah, we've kind of hit the top of the slope now. We were seeing a lot more diversity when we were doing an ascent. And we've come up 400 meters. Now we're on a relatively flat section. We don't have a lot of elevation to come, but we'll see what we can find. Here's another one of the hemichordates, the acorn worms, beautiful purple animals. Sea urchin there is, we think, is a lamp urchin. Stalk crinoid on the left there. Some of them will have a pretty prominent stalk and a very small crown or calyx, and that is a feature of one group called the Borgetocrinids, and they'll have 10 arms. We haven't really had a close look at one of those yet, and otherwise today we've seen 5-armed stalk crinoids, but they were further down the slope and we haven't really seen any since hitting the ridgetop. We are seeing some small shiny snails on these rocks, and hopefully we'll be able to stop after this transect and pick some of those up.
How high does this thing go? It does. Well, is this because we have the ships in front of us?
So we're on a bit of a slope again.
1.376.
You're still on a slope. We never got off of the slope. We just
But
haven't got to the top yet.
We get a top right here, you can see it.
Okay, so
Okay, so we're good. Alright, I'm much happier now than I was 12 seconds ago.
But if we, once we're done with this transit, if we head to that other waypoint, we'll be definitely going down.
100%.
Yep.
Well, we're not going down, we're going south.
South is down.
Yeah, but the depth is not down, it's along the ledge of this
It's really,
plateau.
if it's a constant depth, well, then we'll follow it.
So I looked at it though.
If you zoom out on the co-pilot screen, that ledge there is a ledge, so down would be going off the lines, kind of like back. So that all that orange being the same color is at that plateau.
Yeah, sure. How much longer on the transit?
We are probably really close. 50, maybe right now.
Gone up 20, 45 meters. So if you consider like total distance instead of just linear distance,
Yeah, total distance.
we've gone up 45 meters and out. Measure from. We've gone 50 meters roughly forward and 45 meters.
Okay.
Say over there. You covered your.
Looks like there's a lot of current sweeps over this.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Where are the filter feeders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very surprising.
My time was up on that. Went too quick then. So I came down half a meter too soon. Back in.
Waiting to see
All
some
right.
of those whips.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely covered over 100 meters total.
We'll call it good.
We're good.
Okay.
Stop transit.
All right. Let's see if we can. These look like rocks that might be
Gettable?
grabbable.
Yeah, let me come over.
Stop.
Okay.
Bridge RV. Hey Ollie. Yeah, you can come to an all stop here.
Yeah.
I think these we will be able to get these though. But yeah, they didn't.
Right here to see if there's anything. Try that one. Not big. Some of these might be movable.
You want to film first? Okay.
I'll have a look at them. Yeah. Oh, over there.
Well, either way. they're close.
Yeah, they're a better size, huh?
You get lucky.
Should fit.
The big one should fit, and then that small one above it is definitely beautiful.
You think?
I think that one.
The little one above?
Above it.
Yeah.
The bigger of the two.
Well,
That's your best
we'll
chance.
try
And
for
you
this.
could break it off.
We'll try for this one.
Go for the big one first. Might have to.
That one.
Or that one.
You know that little guy?
I'll try the big one.
Yeah.
See if that works. But then we'll try for this one.
But get the big one underneath the little one. Yeah. I got you. It's on your shoulders.
No, it's loose.
Is it going on?
Nice. Can we pick it up though?
Let's open a mailbox.
Alright. Might pull the port arm, I don't know.
Let's shoot actually.
Yeah, you got lots of options.
Plenty of options, either big box.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the shell on top of the port arm.
So we've found, looks like a little area where there are some loose rocks, so we're finally able to collect some. We'll probably collect 2 in this area. And Ben's now going to open up one of the boxes and you'll see inside our transparent inserts, and that's what determines the size of the rocks that we want to pick up. And each one is isolated so that tonight in the lab they can be individually quantified in terms of the macrofauna, the little animals living on them.
Should stay open. You can come back some more. There you go. Alright. Oops, what am I doing? This is I'll be up more.
So I'm not sure what you're seeing in the YouTube feed, but one of the cameras is, the view is blocked by the bio box. So the pilots have another camera where they can see the rock that they're trying to collect. So apologies if you're just looking at the open box, the open bio box.
There you go. No, now you can get underneath it. Too big? There you go, you got it.
Yeah, we're sorry for the feed. Box cam, yeah. Ben is manipulating a rock to try and pick it up, and hopefully he'll get it. And then you'll see it come in the field. Looks like he's got it. Okay. We'll lift it up. He'll lift it up and we'll take an image, and then it's yeah, either of the forward ones. I'll get an image, please, Ben. Once you feel it's safe.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Outboard.
Yeah, good question about the microbiology sampling. So we're interested in collecting DNA from the surface of the rock, and then we sequence the DNA to get a sense of what microbes are there. And maybe we'll do some culturing as well. We save samples, we preserve samples so we can culture. We preserve samples for DNA analysis, and we also preserve samples for what we call metabolomic analysis, where we'll look to see what sort of molecules we see in association with the rock surfaces.
I'll say that one right there, the smaller one. See the three there? Here, the smaller one. All right. Dark one right there. Yeah, yep. The bigger ones, I don't think are gonna be moving. Yeah, one of those is look like they're gonna- Yeah. Alright. We're gonna hop up and look at your spot. Yeah, so we box up. Yeah, we just jump a little bit.
There's a real big one just underneath the right arm. But I don't know if it's too big. You back
I can back up a little bit and then. Yeah.
There's two big slabs. Just right underneath.
Yeah.
So we can see in another camera there's some possible rocks. So we're just moving back a little bit to try and grab it. To save time, we're not closing the box. It's not normally something we would do, is fly with the box open, but you can see that it takes quite a lot of time to open and close the box. So we're just going to reposition and then hopefully be able to grab a rock right here before we continue on.
Those guys right there. Those two guys.
Yeah, either of those. I think they're around that size.
Yeah, you got plenty of reach there then.
next one.
Small one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good size.
Picked up, yeah. I can jump in a little bit. That's a big rock right there. Not kind of nervous, but it's what it is. Always fix it. Actually, I went too far. Let me just come over here to the.
Yeah, the rocks were all a bit big or cumbersome, so we're going to reposition again, and hopefully we'll find the Goldilocks rock.
To get him a better position to grab that one. Kind of nervous.
I'm gonna nudge it closer to this. Is it right to flip it over?
Yeah, I mean it's lost a lot of the things, so I'm kind of inclined to go for another rock now.
Okay. How about this one beside it?
If you think you can grab it, yeah. Oh, the little one? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun. Okay.
See, he was just moving that one out of the way to get to that. That's what
Now I see the plan. No worries.
Big guy?
If you can get the big guy, we'll worried it'll get in there. It's very square. It's huge.
I have to break it if you want. I can't. Oh, show me what you're saying.
Yeah, we looked at that and we thought it was too small. But
Here you go. Close. No.
okay, can we? I think we should bump a little bit one way or the other. go that way, it'll keep the lid open. And we're going to move one more time. Hopefully we'll see a rock on the next little bump. Sorry for the box cam.
There's a screw in right in the middle that would be great if it moves. Alright.
Right under the right there. Looks like it's sitting on top of that other one.
Last year you said.
Yeah. That's flat.
Alright, Ben. You got this. Stand by. You get solid. Bigger. Seriously, first rock.
All right, we got a good candidate. So hopefully Ben will get this one and we'll be putting it up in the field for you to see, and then we'll drop it in the box. And then we'll wander along somewhere else.
Alright. There you go. No, no, it's not that. It's that we're sitting on rocks, so we're kind of like. Happy? Yeah. I can hold it. Can't do much else. I can hold it. Don't shoot that. Not moving. Oh, there it goes.
Very good.
Alright, hold on. Hold on, let me get back down there. Alright.
Pick up from the bottom.
What do you gotta do? There it goes.
That looks promising.
Okay.
Alright. You wanna zoom in on that for me?
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. Hard Earned Rock by Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Alright. Alright, yeah, you're on top of it. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. Wanna drop it right
Yeah, you don't hit the top of the box.
Well done. Thank you. Okay. That box is full. We have 4 more to get, but we're going to give you a bit of a break from looking at our boxes and we'll go and try and find some other organisms. Yeah, that's it for now.
Yo, we're willing to both tied onto it.
So tonight in the lab, that each of those rocks will come out, will be, by people wearing gloves, will be carefully scanned for the animals living on top of it. We could see some worms and other encrusting organisms, and then it'll be swabbed for microbiology, and then Kira, our geologist, will potentially cut it in two and have a look at the thickness of any crust that might be with it. And the rock may well end up in a collection somewhere.
Alright, son.
Or we may even deploy it back out at sea as part of an experiment.
Yeah, I think get you above this. There you go.
Tomorrow we'll be heading back closer to shore to a place called 40 Mile Bank, and there we'll be doing 2 dives, bounce dives, to pick up a set of experiments that we deployed last year when we were on the RV Nautilus. And with the Hercules we put out a lot of wood and rocks and bone, and we'll be picking up those from 1,000 meters and 600 meters tomorrow, so that'll be a busy day. Today we've got some more exploration to do, so we're going to continue now, see if we can find some sponges and corals. So if we head to waypoint 3, are we relatively flat?
We can stay on top of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can't.
Three
We were here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's continue heading towards waypoint 3, but on this. And we've got a bit of, I'm just not sure where our boundary is. At some point it'll be a little bit more elevation. Look, we didn't really look much on this flat area. Let's see if there's some animals here.
You'll do.
Thank you. So we've come up 400 meters. We're on a kind of a flattened plateau. We are well below the summit though. There's still another 400 meters to the top of Little Joe Seamount, but we won't be getting there today. We're going to pretty much stick at this depth or near to this depth. So we're going to look at this plateau area and see if we can find some other filter feeders.
This is the worms that stretch out from their base. Right there, those are the worms that like base in their rock and stretch out. Might not be able to.
She's a new student.
Yeah, I saw. Projects. What projects do you have? That's it. Yeah, the projects. What projects do you have?
got some very large sea cucumbers there on the rocks that are deposit feeding the sediment. We've seen what could be a piece of rope or something, so we'll just have a little look.
Yeah. Size and what do you think?
What's that?
Could be the stalk of a dead giant sponge.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. We sampled one earlier.
Yeah, I saw that. It's huge.
Yeah.
Where's your RV? I moved you to the southwest.
Yeah, it wasn't a rope. It looked a bit like a rope, but it was a... We did, if you were watching earlier, pick up a stalked glass sponge, and the stalk was well over a meter tall, so that's probably was the remains of that. The stalk is made of silica spicules, and they can persist for a long time after the animal's died. If it was a crinoid, the stalk is made up of a series of discs called ossicles, and once the animal dies, they disassociate into individual discs, a bit like a vertebrae, and so we'd lose that. Sorry, can you just stop and pull back?
What's that?
I just saw something down here.
Hi everyone, this is Michelle. I think you've been hearing my name a lot. Finally introducing myself. Hope you all are doing well and enjoying the dives. I'm going to be started my master's degree at Scripps Institution of Oceanography in the fall. And I'll be looking at, for my project, I'll be looking at the meiofauna and macrofauna that colonize, that have been colonizing the substrates that we've been collecting. So I don't know if you saw the dive a couple of days ago where we collected wood samples and carbonate rock and other types of rocks as well. And so those had, a few animals on them, and I'll be looking at what kinds of animals have been colonizing those compared to the rocks that were there before. And we're collecting a few other rocks tomorrow for the same purpose. So join us and have fun looking at the dives.
Some of those creatures, will they survive if you brought them to shallower depths, or are they held together by the pressure? Do they need deep depth water to survive?
Oh, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
They wouldn't come all the way up here from this depth, 2,000.
No, not them bringing them up, but I mean, if they were slowly acclimated and they were brought, would they survive? They would survive just the same.
But there'd be other factors, so they might have 1,000 meter range that they'll live across. And for some reason they won't live high, maybe because
All right, see you later. I'm gonna go back to my job, which is characterizing the fauna that live in this area and logging it on our on the system.
This thing, you can see it maybe up to 1,500 meters, and then someone moves it. And why we don't also a big a lot of things. It's not the pressure, it's the temperature.
I guess I was thinking that if there were a way to bring them to the surface and create a false environment, like if you put them in a larger aquarium, where you, especially say a creature you didn't know a lot about, that you could monitor them more closely if you could see them on a day-to-day basis instead of just passing by or you know. So if you brought them from a depth like this, and if there were a way to bring them to the surface without having destroying their cell integrity and keeping them alive in a tank.
It's not easy.
I mean, it would obviously.
Some people have pressure chambers and they'll put them in it at the pressure on the bottom, maintain that pressure all the way up, seal them in, and then they've done experiments on them.
Really?
Things from 1,000 meters or less, we keep alive in my lab.
Yeah.
We bring them up. Over 1,000 meters is pretty hard, but I've had stuff to live for 6 months in my lab from 1,000 meters.
Because that's really a good way to kind of.
Oh, you learn a lot
evaluate
more.
them and watch what they really do, and on these
No,
flybys, you just don't get to see their how their life really.
We're just grabbing to identify on these cruises. So we're just discussing about how we can keep any of these alive on the surface. And it is a big challenge, and often you need to have special chambers to keep these deep sea animals alive. Can we slope this one?
Mm-hmm.
This one's mostly empty. It's got a bit of sand in the back end, so it's possible you might be able to slope this one without breaking it up. But I'll just get a nice video. We've heard that this is a new species, so we want to get another one. This is a deep sea hemichordate or acorn worm, and it's full of sediment at the back end. The purple end is the front. We collected one of these earlier today. Unfortunately, it broke up in the slope, so we're going to try and get another one. These are also deposit feeders. They'll wander around they crawl slowly over the surface of the rock. And this is a female. She's got eggs. And the white eggs you can see there. And it's full of sediment, and its mouth is underneath that purple lobe at the front there. And the wings coming out on the side help it gather the sediment. You can kind of see some sediment in the wings underneath. So these are incredibly delicate. Just touching them with a brush last night, I damaged one and broke it, so we'd like to get another one, and we'll do some anatomy and DNA sequencing on it. Okay, thanks Nick. And we've got chamber 6.
Yes.
Or actually we did get one into 5, so we could put it into 5 already, where we've got another one, so we save the chamber for another thing. So we'll slope into 5.
So where's the mouth?
The mouth is ventral underneath there.
So it's not feeding now, it's just...
It would be, yeah.
Alright.
You can't see the mouth, it's on the rock. If you can kind of, with the suction, just once it's sort of off, it might come easier and easier. So it's sort of like a matter of getting that head a little bit off, and then the rest of the body will come. But it's got a real tendency to tear back here where the sediment is. Yeah, I can't tell you how fragile these are. And they secrete an awful lot of mucus as well, which helps them stick onto the rock. So the challenge is to get this very delicate creature detached from the rock and then slowly up into the slope. It's like one of those things you see at a used car sales. What do they call Mr. Floppy? What are they? I can't remember the name of that. So Nick's doing really well here trying to sample this. It's retracting away from him, slowly coming off the rock. And very good. So we're going to watch it go into the chamber, slowly going along the tube, and beautifully done, Nick.
Which slope did that go into?
Number 5.
You already had something. Oh, did you just write that?
No.
It was already.
It's where the other one went.
Okay.
We've got 2 in there now. And it came through complete, people, so we're very happy. Thank you. That was really well done. While we're here, though, we could do another slope of this area into another chamber.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I just saw something orange in that.
And we've got this brain-like structure and some of this debris. So you could just slurp over the surface. We don't want too much of the sand.
Might need to move a little bit.
Can we reach out and see where we're at? See?
Alright.
Can't move though. It does look a bit far away, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can porch out and give it a little bit more length, but I don't know.
I think it's just gonna the way it's set.
Yeah. Alright.
You can just lateral start or a bit.
And so,
And you are set up in bottom
Well,
6 now?
Go into 6, yeah. And this little brain-like thing, a xenophyre, we'd like that, and then the detritus, anything that's a bit dark coloured.
Okay. And then try to, if you want to just stay away from the sand as much as possible.
If you can. But, I mean, some will have to come, but we're interested in the detritus.
Okay.
You think that urchin would fit in the slope? Might. Could. I think the urchin might come too.
The urchin?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, go ahead and kick it on.
Yep, we're at 3 flights right
things called again?
Xenophyre. Yeah, it's a single cell, but it's a syncytium, so it has many nuclei inside it, and it's basically protoplasm that gathers together. It's a whitish color because it's selectively choosing little foraminifera shells,
To stick to the outside.
and it sticks it all together. When you break them up, you see nothing but forams. You don't see anything, and yet there is this little creature. They're quite extraordinary. They're not an animal. They're relatively close relatives to another group called foraminifera. And we're interested in them. Lisa Levin's done a lot of work on these. They're often home to many other creatures. Nice.
I'm just gonna move forward just a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of out of reach of my rope.
Detritus is everywhere. It's not killed.
It's not
But
cool.
it's on the wiki, but
I agree.
yeah.
We're interested in what this greeny brown detritus is. So we'll have a look at it tonight in the lab. I don't think the urchin will fit. I think it's too big. No, it's okay. We have one.
Okay.
We're fine. Yeah.
Is that a small bivalve on that rock? That one? Or that one I just crushed? It used to be a bivalve, I think. Try to keep that organic material before I go for the sea.
Yeah. It won't fit. The detritus will be good.
We do have a thing open if you want it. Ready?
Oh, yeah, you can pop it in there.
You want to put it in?
I'm just gonna put it right in that source.
We can put it in a quiver. Quiver's open.
You wanna keep it in the quiver?
Sure. Yeah. We can put something else in there with it later.
Right, ready?
15.
Torch out a little bit more for you as well. You can get a little closer to that. Alright.
Come on.
Let me porch out a little bit more.
So the little lamp urchin is sticking inside the slope. We're going to try and knock it out. It was an unintentional capture. It has spines. The spines might be jamming. Oh, here it goes. Yay! Good job. Okay, so now we can slope a little more. You could slope a little more, maybe around there. Yeah, just around that area, and then I think we can call it good. Go to the right a little bit, there's a brittle star. I'm sure Michelle would like the brittle star. Yeah, that guy. The one's on the sediment.
This is also going into
Same slope. 6.
6.
This is still 6.
6, right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. Thank you, Nick. I want to try and figure out what that brownish stuff is. All right. Do you want to cap that quiver?
Yeah.
So we're actually at waypoint 3. Yeah, isn't that kind of like a bridge that's towards us, towards the south? reached our shallowest depth.
Yes.
But you see how we've kind of come up over this edge here?
Yes.
So I was thinking we might go back and try to at least stay along where we've got that transition.
To
Yeah.
waypoint 3?
Yeah, but
Or
even
just down between.
Further out. Yeah, southeast, yeah, where the transition is.
we could consider asking the captain if we could go shallower, but we're already really at the edge of our 2 nautical miles. Yeah, exactly.
You're suggesting we go along the edge of this feature?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think the more you continue, you're going to be on this pavement, and you never know what you'll see. But if you want that edge transition, maybe you'll get some more
Filter
bigger
feeds.
fauna.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good idea.
Just trying to keep it interesting for you guys. Beautiful basalt pillows just covering in a pavement, but
There were a few loose rocks, so we should be able to get others. Like,
I'm just surprised. It's plenty good environment for bigger things. I don't know what's the deal.
No, let's keep going.
They haven't colonized here. Where are they?
It's too big. Luckily.
Happy birthday, Becky.
It's not too deep for sponges and corals.
There's plenty of detritus,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a little bit of a mystery. Oh,
There's something sticking up.
Bamboo coral. Sponge coral.
I think it might be a...
It's one of those predatory sponges.
It's huge if it is. Or
What kind of sponge?
not sure yet.
It's different.
We'll take it.
Get a closer look, get a sense of what it is.
I was wondering if it had lost its top, but I don't think so,
Yeah.
actually.
Looks
No,
a
I think
little
that's
dead on
complete.
top.
We'll just have a look. It might be dead.
Get the camera.
I think it's looking dead.
Yeah.
I'll sit down.
I think it's dead.
Too late.
Yeah, we think it's dead.
Right. Find one
Okay.
of those alive.
Yep.
Whatever it is.
Send her up.
So what made you think it's dead?
It's just got things covering it up, and it's obvious it's shredding at the front.
Thank you.
Nice on camera. Agree.
That were two. Shit. Finding science department wire.
Alright, Mr. Ingram. Good? Easy peasy, dog. Fix it for him? Yeah. He was throwing a little hairy hat out. Alright, so what we're doing, we're just gonna come to the southeast east to get to this transitional thing here, which we're just getting to right now, and then follow it down to the southwest. All right.
Thank you,
Wonderful
Chris.
job.
So just
You guys
going
did
away
great.
from the tree, right? Okay.
Yeah, but not on the line so much. It's more on the transition.
On that ridge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Few away from the tree. The edge might be the place, if there's anyone.
So you want to move to this little ridge right here?
Yeah, thanks, Cody. We can just follow it along. Hopefully we'll... Yeah. So we're hoping we'll follow this ridge edge along, and in the hope that there'll be more water flow and then more filter feeders like the sponges and corals we're looking for. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my turn to say hello. My name is Nicholas. I have just joined the lab of Greg Rouse, who's been commenting throughout this time at Scripps, UCSD. My focus research here is on the evolutionary history of sea urchins and sea cucumbers, two closely related groups, yet morphologically very, very different, as you've been seeing. And so for the last few days, we've been trying to get as much diversity from these two groups as possible, trying to sample from across their major lineages. And with those samples, we're going to go back to the lab, sequence their DNA, and try to understand a little bit better their evolutionary history.
So there are usually 4 of us on the science team on duty for each of these dives. And you've been hearing most of the narration from Greg Rouse, but Nico and Michelle are doing an important job called data logging. And so they're entering into a pretty sophisticated database. They're taking notes about what we're seeing, they're taking still photographs, and they're recording all the samples that are being taken. So we have a very accurate record of what samples are collected and how they relate to the video and the pictures that we're taking and the depth and all the other information. So very, very critical job, data logger. So you don't hear too much from those folks, but they're in here with us, part of the 4-person team that we have, the science team, for each of the shifts that we have during the dives.
Too small.
Looking at rocks.
Can we look at this, please? Cody, little coral.
No.
It's about 10 centimeters. Too small. So
Too small.
it's a kind
10
of,
centimeters.
it's a little sea pen.
I would pass on that.
Pass? Okay.
That's
Yeah, we'll pass on. It's too small.
So I didn't know sea pens attached to rocks.
Yeah,
as
we
well
got
as
some
burrow
last time, remember?
On rocks.
Yeah. Yeah, we got bigger ones on rocks last time. I'm forgetting the
Yeah,
name.
that's right, I remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I think a taxonomist was very interested in that. I don't know if they borrowed it from the collection or not, because
stay away from bridge.
sea pens normally burrow into the sediment, and they often look like an old-fashioned quill with feathery appendages and then a long spike that'll go into the sediment. But we were seeing them, as with that one you just saw, glued onto rocks. But Paul needs bigger biomass, so we're looking for larger corals.
It's like this area right here.
Yeah, that's
keep
good.
coming south some.
Yeah, just follow that. Yeah, follow southwest to 3. It should keep us on that edge.
Isn't that some of the yellow? I don't know what it's called. I felt like it was something they were after. The yellow rock. Yeah. It's on their list of something to get.
You interested in permits?
No, we're good.
Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, we got that one last night, actually.
Did
The
you?
yellow one, yeah.
Okay. I thought they were, earlier this morning, I thought they were asking us to.
The stalked
Oh,
yellow
the
one. If we
stalked
see a
one.
stalked one, yeah. But we stopped seeing those a while ago.
It would help if my vernacular was up to date, where I could say something other than ooh, granted that.
Look at that.
But there were quite a few of those stalked ones a few hundred meters down, and now we're not seeing them.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why you should always just get them when you see them.
Kinda.
Never just go forward.
Yeah. So there's a question about the sediment, biogenic. There certainly would be a large proportion of it would be foraminifera. And we haven't, there's another little coral pool, too small. Too small, we'll keep going.
What's that right there? A little whitening on the rock. Is that
That's a chain of mail shell, that's a chitin.
Chitin.
Yeah,
Chitin.
mollusk. Yeah. It's got 8 plates.
Take a quick look at it.
We'll have a look, yeah. Very difficult to
Go
get
ahead
up.
and zoom in on it.
Yeah.
So I don't knock them off the first
So there's a chitin, a group of mollusks. It's got 8 shell plates and a ring around it. The mouth and everything, gills are underneath, attached to the rock. And that's a grazer, would be scraping over the surface of the rock.
So, what do they go after? Just sediment and whatever's on a rock?
This particular one, yeah, it'd be grazing the biofilm on the rock.
So
We
they're
saw one the other day though that had a flap at the front, and that would lift it up and sit like that.
Yeah.
And if something crawls underneath, it flaps down.
Oh.
Yeah, that was really cool. I hope we'll see them again when we go shallower. Yeah, they are. We've seen a few Venus flytrap-like
Yeah.
creatures.
Great. There's another one worm.
Yeah. Squat lobster.
Cucumber. It's picking up now. There's more things.
little stalk crinoid. It's got a little tiny crown. Yeah, it's
Few urchins. Oh, we're getting
lots of chitons.
a lot of them now.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find a rock with one that we can pick up. There's a heteropolypus, but it's too small.
So we look for a kite. Jelly.
Yes, we just went by a little jelly, a hydrozoan jelly. We're traversing along just below this ridgetop looking for large filter feeders, sponges or corals. We've been seeing pretty few today, unfortunately. We hoped we'd see more.
Oh, bunch of cup corals.
So there is food here for some of the corals, but not the ones we're after. Lots of anemones.
So Cody, there's no way hand ahead to look more to front of us. That's the camera that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
That's the most forward-looking view you have.
Correct. I mean, I could do this right here. Could do something like that. And then come down. Just use this to look down. Like that.
I just wanted to. There's so little here. If there was something in the horizon, maybe we would miss it if we were looking straight down.
Yeah, so this one we'll be able to look, see a little better out there. Just down a little bit like that.
Yeah. Amazing. Quite a contrast.
So we've got a question about the pressure. We're at 2,386 meters, so we're under 236 atmospheres of pressure at this depth. 242.4 bar to be accurate and precise, thanks to Cody. Cody, can we look at that black thing? This will be our last day. Oh, relatively offshore. We'll be moving in closer to shore tomorrow. That is a mollusk.
Something you want?
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect timing.
Do you remember these from Northwestern Australia last year?
They do look very familiar.
Which one are we looking at?
The floating ball.
Oh, what are we sucking it up?
Yes, please.
The purple one?
Yeah.
I think we saw micro ones in Pippa, they called them a blueberry.
I don't think that was the same.
Probably not, but that just. Oh no.
You got a jar ready, Tony?
Will be 7 or 8.
I think so.
Go ahead, let it rip, can't chew. Go get it.
So this is not it's a gastropod snail, not a slug, but it's another one of the kinds of snails that's lost its shell or reduced its shell.
Some lights.
Some like
And it's just the kind of thing that J-Rod, who's just joined us, would like to enjoys chasing and slurping up. And he got it.
Yoink. I'm gonna. It's going into number 7.
7. Just call it purple mollusk. I'll remember the name later. And I think it was a black coral. Did you see it? Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah.
that was called. So that was jar 7, you sure?
Yes.
Jar 7. What was in jar 6?
Jar 6.
Sediment. No thanks. Nick got a perfect one. So
Yeah?
we're good.
Nice.
Yeah, he did.
I got you, Mike. All right. Thanks, sir. You guys just wait till I walk away, use that on?
Jar number 7 is a full man.
Roger on jar number 7.
Sorry, didn't get a good picture of it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It floated off. Yeah.
Purple
What can we do?
bouncing ball is what we picked up.
Yeah.
Look at that big
It's a snail. Kind of snail.
Yeah.
Try to hold it steady.
Do they swim or?
No, just super floaty. It should come up okay. We'll photograph it in the lab.
This is the most distance we've covered, I think, on any of our dives.
We're almost to waypoint 3. We've got like 100 meters to
100.
waypoint 3.
Yeah.
Roughly. As the crow flies.
There are. Lots of cup corals here on the rocks. The white little cones you can see. A big slime star, possibly Hymenasta, next to a chitin. Can I zoom in on that? Get a nice photo? You can see the tracks in the dark marks there where the chitin has been feeding.
Could be better, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it's grazing over the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they eat you alive.
They're assholes. Better than that.
I was talking about Patrick, somebody else from the SpongeBob SquarePants. Do you see Okeanis is a post today? So they found SpongeBob and Patrick with a yellow sponge and a sea star right next to each other today on their live feed.
Well, let's see what we can do.
Yellow
We would
sponges.
like a SpongeBob, that's for sure.
Would like a
Yeah, how many have we done now? 3 or 4? Sorry? Transect. We've done 4, so we need to do 1 more or so. So.
Right now, if we start one in about 6 meters,
That'll take
see
us.
all the way to waypoint 3.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cruise around here, see if we find anything, and then in 6 meters we'll start the chance.
Okay. So we've been doing a series of transects to quantify the creatures you're seeing, the large creatures. We fly about 1 meter off the bottom with the camera fixed, and then we have the 2 green lasers which are 10 centimeters apart. So then we can, or undergraduates and other students help out with Devon, who's on board for his project quantifying the megafauna at various sites that we've explored. So we try and do 5 of these transects each dive at least.
We've never made it to the end. Milestones,
Kept it
buddy.
short today 'cause
Hey, that Facebook is in.
So now we'll have to come up with a new path. Huh?
Thanks, Cody.
Alright, let's see. Call that after we come over this little big ridge here. Should be.
You're gonna wanna collect rocks at some point, you may wanna
Go back
to
up.
the top.
Yeah, we're not going to collect them here.
If you want to, we can start transect here and I'll see us to waypoint 3.
Okay.
For 100 meters.
Start transect.
Alright, you ready?
Ready.
Alright, start transect. That's about 100 meters. Somewhat. Nothing to really do about it.
Yeah, the sea star looked like a Hymenasta. Our friend Chris Marr will probably enlighten us. We actually haven't collected one on this cruise. Maybe if we see one later on, we might have time to get one today.
Just
but we're really focusing on getting the corals and sponges, so we'll just see what we have time for. They're also super slimy, and they can secrete an awful lot of mucus in the lab. They're a bit of a problem to deal with. So we'd probably try and get a smaller one rather than a bigger one. After today, we're going to head in with, this will be our deepest dive.
Pause transect.
We've been at 2,700 meters up now to less than 2,400 meters. The dives from now on will be a lot shallower, or probably 1,000 meters or less. But we'll be nearer to the coast. So you can expect quite a different scenery in the next few days. Got about another week. Our last diving day will be next Thursday. We're just on a temporary pause, and so you can contemplate this rock for a few minutes. I'll have a look around. Let's see what else is here.
Yep,
Oh.
you can for sure look around.
Okay. It's a very nice little cup coral here in the frame. Here's another one, a little less blown out. The tentacles are all retracted. Some of the others we've seen have had the tentacles extended. You can see the sclerites, the little skeletal elements inside the wall of the polyp there. And here we've got some brittle stars on the rock.
Go grab J-Rod real quick.
Mostly they'll be detritivores, just eating the marine snow that falls onto the surface.
So where do you want the log?
So this is your Ethernet. This back here. That's what's going on. Just maybe trending or something else like that.
It's always been, I thought the same thing.
Stop. Still set.
Yep.
Okay. You let this one out. Let me know when mine stops.
It's a large anemone here. That's about 15 centimeters.
Holding one out.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of current, but it's not really. It's where the thrusters of the ROV are just making it look like there's a lot of current. This creature that looks like a spider is actually an isopod, so it's a relative of the roly-polies you might be familiar with on land. So these long-legged isopods can often float around in the water.
Still red there?
No, not a sea spider. It's a different group. you can see that it's got actually a pretty distinctive body, whereas a sea spider has hardly any body or trunk at all. This one has a distinctive thorax and then a little lobed abdomen that makes it a different group. And it just flared its abdomen there, and you could see the little pleopods, the gills, flared out briefly. So isopoda, not pycnogonida. So we're back off the bottom after a little interruption. We'll just try and get set again and we'll continue our transect. Just had a bit of a software glitch there, and now we'll continue on our transect. And then we'll head up a bit and see if we can get some more rocks, because this is all pretty cemented. But we know a bit over the ridge top here we saw some loose rocks before.
Come back and then come back down. Continue here in a bit. Where do you control your lights? Where are the lights controlled?
So those of you watching from home, just looking at what we're calling rocks, they don't really look like normal rocks. And I'm not a geologist, and I've really come to appreciate just how unusual these features are. And what we're really looking at are what once were rocks that are now being replaced by these mineral crusts. And that's why they're so uniform looking. And if you just use your imagination, it's almost as if there's this living crust being formed on these rocks. And this is it's not understood exactly how these crusts form. There's some theories that microbes may be involved in helping to precipitate these minerals, but it's really pretty remarkable. This is something you really need to come to the deep sea to be able to see. And every once in a while you'll see an area where you can really see where the crust is sitting on the rock. And once you start to adjust your eyes to look for these features, you really start to notice the lumpiness of the surface, and how it almost looks like these rocks were dipped in something, or someone poured some sort of coating on these rocks, and now it's solidified. But really pretty remarkable to think about the process that's taken place over millions of years in these extreme conditions in the deep sea to coat these rocks with these mineral crusts. Pretty amazing to be able to really just take a look at these features and just see how unique they are. Very alien to anything you would see in shallow waters. No, this isn't the only place you see these types of mineral deposits. I don't know if I'd say they're common, but there are quite a few areas in the world's oceans where you see them. And there's some interest in potentially mining these types of deep sea areas, and there hasn't been any discussions about that here off of California, but there is interest in mining other areas of the ocean. And yeah, that's something we should all be aware of, and there's concerns about the environmental impacts of these kinds of activities. And so that's one good reason to get this kind of video footage to see what's out here. This isn't the best site to document the diversity of life that you see in the deep sea, but we've certainly have some pretty spectacular footage from some of the other dives that we've made. So yeah, there are different areas of the world's oceans where there are different types of deposits. Most people know about the manganese nodules. These are different deposits here, but nonetheless these are enriched in both manganese and iron, and also other trace metals accumulate in relatively high concentrations in these precipitates, and those are valuable types of metals, and that's what generates the interest in trying to access these types of deep sea areas. You don't see deposits like this in other places on the planet.
Not very much after all that one ridge. Another thing, there's less current too. Right here. This morning when I was watching them fly.
Right. Less current here?
Yeah, there was a little more current when we were at the beginning of the dive. When I got on at 10, there was a little more current.
You know, that hat doesn't look very good on you. If you want to get rid of it, I'll take it off your hands.
Might cost you. Might cost you. These are super rare.
Oh, I know. I was hitting on Tina this morning trying to get one, but she said they're all gone.
All gone.
What do you think? Finish the transect and go up?
Yep.
Do you know our off the bottom time?
Maybe 3:30. Do you know when we should come off?
What time do y'all want to be on deck?
5-ish.
5-ish. That is 2382.5, sir. That's 26 meters a minute. We can do the math on your calculator. Got Mr. Calculator over there. Hold up. get on deck.
Just a, probably
Just-
Why do you want to be on deck at 5?
I don't. Just I put it
Said
out there.
5, well,
I did.
Say
but
5:30.
we could do 5:30, but then it's dinner time.
just let me know if y'all want to go later than that, which isn't an issue. I just need to
Well,
let
it's
you know.
another
Depends
early
what we
start
see.
tomorrow.
They'll have to process samples. Don't worry about us. It's y'all.
Well, no, we do worry about you. We don't want to.
Don't worry about it.
Did Lisa have a plan for off? Did she put it in the dark time or on deck time?
She said
Close to a stop, Cody, on the transect?
total
About
time
another-
10 hours.
Just give you another 15 meters. 10 or 15.
Yeah, so just under, just before 5 is what she had on there, right? No.
Which means we'd have to pull at 3.
So,
Well, after this transact, we better go up and get some rocks. We need to get the 4 rocks. I think after the 4 rocks, I don't think we're going to get the sponges.
And
Trash.
four more
Trash.
Another trash bag.
See if that's-
There we go.
Yes, we started once today, so just keep an eye out here. And, tomorrow's going to just restarted YouTube, so.
Yeah, this is the second bag of trash we've seen on this cruise. Otherwise, its bottom's been pretty clean other than some fishing gear. When we get closer to shore, we'll start to see a lot more trash. In fact, last year when we were out here, we made one dive which was pretty horrific in terms of how littered the bottom was with trash. It was pretty shocking to see.
Okay, thank you, Cody. So, I think if we can just come up over the top, that's where we saw rocks before, we could pick up.
Above this right here?
Yeah.
Straight up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mind if I come to my starboard a little bit, just get behind the vessel a little bit?
Oh, yeah, yeah, no problem.
Air position. And I'll just kind of keep this in sight and beeline straight up. And if you see something, just yell at me.
Okay. Okay. I think these look like rocks we could pick up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so I think
Box G, or do you want to,
we'll go to box C,
box C?
and I think the one with the lasers on it is a nice size.
Okay. Can we get whatever pictures you want, and then I'll push
Oh.
out and open it up.
Okay.
It's a nice synallactid sea cucumber there. This rock has even a little xenophyrophore on it. And we'll be trying to sample this one into a biobox. So we're going to porch out and open the biobox. Hopefully we'll still get a bit of a view for you. Okay, thanks, Jim.
Alright, which one you want to go for?
I think this one.
Oh, right there? Yeah. Perfect. Watch out for me. Forward or not?
So there you can see our 4 color-coded inserts, and they have a number and a color, and you can see little handles on the inside, so we can lift those out tonight and bring them into the lab. And it's often handy to photograph through the perspex, so it's a really handy design, and the containers keep all of the associated creatures in the water, so that we know exactly everything that was associated with the rock. These bioboxes are actually Lisa Levens, our chief scientist, and the Sebastian crew have mounted these here on their sled, and usually they have their own and have their own design and ways of making them open. Oh, it broke?
Yeah. Okay. A million pieces.
Okay, well. Is there another one there? Yeah. Unfortunately, the rock we targeted broke, so we'll try for another one. Some ROVs have motorized lids, say the Hercules on Nautilus.
Is that fresh rock there off to the...
This one? Oh, that's the one that
Well,
broke?
that's all the crumble. So I think, I was seeing that piece up there to the right, kind of wanna...
It's a little bit, but there was some more on the left here.
Yeah, this one maybe?
Yeah, no, that's a good size.
rounded it all on. And pick up these paper thin, ridiculously fragile creatures. And then we can't pick up a rock without breaking it. There has to be some sort of irony in that.
Fragile. Or they're brittle.
Continue for that.
Crust. No, how about the one next? How about that one? Yeah. Wow, they've got quite a crust on them. You see that?
Yeah, it's all
Sorry you can't see what we're seeing, but Nick's down in front of the basket there, and the rocks have a brittle crust on them that's cracking off.
No. See if I can push this a little bit. See what you can get there. Grab there. Hard. Might be able to come back for it.
Slide back just a touch.
Yeah.
I can't really see what I'm. Maybe you can push out even with the legs.
Keep that leg extended.
That's at least better. Just need a couple inches to this.
Still good with your arm. Still good. Still good.
It's the trade-off between trying to grab the rock firmly and being able to pick it up, and they just shut.
Try to find another cluster?
Yeah, let's move.
Okay.
It's really been a challenge today to find rocks.
Maybe instead of trying to grab them,
Yeah.
just trying to. Yeah. It's tough. You have to find one that's a little more protruded to do it.
And an edge for you. They're often rounded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is coming out in the commission.
This all just came out.
Is it the commission or just media?
No, they.
All right, we found another little patch of rocks. I'm afraid we're still just giving you box cam view, but we'll hopefully get a rock up into view to look at in a minute. see in front of us the flat area. We've got a couple of very nice crinoids there sitting on the rocks, but we're trying to pick up rocks right in front of the basket here.
Get you a little closer to it. Just out of reach of it, really. I can grab it, but like, it's gonna end the same way all of our grabs have been.
Yep. Try to go for this rounded one here. Think that's a good one?
Yeah, if it'll hold, if the manip will go wide enough, looks like it will.
You got it. Just hold it
It's
there.
fragile. Okay, Nick's got us a rock. You can go straight to the box if you want. Okay. Any space you want.
Are there more there like this? We'll grab another one or no?
We'll try. Yeah, given the time.
And the winner is Orange 5.
Well done.
Did you want another one from
If,
here?
if
or-
you can, if you see a good one.
There was another good one. I'll come back soon. Yeah. Which one do you go for?
Think you can get to that?
It's awful connected to stuff, but
Shot.
give it a shove.
Might be. Yeah.
See what we can do. You know which one it doesn't do?
That one to the left.
That one straight up kind of sits in the. Yeah, so we'll try this one first. Go for that one after if it doesn't. Nice choice.
Lucky.
I'm trying not to shut my jaw.
One more. Tap again. That's it. Great. Now here's the moon.
Okay. Pause for photos.
Has a few tubes on it. Okay.
Nice. Okay.
You want to track upwards some more, or
Maybe we'll move a little bit to get it, and then get the last two.
close it a bit for me, please? Okay, portent now.
Although before we go, yeah, we'll just look. There's a crinoid on the rock in front.
Okay.
I'll have a look at it.
We'll just keep this closed.
Yeah.
See what we can see. Yeah. Try the purple one. Just
So we've got 6 of our 8 rocks now. We'll close up the box, have a little look around, and then we've got 2 more rocks to get before we'll have to start our journey up.
oh, you're sure?
Thank you. So,
Zombie snail.
zombie snail? Why do you call them that?
I have some that look like that by tank. They live underneath the sand, and when there's something dead, they all come out like they look like zombies.
It's a whelk. Yeah. Okay. Well, we might want to get that one. We haven't seen that. And then this little crinoid here. Let me just look at it. So we could slurp these 2 things.
Okay.
I think the crinoid would slurp.
Let's see side by side.
And then if we can get the shell,
Alright, so this is
kind of like slurping the rock.
jar 8.
Jar 8. Yeah, that's all we got left.
That's all we got. Alright. Ready to start slurping it?
No, he's not ready to start working. He's playing like a child.
Yeah,
You're gonna pay him to lynch.
Slurp the slurpers.
Good time. Good say.
Going forward. Probably gonna pick up. Can you elbow up? You look down before you can see that corner. It's like the bungee is caught.
The stalk?
Stalk chrono?
It'll pop off, Paul. Nick, sorry. Anywhere along.
Section's up. All the way down and scrape it up.
Oh, nicely done.
Smooth over.
So this one into 8?
Yes. And now the whelk.
Zombie stuff.
Zombie snail. Yeah.
I'll land out for you real quick.
It's interesting, the snail had little black eyes.
Is that one down there? Rick?
Pardon?
Is that one? Bottom of the screen over by the handle of jar or equipment number 13? Just by the handle above it. On the ground.
Oh, oh, the chitin?
Tight.
Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, we've seen the chitin a bit. We haven't gotten one. It's probably going to be jammed onto the rock, but Nick might be able to pop it off.
Chrono it in. Same tube?
Yes, please. It'll be really jammed on, so if you can hit the edge of it, you might be able to pop it off. But they're hard to get off, even in shallow water, in the intertidal. But the rock's so brittle, it might just pop off.
It's a good angle for this.
Yeah, no, it's moving. Yeah, well done.
We don't need to attach this firmly down here. Just into the title where there's a lot of surge.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's on. That was a really good grab for him.
Well. Oh, there you go. Yay.
Oh.
Oh.
He's a fighter. I like this guy. Do that again. Whatever you just did. Hold that like that. Just like that. Okay.
Yes.
He's like right in the hole. Freaking on the wall. He's just spread he's
Okay.
He's my favorite now. I like a survivor.
All right, that was really well done. So we've got a gastropod, a chitin, and a Borgetocrinid crinoid. And now we're going to grab our two last rocks.
move up? Get into a different location?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. That's 8 complete now.
Looks like lots of rocks over here. Yeah, we do admire the chitin and the gastropod, but we can't really document the biodiversity unless we have the actual specimens to properly identify them. In the end, we'll have enough baseline data for people to use video surveys to probably identify everything, but in this case we do need to actually collect representatives. So that those mollusks and crinoid will end up in the benthic invertebrate collection at Scripps and be available for other researchers to loan. You want it? Can we get this rock?
Of course we can.
Yeah.
We get up in there. The sea pen on it.
Yeah, we can.
Alright, fortune out, or actually go look at it.
Can I have a look at it? Yeah, it looks like it's got another mollusk on it. Does. It has a little gastropod on it.
And a sea spider.
And a sea. That's an isopod. Yeah.
That looks like a spider.
Yeah. That looks like a spider. There's several of these snails. And that's the sea pen that sticks to a rock, and I'm forgetting its name. But we'll get the name later on tonight. Okay.
Rock.
Thank you. Yeah.
Science camp coming in.
Hopefully the snail will stay on the rock.
Which rock are we at? The one with the snail and the sea pen.
Yeah. It could be Anthoptelum.
Oh, you looked it up there?
Anthoptilum. We did get a couple of these last year, and I recall that was the genus name.
It's like your well.
Yeah, it's different. It was Neptunia has a sculptured shell, and that was very smooth. So it's something else.
A little bit. See it? And this time it's going to porch all the way in. Because that's crazy.
The sea pens are mollusks.
There you go, sir.
No.
What are they? They're
Out
corals.
right there.
Yeah, octocoral. Yeah. Oh, that's in sediment though. So that's it. Same group. Then go straight to the box if you want. Yeah. well done so far.
Get a picture there if you want.
I will.
Yep. What's that, Jay?
Nothing blowing up.
Huh?
We were on the engineering channel. talking
Okay,
to-
thanks, Nick.
Something's happening in the engine.
Oh, okay.
Looks like the shell stayed on too.
Yeah, no,
Awesome.
perfectly picked up.
He hasn't finished touching it yet.
Great.
You want another one from here?
Yeah, yeah, we may as well.
Can we take the CPAP?
Oh yeah. All yours.
Science camp's coming out for us. We'll take a yonder.
Thank you.
Well,
I think.
That's Rebecca for son's a teenager now.
What's that one?
That's Rebecca for son's a teenager now. Spit golfer now.
Oh, she back now?
She's officially back.
Okay.
Jack of all trades in the office. Shantel.
How about this one or this one?
okay.
Whatever's easiest. Yeah.
We don't want to do the easiest. We
Well,
want to do the best one.
I agree. I think either would be good for us though. Nice.
On a roll now.
Pause there for photos.
Okay. There's a nice crust on it. Okay. Great. Fantastic.
Closes it. That's it for that.
got all the rocks.
At
So,
waypoint 3.
and we completed the dive track.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah.
All right, we're nearly at the end for today. We've got a few more minutes left because we've got a long ascent. But we would really like to get another sponge if we can.
Sponge.
So, direction, what do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
6-0.
Well, there's a dead sponge.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's good. Good sign.
Yeah, that's the view we want. Just scan around, look for something. Wait.
Updated waypoint bridge.
Check
Doing a big circle.
Just because it wasn't us in the position, the way that level was. But I haven't asked.
Yeah, the pilots have been great this afternoon. Picked up some really challenging samples to give us. Plenty of work tonight in the lab. We're looking forward to that.
Correct, you know where the dive is tomorrow?
40 Mile Bank.
40 Mile Bank.
Yeah. Double dive.
Double
Bounce
dive?
dive to pick up the experiments.
Smashing that?
Yeah. There's a sponge. Too small? It's unusual.
The city.
No, it's a sponge on a stalk. A lollipop sponge.
How many spots do you have now?
How big was that? I take it.
Yep. Okay.
Beggars
Take that
can't
sponge.
be choosers. Lollipop sponge.
Okay.
And
No, I just actually had one. Boxes full.
oh, there's a.
What's that?
It's a sea pig prancing.
There you go, sir.
Thank you. And yeah, it's an interesting little sponge. It's, let's see how big it is. It's 10 centimeters across.
Is that the common name, lollipop sponge?
Oh,
or
I
you
don't
just
know.
made that
That's
up?
just
Okay.
we have a. There is a lollipop sponge, but it is not this actually. Yeah, it's the wrong name. We could put that in a quiver, please, Nick.
Looks like 9, 10, and 11 should all be empty.
9, 10, 11, 12.
9, 10, 11, 12 all empty.
Copy that.
has been in the past.
Yeah.
This is a little glass sponge on a stalk. So it has silica rods extending down to attach to the rock, and then the body of the sponge that does the filtering is the circle we can see, but it's probably a cup shape when we see it in profile. And Nick took it off with the base intact, so really well done. It's almost like a mushroom. Yeah.
That looked like quiver 12.
So it's not a bad size. Yeah. It does. Mushroom sponge.
Oh, it's more like a mushroom. Or did it contract?
No,
Does it look
I
rounder
think it really
before?
does look like that. It's got a lip to it. And in it goes.
Nice. Well done. Number 156 and quiver 12.
I'm just going to get a zoom of the sea pig before we take off. Is 14 empty? Nope. 14 has... Oh, it's got the Crossagorgia.
Is that the camera vibrating or the spool there?
I think the camera.
What's that?
The camera vibrating?
Yeah, yeah. The ship has a weird vibration right now. Feel it.
Oh, it's a nice day out. Who knew?
Look at that. Gorgeous.
Look at
That
that.
camera needs to be cleaned.
Looks like the wind's dropped.
I should probably show that. It'd be more interesting.
Thank you, Nick. I'll just zoom on this sea pig for a pretty picture. We collected one earlier today.
Hey, it wasn't just me. It was on YouTube.
What is that?
I have twitches
So bizarre.
This one also has a parasitic snail underneath it. We were lucky the one we got earlier today also had the parasite. And call that a beauty shot, Nick?
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
So why the appendages on top? What's the function of those?
I don't know.
Alright, I've got a good feeling about to my right.
All right. Cody thinks we're going to find a good sponge.
All right.
And so straight ahead. To the right. Where? That
So
little
the
hole?
mouth is on the right?
Yeah, 10 tentacles. Potentially it helps that they will float up and having the buoyant...
So those are like sails. Almost.
Yes,
Yeah.
good point, yes. Some of them really do have flaps to swim with, but not the sea pig.
Turn real quick. We'll rotate. How do you turn?
So we've been looking for a sea pig, Scotoplanes. We're very happy today to see one. We took one and we'll be preserving that tonight for some further sequencing that we're interested in doing. Trying to put the sea cucumber evolutionary tree together. We'll also be seeing if that may be a new kind of sea pig as well. But right now we're looking for one last sponge or coral.
It's like 10 days.
So for those of you who don't know, I'll toot Greg's horn for him a little bit here in that the way the relationships of these animals used to be determined was largely based on morphology. And of course, in some cases, very different things can have similar morphologies. And today, this can be done using sequence-based approaches or what we call molecular phylogeny. And Greg is a real leader in this field. And so by collecting these animals and sequencing certain genes that are good taxonomic markers, you can start to better understand who's related to who. And that's resulted in reimagining the tree of life. And many of these organisms are ancient and deeply rooted in the tree. And so understanding where they fit in is critical to understanding how life forms are related to each other. And so when Greg talks about sister taxa or understanding the better understanding the relationships of these animals, it's using these molecular approaches and sequencing DNA to really understand who's related to who. the morphology remains important and is used in the description of the animals, but it's really been game-changing to be able to incorporate DNA sequencing into our understanding of how all life on this planet is related to each other. The gene sequences don't lie. The morphologies can be misleading in some cases, but the sequences are really something we can rely on, and so it's pretty amazing how by collecting some of these rare and ancient organisms belonging to these unusual groups has helped resolve our understanding of what we call the base of the tree of life, and how organisms evolved early on and became all the various lineages and diversity that we see today. And so kudos to Greg for being instrumental in understanding how some of these ancient organisms relate to each other.
Sorry, Greg.
Well, thanks, Paul. We feel very lucky to be able to sample some of these amazing animals down here and to put them into the Tree of Life. That's really fortunate and a privilege, really.
Come on, Cody. You got us all, got our hopes up.
I know. Feeling disappointed right now. So. Maybe here. Sponge or more.
Thanks, Bondi. That's Amy. Bondi. It's our dog's name. It's actually Amy, because Bondi can't type. We're trying to wish a sponge onto one of these rocks.
Says wolf. I don't know if you saw the map, but it comes up to this really rounded, relatively small area on top. I think that was outside of
Yeah, we couldn't go there. All right, we're in our final few minutes looking for our last specimen. Lots of rocks.
Kelp. Kelp. There was a request to pick up kelp earlier.
We slurped some of it. Yeah.
We still have the flush truck.
Did Lisa want a piece of kelp? No, this was for you.
Flush
Yeah.
it full now.
No, flush
Yeah.
it.
Wanted the graders.
One more rock?
No.
Oh.
They're looking for a sponge.
Sponge.
I think
For box number 9?
there's another snail coming up. We've got a few snails starting to show up now, but
Everything they're looking for is all over. They're looking for rocks.
there's a rock pen, but had enough of those. You want to grab it? We did get a bunch of rock pens last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing a lot more sediment now.
Says 12 minutes.
Plus you've done.
Did you say hi?
We're cruising now.
We need a little bit of elevation.
Ooh,
Just
right there.
that's could be a sable fish. See, it's got a proper tail. On a little elevation like this, I would expect something.
Is that coral inside that crevice?
Yeah,
but,
but not enough.
Get it.
Not enough. Do you want to look at it?
No.
No. Oh, there's a sponge. Or is it a coral? It's a coral. There you go.
Right. That's the one we got.
You found it, Cody.
That's the replicate.
It's a Chrysogorgia. Beautiful one.
The replicate for, and that can go in the box, so it's easier.
Okay.
The forward box, port side.
Only one. That's over.
Make Johanna happy. We have a replicate. Yeah. Yes, it's the same as the last time. It's our replicate Johanna. And yes, we do want all of it because there's not much material here. So yes, we do want to collect this entire sample. And we get some bonus detritus, whatever that is on it.
Here you can see the polyps with their 8 tentacles, and you can just see the skeleton, which is a golden color. It's a proteinaceous skeleton on these octocorals.
Since we already have the metabolomic sample, should
So there's a mass spec metabolite analysis, but there's when
Okay,
Alex
go
B
ahead.
is
Thank you.
trying to find a molecule where you need like HNO. So just wait till you see when this comes up on that, it's going to amount to nothing. So no, we want the whole animal. So when you get to a kilo, then you stop.
Okay. I'll remember that.
We'll happy to take your advice on the fish IDs. We're not very good on our fish here, and we don't have a handy fish guide. We need a help from our audience sometimes on identifications. Ekin, I missed the Nemertean on the rock. Was it near the spun, near the coral? We're out of slope, so I don't think we'll be able to get it, unfortunately. We're over our dive time a little too, so we're probably going to pull this coral and then we'll be coming up. Okay, we'll have a look when we go down to grab it. Yeah, that's the sea pig.
Oh, what's this guy?
This is a sea pig.
No, what are we collecting now?
Oh, Chrysogorgia.
It's one of
Quivers here. Chrysogorgia. Chryso means gold. Oh, I see the Nemertean. Yeah, now I got it. Yeah, unfortunately we can't get it.
golden out of the water? It doesn't look very golden underwater.
The skeleton's golden. Yeah.
It's going to give us our best sample of that, what we've been calling kelp. Let's look at that under the microscope. Looks like a nice sample. Well done.
Great. Yes. Thank you.
No more water samples?
Niskins?
We've got the one we need. Actually, it's the one Niskin. You know, let's just pull two just in case. Pull two in this case.
Okay.
You want to start doing your eyes there, Greg, while if you have to.
3 and 4.
She says no.
Yeah. So
She said
yeah.
yes.
No, she didn't say anything. We'll do 2.
She wants to.
Yep. So we're just going to finish up here and take a couple of water samples. Pushing these triggers here will close the bottles. You can see one of them in the background there, that grey cylinder. They've been open the whole dive with water flowing through them, and when we push the trigger, the caps close, trapping the water from this depth.
This is which one? What's the game? What did you just trip? Was that? Was that 3?
It didn't fire yet.
That works.
Looks like it. Looks like it didn't go. Yeah. Okay, we'll go.
Lasers look cool.
Yeah. Sometimes we stream the ascent. Most days we don't. We'll see. We will? We will stream the ascent today.
You mentioned 5 minutes-ish to the surface.
Okay.
And that's just to first focus on the surface.
And then
another
the recovery.
30 minutes-ish.
Okay. So,
Right, 5:05. We've got a couple minutes before.
We're doing it. Did 4 trip?
Yes, 4 tripped.
Okay. And you're trying 3 again.
Yeah, just put a little more pressure on it.
Okay.
Still Alright, so we'll fire 5 and 6. I'll give you 5 liter.
okay, thank you. Yes, the ascent can be well worth watching, and J-Rod often captures amazing video of the midwater and upper water pelagic organisms.
Yeah. No, 3 didn't work. So sample 158 is missing 4.
And you just saw then number 5 closed. And now we're going to push number 6 as well.
So, but 4 and 5 makes 2. 1 for 3. Right, I'm confused.
No, we just triggered 6 as well. So we've
We already
triggered.
4.
Yeah, we're triggering them all. Cody,
Okay,
just
so
get.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
So 5 and 6 would count as a full, like would count as the same amount as number 3. Count
Oh,
full
because they're
5.
smaller.
Because they're
Yeah,
small.
yeah,
2.5 liters.
got it.
All right, everybody. We're going to get ready to take off now, and we'll be streaming on the way up, but we'll also be back tomorrow morning, California time, at a place called 40 Mile Bank, and we'll be doing a 1,000-meter dive and a 600-meter dive, mostly collecting experiments we put out last year, and also grabbing some other samples. So it'll be a busy day of 2 different dives. And here is the ROV Sebastian team and myself, Greg Rouse, Paul Jensen, and our science team signing off for today. And bye-bye Bondi, bye-bye Amy. See you all tomorrow.
Hello, YouTube world. You have Cody, one of the ROV pilots, sitting here at the mic, J-Rod, and Nick. If anybody has questions about the sub and you feel like asking, go ahead. Okay, we'll try for a crazy squid. Keep your eyes peeled. So yeah, are you ascending with motors and reeling in with the tether cable? So right now we have our winch paying in at 26 meters a minute, and we're trying to keep a constant speed with the ROV by coming up with our thrusters and holding a position away from the ship at about 89 meters and just coming up and keeping with the speed of the winch. So to answer you, yes, in a way, we're coming up with motors and paying in at the same time. So, Franklin, you asked if we've looked into a robotic hand for the arm. In what sense do you mean a robotic hand for the arm? We've had a tool on board called squishy fingers that we would hold with the arm, with the jaw of the arm, and it had a little pump sucking seawater, push it through the little valves and hoses that were connected to these squishy fingers, and they'll start retracting really ever so softly, and then you press a button and it'll release that pressure. So if that's what you mean, then yes. If not, elaborate and we'll see if we have an answer for you. Great question, Rager. So Sebastian has a total of 10 cameras, and when we're flying with all cameras and everything's operational, we would pretty much monitor each camera when we're flying around cliff faces and up a vertical wall. We'll tend to be looking at our sit cam, which is the cam that just moves up and down. You'll see it every now and then jump into the picture-in-picture on YouTube, minus the 4K. And then we have 4 other cameras that are strategically placed around the sub. We'll call those HD cameras. We have one on port, one on starboard, one looking down, and one aft. And then we have 4 SD cameras. The 4 SD cameras are mainly used for the jar. So when you see a suction sample come in, one's at the end of the manip. Another one is, we call it the skid. That's looking underneath the sub, so we can use it for obstacle avoidance when we're flying, looking straight down. And then another one's the bullet camera. That's the camera that's looking at our umbilical, looking aft. But great question. Gotcha, Franklin. So the controller we use is a miniature version of the T4, the manipulator. It has all functions that the manipulator has, and while we're moving it, it's instantaneous. So, once we're on it and we want to move the shoulder down, we can move that shoulder on the mimicked miniature arm that we have topside, and it will control the manipulator as is. To where, a haptic glove would be just doing the jaws almost, because you'll need other functions per se to control that arm. Great question, Jesse. So, can the winch pull up the sub without any thrusters? Yes, but only in emergency situations. We don't want to put any kind of strain on our docking head or the winch itself. We'll use the tools at hand to bring that sub in. Now, for the faster ascent, we're kind of limited. We want to make sure we're going 26 meters a minute coming up. We don't want to overpower that winch, and it's a perfect speed to keep Sebastian up at a equal level, per se. Good question, Franklin. ROV Sebastian weighs 3,200 kilograms.
With no science gear.
That is with no science gear and no full payload of the samples. It's just Sebastian and it's all. And like Jared said, the lights on the sub equal
500,000 lumens.
That's pretty bright.
I know it sounds fake, but it's true.
And it's really bright. If you look straight into them with all the lights on, you start getting a little
You get very sick.
disoriented with all the lights on.
My belly hurt.
And then another little factoid, the manip can
Deadlift 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds, and when it's extended out, it can lift 250.
And crushing force of 900 foot-pounds.
And a crunching force of 900 foot-pounds with the jaws.
Do it right now.
Jared's going to demonstrate the maneuver of both arms at the same time. We do it quite frequent when we're doing handoffs with the arm or messing around with certain samples. So we're going to do it right now for you. Slow down the descent just a little bit. Science cam coming in. So here he goes. Both arms are being manipulated. Oh, Sebastian will win. Sebastian will win. There's your little demonstration. So another note, if you ever hear the scientist or the ROV guy saying we're science chemming in or out, we actually have a retractable ram that's mounted to that science cam and it's on rails. So we can bring that camera in and out just to get some better video footage and you don't have that full amount of the porch and samples in the way. So Franklin, our two side rams that we use for setting up for samples are called Rock'em Sock'em, nicknamed by the ROV guys. Here's one, that's Rock'em over there. And then Sock'em is on our starboard. There. So those are hydraulically actuated as well. We use that for setting up on cliff faces and walls. And then we have little spikes at the bottom to help dig into the ground. Suction sample. Let's move on to suction now. We'll give you a quick rundown on how our suction sampler works since everybody hears that a lot. So our suction jars are on a carousel that you're seeing right now, and it has a Geneva drive inside. So it is hydraulically operated, and that little key chuck in the middle, a little silver key chuck, moves around and spins that Geneva drive, and we're able to rotate those jars in and out. We also have another pump on the top of this suction sampler that sucks in the water to bring in the samples. So you see it's moving slowly, and yeah, that's where we can collect the stuff. Just walked into the room to see the two manip arms giving a fist bump. Yeah, it's halfway. And then all those gauges right there that you're seeing, those are gauges for our compensators. We got to keep everything compensated. So each junction box that's on the sub, we have quite a few electrical junction boxes on the sub. We got to keep them pressurized with a compensator that we have on the sub. We fill that up with a certain amount of oil and keep PSI pushed through to those boxes. Over ambient. Same with our term. So a term box is our termination box. That's where the main umbilical comes into the sub and gets terminated for power and fiber optics. Then you got your manipulator comp right above that, manips. That's keeping both manipulators compensated. And then you got your thrusters. And you got your submo. Submo is submotor. And then that one you're seeing right there is our high pressure. So that's our Sebastian runs on 3,000 psi, and J-Rod's moving thrust around, so we're using some of that pressure to move those thrusters, and that's why it's jumping down. So believe it or not, altogether, we have 19 lights on Sebastian. That's incorporating the DSPLs, which are a little smaller domed lights. We have inner cathexes, outer cathexes, which are big lights, big boomer lights. And then we have flood, which are these big Newton lights, and they're just bright. Those right there. J-Rod, it was you who was on the P3 guy. That is correct. J-Rod was on the...
I was on EP3s.
EP3s.
I did fly on P3s on my second tour, but primarily EP3s at PQ1.
Go Tropic of Dan. And Tropic of Dan, you're the one that lives in San Diego, correct? You got the snap of Falkor when we were there? As an FE?
I was an EWAP.
EWAP? He was an EWAP.
Electronic Warfare Operator.
Oh, cool. That was a nice little shot you got there, Tropic of Dan. So, Cami, we had at one point, one of the scientists brought their light out to check for bioluminescence. We personally do not have said light, but when the scientists do come on board, they tend to bring their own gear that they would like to attach to Sebastian to see bioluminescence, or we had a shark vision light on board to see how sharks would see. Sebastian is one awesome machine. If there's one thing you would upgrade or change, what would it be?
More horsepower.
More horsepower, a little more power. It's always great.
Not for the bottom,
Yeah.
but for launch and recovery.
Yeah, so one of the, like J-Rod said, one of the biggest things is more power for when we launch and recover. That's where your critical part of the mission is when you launch. You've got sea state, ship maneuverment, you've got currents. Once you plow through all that and get down, everything's fine and dandy because now you're just dealing with a string in the water with Sebastian on the end. And then likewise coming up, you've got to deal with the current, sea state, and the ship movements. He was an FE.
He was an FE?
Yeah, tropical Dan.
Nice.
Jared said nice. Been about 6 years though.
I got out in 2008. Been a really long time.
2008? Jared just said he got out in 2008, so it's been a while for him too. Do you ever take kids experiments on dives? We actually take the some of the scientists will bring out cups.
My children.
Yeah, and then most of the ROV guys, we all have kids, and we'll bring out cups for them and put them on the sub and explain to them why they shrink because of pressure.
We actually have some on right now.
We do? They put some on? Can't help it.
They have a frog.
Oh, they put the frog on? But good question, Liz. Keep them coming. Keep up the questions. Give you also a little insight of what else Sebastian has on board. We have a scanning sonar that's kind of like a weather Doppler effect in a way. It sends out an acoustic in front of us. It scans back and forth looking for rocks, terrain, creatures. Me and Jared saw some bubbles one time when we were doing the bubble hunt through the scanning sonar. We also have an imaging sonar that gives a real-time 2D and 3D. Just 2D? 2D image of what's in front of us, kind of like the scanning sonar, but you get more of that 2D effect instead of just a flat scan. We also have the science lasers you see constantly, 10 centimeters apart. We have USBL beacons which ping up to the ship to get tracking. Let us know where we're at in the water column and subsea. We have CTD, which gives the scientists the salinity, gives them conductivity, temperature, and depth. Is the acronym for CTD. What else we got? We got the compass. We got a backup compass. So we also have a INS on board that it's a suite of navigation that Sebastian uses as a gyro inside.
That is one of the compensating boxes.
So that box right there you're seeing, that's a forward light junction box. That's giving power to all those lights. You'll see those LEDs come on. That means there's a light getting turned on. That box is filled up with oil to keep it compensated and keep all the water out. If you ever hear the scientists say Team Texas, that is me and J-Rod, by the way. We are Team Texas. What's the most nerve-wracking emergency or near emergency that you've had to deal with? So Sebastian has actually been entangled in a fishing net before. That was another emergency. We had to come up and free the net away. It was a trolling net left by a ship subsea, and with an anchor on it at that. So It was a big operation for trolling for fish. I mean, any ROV guy's worst nightmare is a dead sub recovery, and that's either because of loss of communications, loss of power. You know, we try not to have those emergencies, obviously, but you know, stuff happens, and we've got to adapt to it. As I'm sure you know, Tropic of Dan, you got to adapt and overcome. No, it's a great question, but that's probably one of the main things that ROV guys dislike is the emergency recoveries, because you don't ever want that to happen.
You don't want to lose control of $6 million.
But luckily Sebastian wasn't damaged. Okay, so I have a personal experience, Noonie, with J-Rod with a fish that I thought was amazing. There was a lizard fish when we were in Australia that was caught up in the sub when we came up, and it was dark, and me and J-Rod were on shift. We were working night shift, and he went to go get in the sub, put a light on, and he had this lizard fish, mouth open, looking at him.
Staring at my soul.
It was staring at his soul, like he said, and it scared him half to death. He screamed and jumped, and I was cracking up laughing and crying. So funny. The coolest fish is,
I like the blind cusk gill.
Yeah, the blind cusk gill is pretty. They're pretty neat. I like the little frogfish. Frog toadfish. I don't know what they're exactly called, Noonie. You can't remember our RV pilots. We don't know the technical term, but we call them toadfish. We come up with names for stuff, and we call it that through like the Mardi Gras squid and ice dragon. What was it? The ice dragon worm.
Ice dragon worm.
So we come up with our own names. How do we train when we're not actually diving? We don't have an actual simulator on board. There's some systems that have simulators built into them, but we don't.
Currently, this is what I would consider me doing some training.
This is J-Rod training right now. As you can tell, we're just, it's all on the job kind of. When the mission's going, we're training. Noonie, it was hilarious. Hilarious.
Not nice.
Nice little Sapphire J-Rod's getting in on. So right now, you gotta think, this Sapphire is really, really small. Sebastian is the size of a full-size SUV. And it's like you're driving your car and having to pinpoint on a dragonfly or a regular fly just sitting there, and you gotta drive your car around this fly or dragonfly. And that's what we're doing right now, looking at the Sapphire.
And small movements do this.
That right there was an extremely small movement that J-Rod just did. So it gets over exaggerated because we're zoomed in so much.
Get jerked by the vessel.
So, picture of said lizardfish. I'm sure there's somewhere on the there might be some on Schmidt's Instagram.
The lizardfish?
Yeah.
It's a thing. They have a whole bunch of
Yeah, they have
shark teeth.
they have some pictures of that lizardfish on the Instagram or Facebook maybe. But they're pretty wicked looking.
Looks like
All I know is Jared screamed, jumped back, and Cody was on the floor cracking up laughing and crying because it was too funny. And when we're piloting the sub, we've also got to take in account the ship movement and where to move the ship and where to place the ship. How much umbilical we have out. We have to monitor our delta. We monitor the currents, the sea states. Even though we're still diving and still, subsea on the sea floor, we still have to monitor every aspect of what's going on around us. So even though we're paying attention to the 8-10 monitors that we look at, we're also looking at 4 or 5 other ones that are giving us data from the current sea state, where the ship is, what our winch is doing, and obviously looking at YouTube comments.
How many monitors are there? 26?
There is 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's actually 30 monitors all together within inside this control room. Here comes a little jelly. I got the science cam. If you want some zoom, you zoomed all the way out. Okay, I'm going for zoom. So right now I'm actually sitting in the chief scientist's seat, which has control of the science camera and our pan and tilt. Dinner plate jelly, Solaris, I think. So right now we're at 1,167 meters. We still have 1,212 meters out on our umbilical. So we're still paying in and coming up. So, J-Rod didn't stay on that jelly too long because the whole time we're coming up, that winch is still paying in. So even if we stop to look at something, that winch is paying in. When that winch is paying in, it's creating our catenary to pull tighter. So we would want to keep that catenary in a nice figure S. So he noticed that our delta, which is that catenary, is getting smaller. It went down to 30, or 40 or 50. So then he wanted to shoot back up to get it back to 75 to keep that nice momentum coming up. Amazing question, Tropic of Dan. Do you have to do anything when the ROV comes up? Actually, we do a lot. We do a lot. It's a constant job that we have. It's not just flying. Like Jared said, we wish we had more time. When Sebastian gets on deck, we secure it. Obviously, I think you'll probably see us securing it. But once it's secured, we get all the scientist samples off. We assist them with that. Then we do our post-dive checks, make sure the system is still running how it was running right before it went in the water. Then we do our maintenance. We have preventative maintenance just like you do a vehicle. We check oils, we check bolts, we check cables. Then, in the unlikelihood of something breaking, we fix it because it's got to be fixed for the next dive, which is in, 12 hours from then. So there's always something to do on Sebastian. There's always maintenance. There's always fixing something, making something better. There's been times where me and J-Rod would get tunnel vision on making something better and lose track of time, and it's midnight. I'm like, oh, we've got to be up in 8 hours to dive the sub again. So there's always something to do. Like right now we're doing extended 12s to where there's a morning shift that comes on early in the morning, get the system ready. That'd be Chris and Ben. They'll dive the sub. Then me and Nick, or then actually J-Rod gets on. He's the supervisor for this cruise. He'll get on, relieve them while they're diving, let them take a break. He comes on at 5. The other guys come on at 4. So he gives the guys a break, lets them relax or go clean up the shop that we have. And then me and Nick come on at 10, and we'll work till 10 or 9. Get the system prepped for the next day, cleaned up, get the samples off, get ready for the guys in the morning so it can go down. Replace the occasional bungee. This is true. Bungee and zip ties. Scrape the power zones off. That is correct. Power zones, we get jelly stuck on it. We always give it a fresh water rinse to get the salt water off and any other creatures that are on the sub off dirt. So that way it's a clean sub when it gets in the water. All Sebastian is to us is a second child, taking care of it. Yeah, just a little bit. Going straight north. So, yeah, this is where we normally start seeing more creatures. Yeah, no problem, Dan. Give us some more questions. This is making our ascent go by.
Normally we would do trivia. It's kind of like trivia.
This is like trivia.
Yes, I see those little fish, but they are tiny.
Yeah, tiny, tiny fish.
I will show you a ctenophore though.
Thank you, Liz. We try.
Here come. Can anybody see the ctenophore?
Nice little ctenophore coming into view. I'm gonna pan up just a little bit, straighten your camera for you. There you go, sir. Trying to think of more. Well, keep them coming. That's a nice one. It's a purple or red one, huh? Zooming in a little more. All right. Five on Delta. So what you're seeing right there is our lights bouncing off of it, creating that bioluminescent, the combs. That's right. Cone jelly. And the lights bouncing off is giving that ripple effect, making it look like it's bioluminescent. 3.8. I don't even know how to say that word. Lampositis? I don't know. You gotta remember, guys, we're not scientists, so when we say something, it could be completely wrong. But
I still spell Tina for T-N-O and
four.
number 4.
Yeah. And then we draw pictures on our sheets when we take samples. So if starfish or sea star, sorry, not starfish, we draw a sea star. Unspoken rivalries between ROV teams, or is everyone friends? Oh no, we're all friends here. We kind of see each other more than we see our families, to be honest.
Cody's lying.
But we do play games. There are rivalries. And we're not going to talk about the fish and the nets and all that stuff, okay, guys? Oh, between the RVs and the other vessels? No.
In oil and gas, we did.
Yeah, in oil and gas, definitely. For sure, there was. But science? Nah, not really. We all kind of communicate with each other in a way.
If you have 2 ROVs on one boat, it's a competition.
Oh, that's a great question. What will be the advantages of launching the ROV midship on Falkor 2 compared to aft?
The vessel will be able to create kind of like
a barrier.
A draft.
Yeah.
To be able to block the sea state
The
and
current.
the current from hitting us right when we get in the water and allow us to get our bearings a little bit.
Like we said, the most critical thing when we dive is that initial launch or recovery of the system. So any help that the ship gives us is going to help us tremendously. Like right now we're aft end, so they've always point the beam into the wind or the current, which, you know, coming from ROV could hurt us in a way, but it always pushes us to a blow-off position to where we get blown away from the vessel, which is still a struggle sometimes trying to get back in.
We're fighting the props.
Yeah, because we're fighting the props, fighting the current. Compared to midship, they can turn sideways into it or put their head straight into it, and we're blocked in a barrier per se. What's your favorite thing to encounter at depth? Octopus. Octopus are always fun to me. I love seeing them. Sharks are fun.
Sharks are cool.
Anything y'all get excited over, pretty much, or the scientists get excited over, is what we enjoy.
I like Mardi Gras squid.
Mardi Gras squid is amazing. Common name for that bloody belly.
Yes, we're going to be on Falkor.
Noonie, awesome. We're going to call it that from now on. Bloody belly comb jelly. It's amazing. We love it. Are you guys going to be on Falkor too? Yes, we will be on Falkor too. Sebastian will be there, so we will be there. I've been with Sebastian going on 5 years now, and J-Rod is going on 4, right? Yep, going on 4. So we've been here collectively almost every single Sebastian scientific dive.
I got here at dive 82.
Yep, you did. 82. And I was here at scientific dive 1. Cat, awesome, thanks.
The Nautilus were awesome. I agree.
Nautiluses are awesome.
You don't have to whisper.
You don't have to whisper.
I'm
Deb
saying,
just
well,
walked
they're
in.
gonna do some multi-beam planning, so you don't want to listen to it.
No, they can listen.
Hey y'all, hope the dive was good. I think I caught about an hour of it. Okay.
Boxy Sebastian doesn't wear underpants.
Hey, boys.
Hi, Natalie.
Hi, Natalie.
Hello. Hi, Wyatt.
Hopes everyone's doing good. I miss you, boys. Does Falkor 2 mean you can launch and recover is less ideal weather? Or would it be- That actually opens up the window for us. So our parameters are going to get bigger for the launch and recovery. Means possibly less bad weather days, or delays, or canceled dives. I'm zooming in. Almost out there. I would love to see Falkor 2 go through Spice.
I think it's a rock. I can't tell you. I think it's a rock. Look at her little color. The world wants to see.
What is that thing?
They're both
Both the same. Little jets. Little spaceships. That's what they are, spaceships. Hello, Oak. Tina 4.
I don't think it was a rock.
Tropic of Dan said Tina 4. Jared, we're quoting him.
I know it's a Tina 4.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the rocket ones, but
The ones that.
Yeah, it looks like a triangle.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, that might be a Tina 4 with its feeding tentacles extended. Focus. There we go. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else anybody wants to know about Sebastian before we begin the recovery stage of this mission? This dive, I should say, not mission.
Is there, do you have this data or just a picture? She's giving me this, these two sites are, she was put together, but she put two waypoints that were like
She's not. She's not. Not that I can think of. Thanks for answering that question. No, you're very much welcome. We figured we'll chat a bit since there's never enough time for us to answer any questions or explain the certain aspects of Sebastian in more detail. Figured since this is a long recovery, we can do that. No problem, Cammy. The tiny specks are marine snow, Nat. Could be little animals, creatures, sea snot. You know that. If you could add any capability to Sebastian, no matter the cost, what would it be?
In 5 months. I want a pocket ROV, kind of like the Falcon has. Like the Falcon has the Adventure.
Yeah. That would be an awesome feature. To have a little small ROV that pops out of Sebastian to look at us working or to go into small little caves or caverns. That would be cool.
I believe this is a lanternfish. Lanternfish. It might not stay there.
Zooming in, Jared.
It's going to take off in just a second.
There's 204 right behind it. Yeah, I know you knew. Yeah, sea snot's always a funny one. But yeah, Kaylin, definitely a pocket ROV. A little small sub to jump out and fly into little caverns, caves, and see what's down there. Because Sebastian's too big to get into a small cave. Coming wide.
A camera with a better autofocus, maybe?
Oh, it said call to text 1,000 meters. I have it actually, sorry.
Some sort of borescope camera is what I've always thought would be interesting. Yeah, borescope would be cool. Yeah, exactly, Oak. I mean, we can try to look down inside of it, but there's only so much Sebastian can do when it comes to a cave, because our umbilical's on the top of us, not behind us. So that kind of obstructs us getting into a cavern or a cave. Or, yeah, like Jared just said, even just overhangs. Right now we're reaching 575 meters sea depth and a payout of 632. Squeeze pressure at depth. So the Falcon we have on board is only rated for 1,000 meters. So can't go that deep. But it could. Could technically do some cave operations. They've seen it on Discovery Channel with the little explorers that are in Mexico. They have a little Falcon that they drop in the cave. I'm curious as to the sealing arrangements. So everything is compensated by a compensator with hydraulic fluid to keep a constant pressure in the J boxes and the arms. They're all sealed by O-rings and certain sealing faces.
Just to keep it 6 to 7 psi over ambient.
Yep, to keep it 6 to 7 psi over ambient.
Technical today.
We're answering questions.
Answering
That was
questions.
great.
No problem, G. She's like, are you flying or answering questions? Answering questions. J-Rod's flying. Squid. There's a quick shot of a squid. They're super fast. So the reason they come at us is because of our lights, obviously. They're attracted to them. And they start full blast at us, hit us with ink, and then they squirm away. Yeah, the squids are fast. We're gonna start hitting them in a bit, probably. If there's one, there's a ton. power head down. Almost there, 487.
Did they lift the expedition cruise ID?
Hello, Joseph on Facebook. So, yeah, the scientist or whoever will review the send footage if there's anything in particular they're looking for, then blow it up and zoom in on it. Yes, Redgar, we're in Dougal country. That is correct. I haven't seen Dougal on in a while. He is always fun to be on, especially when he does telepresence with us.
So much fun.
We learn a lot about the jellies. Me and Jared both enjoy flying the midwater. And then when Dougal was on, we learned a lot. We learned a lot. Yeah, he did get excited over almost every little thing we zoomed in on. That's right, Kat. More than we ever wanted to know. Yeah. And plus, we were really jealous of his backdrop view he had. That was real and not actually a picture. Alright, we'll go get suited up. You want me to leave the mic on? Alright, everyone, I'm going to give you to J-Rod. I'm going to go get suited up to get Sebastian on board. It's a pleasure talking to everybody.
Just remind.
Hey, Deb, you sent out just the winch, right, to him?
Sorry, what?
You just sent out the winch cam to YouTube as well?
I didn't know. I did.
What's up, Jeff? What?
I'll set it up.
We're still on live.
I did. There's a three-way wireless 1, 2, 3, and then I would change one of the encoders to the
I'm at
ROV
299.
winch, and one of the encoders to like HD.
Winch is at
So you can
368.
see 3 cameras in it.
So you still got a little bit till you take over. Unless you want me to stop it now.
No, you're good. I've been in any kind of hurry.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I was here. I was out here messing around with these rocks.
Okay.
should tell Cody, by the way, that I have intervened, overridden, and taken his
Yeah,
route.
DBT detects 1,000 meters left.
You wouldn't like the way that he's looking at you right now.
I was told that was Cody's route, and I was alright with that. But then she made her pick, which made my pick third pick, and I wasn't about alright with that. I didn't want third split in the third pick. So
What about my pick?
I reinserted myself on his first pick and took Cody's route. She was like, you can steal it from him if you want. I was like, and I want, and I did.
So if you go back to the first, so he doesn't have anything in
We're in Pyro Zone.
What's that?
We're in the Pyro Zone.
So we can just pull a position off of that. Maybe I can find. So.
Do you want me to ask them what cameras they want to see? If they want to see the deck, or if they just want to see the 4K? Do y'all want to see the 4K video, or a mixture of the 4K and the deck as well?
Hey Deb,
Yeah.
so which one would I have to change to get the other one you were talking about up here?
So if you go to the main page and then go to encoders.
Yeah, up here.
So you have 1, 2, and 3. So
Yeah.
you pick what 3 things you want to see there. So I usually have science camera, ROV winch, and then like HC3.
Yeah, so I put winch
It's great
on
having you guys
input
along
number
as well.
2, but it jumped to input.
No, it's
Y'all are
the-
like our
the labels are
Google,
crossed.
since our
Oh, I got
internet's
you.
so
Okay,
slow
cool.
we can't do it
Now,
on our own.
when you go back to Wirecast, there's a shot. I think it's on the second or third row that says like Wirecast 1, 2, 3.
You got
But I've been
Wirecast
using the
2,
last-
Wirecast 3, and Wirecast 1?
Yeah, it's like.
I got.
Come show me. So,
Yeah, that one. Click on that one. Yeah. So see how you have the.
And then, so
Oh, but you know what it was? Because yesterday
I got 2 mixtures and 2
yesterday at the end of
4Ks.
the dive, I put up the quads. Remember you had me put up the quads. So this, just take this and go like this, and then you still got quad and Wirecast 3. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay, so do this. Move the quad. Use 3.
You taking over there, Nick?
Say again?
You taking over on the winch?
Yeah, Roger.
Don't forget to engage the pinch wheel.
So do that, and then this one. Super slow, so it goes on. Ah!
Oh, y'all
About
screaming
ready
about
to kill this machine.
I am taking control. Coming up.
Roger that.
You change the order and put things behind because you can't see anything, and the bullet and the skid are on the same side. So this is how I made yesterday. So you go like this. Don't do that. Gotta fix that nav tech camera. Come on, I don't look at the screen.
Yo, bud. Alright, I'll meet you on comms.
Roger that. I meant the 4K camera. we need more internet.
Your bullet, and they can see your science camera and the aft deck.
Roger. Roger that. So y'all are seeing a mixture of the 4K video, and the one that's labeled skid is actually an alternate aft cam right now, so that's looking back at my umbilical, and the bullet, of course, is looking, it's on the top of the ROV looking back, so you'll see my umbilical start draping over here in a little bit as the floats get closer to the surface. Speed racer. Watch what you're doing on the winch. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yeah, Roger.
You're going like 40. Yeah, you're going like 40.
Roger. What's it at right now?
It's currently at 2.5.
Perfect.
Yeah, watch that shiv roll.
Yeah.
That's how I normally like get an idea of how fast.
Yeah, because I'm standing away from the console now, so that's what I'm trying to gauge it now.
I can see.
Yeah.
You can wave at us. Hello. You do have the pinch roll engaged, right?
Yeah, without positions.
Lots of larvaceans, yes, indeed. Roger that.
You got me. I thought you only engaged the pinch wheel on out. No, engage it wheel in and out.
We need that tension.
Keeps it this right up. Ship wheel. Got it. You don't turn on the pinch wheel. So the engage is just pulling it towards it. Right. So in or out, you engage it. Yes. But then you just don't turn it on unless you're going out. Perfect. All right, go. 6 or 7 more hitches, I'm sure I'll get it.
Tammy, I don't know what you're seeing. Probably just the waves out there.
Well, it's just one person on the bench. I mean, technically, it's still 2 people. Yeah. But yeah, it's wild. It is. It's a lot different than just one person. I feel like it's a 2-person job at best. Well, laying the floats off, but I mean, that guy, you got a whole other guy just for the A-frame.
Toms are still on.
This, the image we gave here is a pretty 64 meters.
But I mean, you got the people you might as well use. There's that, you know what I mean? And it is safe when it's in rough. So that's what I'm
Sorry, I turned you down. Nick was screaming nonsense. Yep. Floats on surface. Hey, Debs. Debs. Floats on surface. I don't have any mouse.
And around and get some data to collect it, and then let's try to sit down and stuff. Did you throw this paper?
So Cody.
Yeah, if you throw that this way, so have me some stuff to look
I
at
got a
and
cool
change
rock.
positions here.
Alright, got into the room. Did not get it in the room. You did not. It's lies. I know it's lies. She would never betray me and give you my rock. Your ex-rock. My ex-rock.
Right, John, you're gonna have to post that. Are you framing? For a sec.
Hey, Jared.
Yep,
Since tomorrow's bounce out, they're gonna want that other gray biobox on, huh?
that's correct.
Okay. Two good chew. Once we pull out those coral quivers, we'll throw that gray box back on.
Okay.
There's only 2 bolts, right?
That's correct, and they're inside the box.
That's right. Awesome sauce.
Roger that. No, I did it today. Oh no, I did off bottom. No, I did.
You got something that's off on it. So, I got it. It's all good. It's why we can do it later.
Sliding back all the time.
What a nice day.
Yeah, it was. Woken up and drove to the beach instead.
Dropped right on the rope. It's on the rope.
All right, that's me with a pretty big belly. Not pulling you, Cody?
Nope, you're good.
Roger that.
So just gonna answer a quick question that came in on Facebook. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if you guys answered
tracking
this
has me
about
direct.
zooming in on the snow.
That's the way that the current is going.
It's really hard on the ascent because they're going so fast to really do that. If they stop and really focus target on something, then yeah, you could. There's a bit of zoom with the 4K later, but just trying to zoom in video post dive on snow and water column would be a bit challenging. So when the pilots see something really cool like they've done, they'll slow down and focus on something, but you really need a better mid-water dive specific for that type of thing where you can really stop the vehicle and focus on stuff that's around you.
First foot off?
4 off.
Ah. So first foot off.
Mm-hmm. 5 off. All right, now that's me drifting a little bit. Vessel port.
Okay.
Do you need me to come back a little bit more?
Nope, you're good.
Roger that.
See?
6 off. Seven off.
Oh.
All right, that's me back lined up with the vessel.
Got it. Looking really good.
Roger that.
Oh yeah, and the second part to that question, what percentage of snow is alive? I wouldn't know how to answer that, but a lot of it probably is. A lot of it is plankton and other really small organisms that you can't really see at the naked eye, and then some of this is gelatinous leftovers from other animals and other things. So I think that coming up with a percentage alive or dead would be a stab in the dark.
Right, John, that's not set off, very much. You play mine for set off.
Hey, where there, Tone? Good.
That's your pan speed at 15. Nick, 15.
Roger. Is that about where you want it?
You can go a little bit faster if you want.
Yeah, I don't think the plan for Falkor 2 is to stream more cameras. It'll probably be a very similar setup. This is sort of our style, and I think we're sticking with it. So while I know other institutions stream multiple cameras from multiple vehicles, for now, Falkor 2 will start more than likely a lot like this, where we will have the flexibility to put any camera from the vehicle on it. Obviously, we're starting, and we'll have Sebastian with us, so the camera layout and 4K camera and all that will be the same. So how we send that stream to you will also continue as it is here for a while.
Pyros on fields forever.
They're everywhere now?
Yep.
And we're in a Pyrosome field.
The other day, mouse come up there all around me too. It's pretty cool.
Are your lights all off, J-Rod?
I got 2 on. But they wouldn't make a difference. I mean, that's them off right there.
Oh, okay. So that's all the lights off on the vehicle. It's daylight. Getting close to the surface here. Just 40 meters to go. 30 meters. So tomorrow's dive is one of our bounce dives with 2 dives. First one off deck at 6 a.m. Second one sometime around lunchtime. We are recovering colonization experiments, much like when we were at San Juan Seamount. This would be what they call the 40-mile colonization site. So there'll be 2 dives tomorrow. So there'll be a couple hours in between each dive. And then we'll be back live.
Trying to keep up. Give me a second. Yeah. Should be good now.
You can just start to see the surface and the bullet camera there. And then the after
You're good.
camera.
You're good.
You can see the umbilical.
I was just
the
trying to
last
ladder
2
on it,
orange
took it off.
floats, and the vehicle out behind us. And
You're
J-Rod
good now.
will be backing up towards us.
You good, J-Rod?
Yeah.
Gave me just a little bit. Did you engage the wheel or turn on the wheel? Yeah. You would turn it off? Yeah, I'll turn it off. I gave it a little bump. Spin. Oh. There we go. Last one, Liz. I'll bring this up about 9 feet up. Alright, Liz. Live on YouTube and Facebook. Oh, 12.
She went 12 for 12?
12 for 12, Liz.
Nice.
And that's the last float off, so we're in final recovery mode. Last bit will be the vehicle under the docking head, and then the wincher on deck.
Our electrics went way down. Our electrics went way down. They're all over the place. Like really low. Sitting at 4%.
Where at?
4.
4%.
Yep. Let's get her in. Come on.
Huh?
I said let's
They
get her in.
just did that all of a sudden?
Yep.
Roger that. Alright. It's gonna be a good night.
Zero. Could just be the comp, the sensor. Coming back, full stick.
Alright, come on up. Coming up.
How's that, Cody?
Keep sliding back there, huh?
Roger that, coming back.
Throttle starboard.
Alright, coming starboard.
Starboard and all the way back. Coming up. We got you.
Roger that.
That's ROV on the water.
Good.
HP's off.
Thanks everybody for joining.